Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Let's see if I can make this readable. That works.
So how did it go? It went really well. Yeah, we had like what, 8 or 9 Okay. Yeah, so like Nancy was there, Schultz was there, Bill was there.
No,
Oh.
I was pretty surprised until she told me to go upstairs.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, something's up.
Well, they were all milling around downstairs, and I was like, why don't you talk to Nancy, wherever you want to be? So it was really fun. Yeah, it was great. Good. Kevin had a 2,000 card order. Oh my gosh. Yes, he got it done. I took it to the post office. Yeah. But yeah, so he was like super. I said, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and so they ordered it.
We saw online. Yeah, it was one of the online orders, but we have the robot working more efficiently now. So we're putting a lot of things away, and then we have like these little stickers that say, these are all the things that we put away, and then they upload them. So we've been doing like 10 weeks, a weekend, like that, just because it gets sometimes really busy. Well, this past weekend, we had maybe 2 dozen, 2.5 dozen. So Kevin uploaded them all, and then people on Wednesday, and then by Friday. Yeah, people were just buying.
Is Alex not here yet?
Out there, I'm telling you. But you did it. Awesome. Okay, well, I'm gonna go wander around. We're supposed to open up at 10:30.
Jessica. Lois.
How are you?
Good.
Not in the
Yeah.
Across the street, we had a time with
Yeah, we walk like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh, right, talking about, yeah, over by that.
I was wondering if it was in the right panel because it's not on the marquee, but it's posted on the door. I'm like, wait a minute. There she is. Hey, never mind the text. Never mind the text. Stupid
Oh, you
question.
sent me a text?
It's a dumb question. I figured it out.
Yeah, oh, yeah. All of our panels are in Burnham.
It wasn't on the marquee.
Oh.
It's not on the marquee outside, but it's on the door. So I'm like,
Great.
congrats.
Good, good. Let's see, I think we have Cecilia and Megan. Okay, yeah, so, okay.
It's all about wasn't
Right.
in this.
My notes are on my phone because I didn't bring a notebook for myself. Are people just taking water? Good. People
I
are
didn't
taking
bring
water.
notes. I'm just gonna ramble like I normally do. Sometimes rambling.
I've got a little bit of research, but
Good. I have a couple of people in mind that I don't think people talk about or mention. It's gonna be rather interesting.
Ooh, I'm curious to know who they are.
Both of them require a lot of research, and both might be slightly controversial. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, it definitely gets it definitely gets the conversation going.
Well, one of the women I sent y'all in the email was very controversial, and it's not Lorraine. It's not Lorraine.
There's a few that are kind of could be problematic, but it's gonna be interesting.
Welcome to my book writing journey. I was like, oh, you believed in eugenics. Okay.
Yes.
the panel last night had roughly 9 or 10.
Ethics of divination.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect. Good.
and it seemed to go over well.
Okay. Good.
We had a fair amount of audience interaction.
Good. Good. I'm glad.
And I know you had said you wanted to be kept up to date on that.
Yes. Yes.
And
For the historical research panel. Actually got like 4.
and the happy cooker, I had one person,
Aw, I'm sorry.
but I kind of expected that.
Mhm.
The first programming on Friday, and the last one on Sunday is always a dead zone.
Mhm.
I expected that, so
There's a joke that like panels go to die on Sunday mornings.
That's because everybody's still hungover.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
always way more hungover on Saturday than ever am on Sunday.
Here, I'll let you can come do this side.
I was like, all right, I'm hungover.
It's sad.
my workshop on
Hello again.
Hi.
the workshop on Sunday is right opposite hotel checkout, so I don't expect very many people.
We are waiting for Unamas.
Suppose I should review this real quick.
There she is.
Sorry, I was so lost.
How dare you?
I know somebody.
Gee, fancy meeting you here.
I know you look vaguely familiar. Yeah, that was like somebody's like, I want all the save files. I'm like, okay, I'll be late to the panel for that.
All right. Why is it over here? Let's put you over here. Are you even working? Nope. Okay. Well, we'll just
Yeah, once the door closes, it really, it could, you know, it's quiet.
yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of the same way.
I have somebody bringing me coffee because I saw the line and I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Can you bring
every
me
year
coffee?
they
'Cause I'm
always
not gonna
have
make it
just
back
one
in time.
person working the cafe, and I'm like, do they not learn?
I don't know why they close it at 2. Like I rolled up to get I'm like, oh, I had the
They can
same
make
issue.
so much
I
money.
know. They could make a killing.
Grab and go
You
dinner
charge me
review.
$10 for a sandwich over here.
Alrighty, I'm just getting my notes up. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Welcome to Women of the Paranormal panel. My name is Alex Matsuo, and I'm going to be the moderator. I'm also the STEAM track director. When I'm not working a con, I am a paranormal investigator and researcher and author. I've written several books on the subject, and I kind of had a little ulterior motive with this panel topic because I'm going to be releasing a book about women in the paranormal in a couple weeks. But also I wanted to boost visibility of women in the paranormal because when we did this panel last year, a lot of the names that popped up that wasn't Lorraine Warren, people were like, oh, who's that? So I'm like, oh, we should probably have more discussions about this. So I'm going to go ahead and let my lovely panelists introduce themselves, and we'll get going with a little game. Ooh, a game. A game.
Hi, I'm Megan. I have been a paranormal investigator and history enthusiast for over 20 years. I'm also a member of the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. So we do lots of investigating all over, mostly here too, of course, in the Queen City. And that's about it.
My name is Jess. I'm mostly a genealogist, but also a paranormal investigator and enthusiast. Those two do cross over all the time. I'm exclusive to this part of the state, Western North Carolina. However, I do travel all over. I do a lot of research for people for free. I never charge for anything. I can't stress that enough because it's super expensive. But yeah, that's just my big spiel.
Hi, I am Cecilia Dominic. By day, I am a sleep psychologist. I help people sleep without drugs. By night, I write urban fantasy and steampunk that keeps them turning the pages all night. Some people call this a conflict of interest. I call it a business plan. So I am happy to be here. I'm also sort of an amateur historian and love the Victorian era because I write steampunk.
Lois Fitzpatrick. I've been a tarot reader since the 70s. I also belong to the SCA, and I'm part of the SCA's East Kingdom Soothsayers Guild, where we do stuff about not only modern divination techniques, but historical ones as well.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I have not had enough caffeine.
You're fine. Bring in the caffeine.
That was a question I asked in the last panel. Like DoorDash because I'm hungry.
Right. Okay, so we are going to play a game. You don't have to do anything. You just need to be able to count. And if you're not able to count, then
Fake it.
fake it. Yeah. So I'm going to list off names. It's going to be a lot of names. Keep a tally of how many of those names you recognize. All right, here we go. Catherine Crowe, Oxa White Sprague, Helena Blavatsky, Kate, Maggie, and Leah Fox, Cora L.V. Scott, Eleanor Sidgwick, Annie Besant, Helen Peters Nosworthy, Jane Barlow, Ada Goodrich Freer, Lenora Piper, Violet Tweeddale, Rosina Despard, Jessie Adelaide Middleton, Dr. Florence Barrett, Alexandra David Neal, Pamela Coleman Smith, Radcliffe Hall, Una Trowbridge, Gladys Osborne Leonard, Dion Fortune, Frances P. Bolton, Eileen J. Garrett, Zora Neale Hurston, Louisa Rhine, Rose Mackenberg, Gertrude Schmeidler, Dorothy Martin, Dr. Shafika Karagula, Mary Heyer, Thelma Moss, Elizabeth McMahon, Sarah Wilson Estep, Lorraine Warren, Aiko Gibo, Rosemary Ellen Guiley, and Linda Godfrey. How many I recognized? 20, 15, 10, 5.
How many points do you get for the Fox sisters? Is that one?
3.
Is that
That's 3.
Okay.
Okay.
Probably closer to 15.
Okay.
Yes.
1. Okay. Don't be ashamed.
The
That's.
one that everybody.
Yeah.
Don't be ashamed.
I was about to say, I threw in a few that I was like, everyone should get at least one. All right, cool. And if you, so I'm thinking everyone most people less than 5. That's okay. That is why we are having this little meeting. So the women I have named, they have all been instrumental in shaping the paranormal community and field as we know today, if not pioneered it. So before we dive into, we're going to dive deep. We're not going to dive into all like 30 plus women that I just named. We'll dive into a few that I think are probably some of the most interesting. And I know we've all been doing research on some women in the paranormal that we would love to share with you as well. But I would like to ask the panelists, and we'll start, well, I'll ask it first and then I'll just, we can decide if we want to start here or there. Because I know sometimes some people, I need think time. Do you feel that women are properly represented in paranormal media?
I can totally.
Yes. When you say paranormal media, can you clarify what you're referring to?
Television, mainly television, book, visibility with female authors and writing about the paranormal genre, that sort of thing.
I think they're more represented than men are. I mean, if you think of a lot of the fictional characters that are common on TV, most of them that come to my mind anyway are female rather than male.
What about in like reality television?
I don't watch reality television.
Oh, there you go. Probably a smart thing. Smart thing. Yeah. Cecilia?
Yeah, I don't really watch reality television either, but yes, if you were to say like something like, mention any of the shows on television that are focused on the paranormal, it's like, yeah, I pretty much imagined a bunch of dudes running around doing stupid things.
Very similar. I think a lot of times women are misrepresented quite a bit. I mean, you see, I don't watch a lot of I'm not home enough to watch reality TV, but women like in movies and TV are portrayed like as weak and underlying and like the scared mothers and like the scared daughters. Like we're the ones who are like, I want to see like somebody taking charge, kicking butt, as opposed to, because that's what actually happens in most cases. Women are usually ones that are out there taking charge of the footwork and the research, doing all the underwriting and understudy, putting in all the extra time. Like, where are they?
I'm going to go with a hard no on that one. So just off the top of my head, speaking of, reality TV, I can think of 3 women who have been either a sidekick in someone's show or, just kind of sitting back to, men who are going into these either active locations or doing paranormal investigation. And it's almost like if there's no sex appeal to it, then people don't want to watch it. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that, you have an ex-Playboy bunny who has a podcast about the paranormal, and everyone's like, oh, well, she's stupid. What does she know about it? Because she was a Playboy bunny. Well, she likes going out there just like we do, investigating, learning, educating people on her podcast. But because of she's beautiful and, has been living in the Playboy mansion for, a decade before, she's discredited for that. And I'm like, well, if people can walk around without their shirt on TV, then why can't a woman be beautiful, smart, but still be looked at as what she is saying is accurate?
I actually did a social experiment a while back with some of my content. I wore on purpose low-cut clothing, and those videos skyrocketed, and those images skyrocketed, as opposed to my ones who were like a little more conservative and a little more covered.
You're like, you shouldn't have to show your boobs.
Exactly. I
I
shouldn't
will
have
listen
to
to you.
do all that.
I mean, I will, but no, you shouldn't have to. No.
it's interesting you bring that up too, because there is a very well-known adult entertainer who is also a paranormal investigator, has abilities, and I've investigated with her, and she is probably one of the best investigators I've ever worked with. But because of who she is and what she did for a living, she's automatically discredited. But I'm like, well, what discredits her? Just because of who she may have convoluted with, or because of what, who writes her checks? Like what's the deal with that? But like I said, she's one of the most fantastic investigators I've ever worked with. But it's a shame. It's a shame that we see that, because I saw there's a content creator on TikTok that's becoming really popular, and her nickname is the Paranormal Princess. And sadly, I see, well, I depending on how I feel, I'm either she or they. Those are my pronouns. But it's like I'm watching my fellow uterus-bearing people ripping the Paranormal Princess apart because she calls herself the Paranormal Princess, and but she makes decent content. And I'm like, why are we gatekeeping that? Like, you can be a woman in the paranormal, but under these parameters, I've noticed, like in this box. So it's very, why did I just X out my notes? Okay. It's a habit when I start talking to people. I'm like, oh, hey. So it's unfortunate with that. And Lois brought up something really interesting with, in fiction, the way that women are portrayed in paranormal fiction, that I think it is reflective of how we're perceived in real life, but it's on a different level. Because even, maybe not a great example because it's one of my favorite shows, but like Supernatural, you got the two Winchesters, and who are the women who are the side characters? I mean, Jodie's the exception, but Rowena, witch, and Charlie and Jodie would be like an exception, but they're all kind of like, and I noticed that in reality TV too, where like any women that have a presence on a show, it's like they're the witch, they're the psychic, they're the historical researcher, but they're not like the lead investigator. There's a new show out called Repossessed on Hulu. I'm friends with the cast. I know them. You have 2 women and 1 man in that show, but guess who's still the lead investigator? The man. and what do the other 2 women do? One is the psychic, one is the researcher. So it's like, even then I'm like, ooh, 2 out of 3, that's amazing. Oh. Huh. Well then. Yeah, they're still the main character. They're still like the supporting role. So,
And then I would say like the exception to that is going to be in where we see paranormal cozy mysteries and also paranormal romance. But of course, who's writing this typically?
Yeah.
It's women.
Yep. So as a side part of this game, now I'm not going to list off another set of like 30 names, but think in your mind like prominent male paranormal investigators and researchers. Like I'll give you like 30 seconds to ponder that. They can be living, they can be past, they can be in history, they can be current. How many can you picture in your head? Less than 5? More than 5? More than 10? Okay, seeing some head nods. So that tells you something. Like the fact that you can come up with more than 5 names in like 10, 20 seconds, but name off a list of 30 women and it's like, it's less than 5. That tells you something pretty significant, doesn't it? Even with current living women in the paranormal, it's like, how many can we name off the top of our heads right now, besides who's up here? Not us.
Let's see, I got 5.
Yeah. Brilliant. So my next question then for our panelists would be, why is the paranormal field, paranormal research, paranormal investigation, why does it come across as so male dominated? And we can start down there. We could start up here.
All right. Off the top of my head, I think it reflects some societal bias against females, that this is something unknown, and the fact that some women might be better at it than men is threatening to the men. So they downplay the role of the women,
Mhm.
off the top of my head.
It's a great
Yeah, we have this cultural construct since we've moved from prehistoric times to current, where it went from the matriarchal society where the women were also in charge of connecting with the divine, or it was men and women equally, to the patriarchal religions. And so basically this whole spirituality occult hidden thing is basically men have been put in charge of it for whatever reason. And because I guess since they are theoretically the ones who have the logic to be able to decide what everybody else needs to know.
Very similar to what I was going to respond with. Men were typically the ones who ran headfirst into danger. They were the protectors, the providers. They want to take care of danger if there's danger there. So that, to me, would be probably why it's so male dominated, because there's a sense of danger and excitement,
Mhm.
and it's always been a way where it's always been like it hasn't changed very much, to where men just felt like they had to need to run into that to save something or to think they're saving something.
And I always sit there and wonder, to go off a little bit of what you were saying too, like, and this just comes off in the opposite way. I think sometimes we think a little bit more like, yeah, I'm not going to cram myself in that crawl space. Oh, I'm not going to go up into that attic when all this wood falling around me. Like this, you see all those funny social media memes and you're like, okay, sometimes, it is that knee jerk, for entertainment value that these guys are just, you're like, okay, you could have died 14 times. And we're like, well, I'm just going to sit back and watch. So that's not as entertaining, to see that. I mean, I find that investigations are usually very quiet, very peaceful, but what you see on TV is, big guys are running down a hallway screaming like little, school children. And like, that rarely happens, but it's great for entertainment. I wouldn't want to watch an hour show if that doesn't happen. So, you keep getting those ratings, and then you have women who come in, you're like, it's really not like that, but no one wants to hear that because it's not as exciting. It's not as fun. We're not doing stupid crap like they are.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because then I also look at this. I'm like, why can't women be the ones like screaming down the hallway, acting like school children? Or
Look, there's been times I've had to do that.
Yeah. And I have a little bit of a unique experience too, because I've been on 2 paranormal shows, and so I've had that experience in front of the camera on haunted hospitals and most terrifying places in America. And at least with most terrifying places in America, I saw like how the men were treated versus the women. And you're right, it's like men were kind of expected to be the more obnoxious type, whereas I was on camera as like the witness and like the person retelling the story. So I wasn't, again, not the lead investigator, but it was interesting like how I got put into that role. And then ironically, the guy's part got cut. So I was like, okay, cool. At least I made it off the cutting room floor. But it's interesting.
It's kind of related to this.
Sure.
Do you feel that it is more a lack of representation or a lack of participation?
That's a good question. I think it would be, that's a good question.
Because I know a lot of people in culture, especially the way Florida is going right now,
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to get labeled.
Okay.
It's like the paranormal princess getting harassed because she's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make her stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't make her anything else. Women are generally more empathetic. So, we sense the danger before we run into it like dumb butts.
Mm-hmm.
But I've noticed a lot of people don't want to get labeled as, they don't get labeled as a witch or a wacko
Mhm.
or that goth chick.
Right.
So they don't, there's a whole like cultural bias, I hate to say, about women interested in anything that is other.
Yeah.
So it's a big deterrent.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how much of that is just, and I mean, we have women on TV
Right.
in those groups doing those things, and totally there, I want to shoot some TV people, but is it also, you know, there was, Taps is my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love the way they do investigations, and I harass ghost antagonizers like crazy.
Heh, heh.
Y'all all know who I'm talking about too.
Right. It didn't even have to like.
Didn't even have to say anything. We all know.
But they had 2 female investigators in the, 12 years they were on, 6 years on Sci-Fi, and then the 6 years since then. They've had Amy Frazee, and they've had, I wish I could remember her name. She was
Amy.
Amy Burnham. And both of them played key parts, and both of them went out doing the investigation, and they made it a big point to show, you know, Amy and Brian are off doing this, and Amy and Dave are off doing that, and, you know.
Yeah.
But they never let, I can only think of one time they let Amy and, why do I keep forgetting her name? Go on an investigation together without a man.
Mm-hmm.
So I blame that on TV. But
Right.
like in all of Taps and all of the people that are interested in that whole swell that followed Ghost Hunters being released, where are the girls?
Right. Well, and there was one other show that was pretty diverse and empowering for women. That was Paranormal State.
Yeah.
If you ignore like the shenanigans of Ryan Buell, and I used to work for him, so I can't really say much more than that. But you know, you had Katrina, Heather, and Elfie. And then actually Paranormal State was pretty freaking diverse for its time because you had, granted, yes, Ryan was a Christian white male, but you also had Elfie and Chris. Chris is a trans man. Elfie is pagan. And then you had Katrina, a plus size woman. And then you had Heather. And then Sergi, but you had Sergi, Ryan, the two male, and Josh. But then you had, and Chris, you know, we'll count Chris there. And then you had Elfie, Katrina, and Heather. So you almost had 50-50 there. And Heather and Katrina often went off by themselves. And Elfie had time in front of the camera, you know, advocating her agency as a witch. Even when they were bringing in priests to bless things, Elfie was like, actually. So I thought that was interesting. And then somewhere in there between Ghost Hunters, Paranormal State, I'm not saying it's all Ghost Adventures' fault, but somehow between like Paranormal State and Ghost Adventures, something shifted. And Ghost Adventures became incredibly popular, more so than Ghost Hunters. And the makeup of Ghost Adventures is men acting obnoxious. And like you wouldn't see Heather, Katrina, Elfie, Amy Bruni, any of them acting like them. And then Ghost Hunters had that reboot with Grant. But even then you still had just 2 women, Rochelle, and I forgot the other one's name. And I noticed there was a little bit more, like there was a little bit of agency for Rochelle, but even then she was always linked with another male. So I will say I've noticed that a lot of the women I've worked with who also do paranormal TV, I set boundaries when I did my TV gigs, as did they. I don't know if it's a thing where, you know, today women set boundaries of like, I will do this, but I won't do that. And men are like, oh, I'll do anything. I don't know. It's interesting because I know for me, I can only speak from my experience. Mine was participation. Like I did not want to participate in that because it's gonna be seen by who knows how many people, and want to make sure that and because I advocate so much on like ethics and the paranormal, it's like I want to practice what I preach. But I know, like for me, or for someone else who may be someone who isn't well known, they may not have to worry about that and may be willing to do more. I don't know, but that's a That's a great question. I don't know. What do you all think?
I also feel like there's a certain level of safety that we have to be aware of too. I don't know about anybody else, but I've had only one so far circumstance where I was really worried and concerned that I was being stalked and harassed. So there's always that level of safety that we always have to worry about
Right.
and take into consideration no matter where we go. And I've been very fortunate enough to have certain people and certain teams around that I absolutely trust. But there's always going to be that one person that makes you really wonder, is this the same thing for me to do? Should I be worried about my safety? Should I bring my spouse along or a friend along so, I'll know I'll be okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's just always that extra level of safety that we need to.
Mm-hmm. You asked a really good question.
Because now we're all like,
It's like when everyone starts like looking down or off to the side, it's like, huh. It's a great question. Okay, so we're almost at the top of the hour, and I did want to take an opportunity to talk about some of the women that for us to share some women that we've really found inspirational. I'll start off. I know Jess, you have a few. Lois, I know you worked on a few. You got one. Yeah, perfect. So mine is Catherine Crowe, and I believe Catherine Crowe is the first paranormal investigator. Until I find someone from earlier times, I'm saying Catherine Crowe. Some people will say, well, what about Athena Doris? But Athena Doris wasn't necessarily a paranormal investigator. Athena Doris saw a house was for rent that was rumored to be haunted, and he basically stayed up all night writing until the ghost appeared, and it did. In Catherine Crowe's case, she's the one who introduced the words poltergeist and doppelganger into English usage. We have Catherine Crowe to thank for those words. She translated them from German. She wrote a book called The Night Side of Nature. And it's all about like psychical research, parapsychology, terminology, all sorts of wonderful things. Like Night Side of Nature is a really good book, and it was a bestseller. I think, oh God, I just wrote a chapter about her. Went through 7 editions. So, I mean, that's fairly significant for the 1800s, right? Unfortunately, what besmirched her name and possibly contributed to her falling into obscurity is Charles Dickens. So Charles Dickens was a mesmerist. So mesmerism, that whole bit. Mesmerists were very much against spiritualists, and Catherine Crowe considered herself a spiritualist. So there was apparently an incident in Edinburgh, Scotland, where Catherine was walking down the streets of Edinburgh, in Charles Dickens' words, stark mad and stark naked. And she had a handkerchief in one hand and a travel ticket in the other. And she, according to witnesses, I'll get into that in a moment, she was told that the spirits made her invisible. So Charles Dickens really helped he wrote a lot of letters to his friends like, did you hear about what Catherine did? And they were colleagues like 10 years prior to that. Catherine and Charles were very close. I don't know what happened. I haven't been able to find much info on that. I speculate that it may have been a spurned lover situation or even just spurned advances situation. But he also said that Catherine was taken to the madhouse. In 2014, the UK released thousands of names of people who were admitted into the asylums in the United Kingdom from the 1600s until contemporary. Catherine's name is nowhere to be found. And supposedly she had been taken to Holwell Asylum. That's in London. And Catherine didn't know that these rumors were being spread because she was in Edinburgh. Charles Dickens got this story in the papers. So when she got to London, she found out that this rumor had been going around. So she wrote to the paper basically saying, I was taken ill for a few days, but I don't have any memory of what happened. She may have been taken to whatever I forgot the local hospital's name in Edinburgh, but she wasn't admitted. But it's speculated that she may have had a stomach bug and she may have had some hallucinations from the fever. But there was only one witness, supposedly, it was her neighbor, who said this happened, but he actually didn't witness it. He just kept talking about it. And that was Robert Chambers in Edinburgh. But that story alone, I mean, it would be like, I mean, okay, we're very familiar with fake news today. It'd be like a rumor being spread, starting on TikTok, and then it makes the New York Times as truth. So essentially, that's what happened to Catherine. And that was enough to ruin her reputation. However, a couple of years later, after that incident, she did release another book. It was like Christmas ghost stories, and each chapter was a ghost story. And then the final chapter is her friends asking her to tell a ghost story. And she's like, well, everything you want to know is a night side of nature. That's totally an introvert answer. Like, you can find everything in my book. Like, I don't want to talk. But they beckoned her, and she ended up telling this story about how she was asked to check out this house that was reported to be haunted. And when I was reading this chapter, I was like, holy cow, that's what we do. That's what we do. She gathered a group of colleagues together. She did bring a medium with her. She didn't tell the medium anything. She just told the medium, hey, I want to buy this house. Tell me what you think of it. And just let the medium like do a reading. And the medium's like, I'm picking up on somebody was murdered here and all this stuff. And they end up doing an investigation the entire night. Like, this is the earliest documentation that I could see that reflects a modern day paranormal investigation. And Catherine Crow's approach and format set the foundation for the Society of Psychical Research. So she's significant. That's why she's my she's like the one I wanted to share with you all. And who was also so wronged because of Charles Dickens. So I don't like Charles Dickens now because of that. Anyway, Jess, I know you brought.
So yeah, there's one that comes to mind that I don't hear anybody ever discuss. And I think it's because of who her spouse was. Her spouse was very popular. He wrote all kinds of books, all kinds of poetry, all kinds of resource material. Virginia Poe. She was supposedly, if you look hard enough, deep enough, I think some of it was buried or destroyed, but if you look hard enough, she was supposedly a medium and helped underwrite and ghostwrite and proofread a lot of Edgar Allan Poe's work. So he took, supposedly, I mean, none of us was there, but supposedly a lot of what she did through her mediumship inspired a lot of his work. And again, you have the whole male taking over, overshadowing the whole spouse thing.
My brain's firing off again.
But you brought up a really good point about how mesmerism, which was one of the things that modern psychology and psychiatry have grown out of.
Mm-hmm.
And spiritualism collided. That's actually basically kind of my whole premise in my history in the occult in Victorian times talk, which basically, if you think about it, they were kind of competing for the same business, which is people who were distressed. And of course, in the Victorian era, death was everywhere. Even there's documentation in the late 1700s that when a woman got a trousseau before she got married, there were a certain number of baby-sized shrouds because they were expecting her to lose children. So at that time, also photography came into play, which meant that people could actually see what their loved soldiers, their sons and brothers and husbands were experiencing at the battlefront. And they were like, oh my gosh, they died. Are they okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so we have the mesmerists who are trying to deal with emotional issues, going on to the alienists in asylums versus the spiritualists who are like, okay, yes, we can help you communicate with the dead and help with your grief that way. And so they're butting heads pretty much all through the Victorian era. And the spiritualists get more and more and more and more discredited as time goes on. So it's just a fascinating overlap in history.
Yeah. And it's interesting because spiritualism gave women a lot of agency.
Yeah, that was the other reason I didn't like it.
Yeah. So much agency. Anyway.
Yeah.
Lois.
Well, since I'm from New York, I went back to somewhat of my roots, and Gertrude Scheindler was a professor of psychology at City College of New York. And she also is known for what they call the goat and sheep experiment, where it showed that people who believed in the possibility of psychic phenomena got better results on testing than people who didn't believe in it. And it got the name because she said that the people who didn't believe it, she called goats, and the ones who did, she called sheep, and that terminology kind of stuck. She was president of the American Parapsychological Institute, and a lot of her, like 40 years worth of research papers, are stored at Duke. So that brings it down here. And she apparently, from what I was able to find quickly, she still has books that are available on Amazon, both a couple in Kindle format for rent, and as well as hardcover. Not cheap, but they're out there. And she kind of, I remember when I attended CCNY that her classes were very difficult to get into because they were so popular.
Wow.
And she started back in the like 40s. So her research papers run from, I think, the late 40s until the mid 80s. Unfortunately, she passed in 2009 at the age of 96. So, like I said, I couldn't find a lot.
That's good though. I mean, that's amazing. There's a lot of women in the parapsychology space that are pretty fantastic. One of the ones I researched for my book is Thelma Moss. She actually used to be a Broadway actress, and she helped start the Actors Studio. And then she went through quite a bit of trauma and loss. Did a whole experiment on LSD and spiritual healing, which is a trip to read. It's called The Body Electric. And then she wrote a book about it. But she ran UCLA's parapsychology unit. And she was actually very much part of the Doris Bither case, better known as the Entity case. That's the story that inspired the movie The Entity, starring Barbara Hershey. And Thelma Moss was actually a consultant for that movie too. And it's interesting because when you look up the Doris Bither case, it's always Carrie Gaynor and Barry Taff who were like the investigators on there. And like, oh, they were part of UCLA's parapsychology unit and they were doing this. And I'm like, yeah, but who was in charge of the parapsychology unit and who was overseeing that case? It was Thelma Moss, you know? And Thelma Moss also tested Lorraine Warren. Yeah, so she also, it's kind of funny. As I was writing the book, I was seeing where they all talked to each other at some point. I was like the Leo DiCaprio meme, like there. And on a side note, are y'all familiar with George Norrie, Coast to Coast?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know who inspired George Norrie to get into the weird? His aunt, Shafika Karagula, who was also a parapsychologist, neurologist. Again, we have a woman there like who inspired somebody who is probably one of the most notable people today. And George Norrie he's written several books, but in one of his books, it's basically like this letter of appreciation to his aunt Shafika. And it's beautiful. It's like, I read it and I cried. I was like, holy cow. But no one talks about Dr. Shafika Karagula. You know, it's like, okay. And Dr. Karagula worked with Thelma Moss. You know, it's like, and they all like interacted and worked with each other at some point. Louisa Rhine, the Rhine Research Center, that's J.B. Rhine's wife. She did a lot of studies in ESP and Psi while she was raising small children. Like she would have her kids with her as she's like going through like reading letters and documenting. There's a lot there. And actually one of the more prominent modern women is Rosemary Ellen Guiley. She wrote over 85 books on the paranormal, including several cyclopedias. Like you could ask Rosemary anything and she'd be like, oh yeah. I had the pleasure of meeting her twice. She passed in 2019, unfortunately. But I mean, a lot of like what people on TV, when they reference like research and everything, they're going back to Rosemary's work. And, but Rosemary talked a lot about how she was, oppressed is not the right word I'm looking for, but she was working with paranormal media, but they would not give her a spot in front of the camera. And she was very frustrated with that. She finally got a chance with Paranormal Caught on Camera, but then she got sick and passed. And I remembered I was interviewing her husband, and she told her husband, she's like, you know, Joe, I finally get my chance and now I can't do it. And that broke my heart. But it's kind of crazy, like how modern paranormal investigating research today, I feel like, at least right now in this current media space with the reality shows and whatnot, they're all standing on women's shoulders. That's the only like really metaphor or analogy I can think with that. So I guess on that note, what can we do to elevate women in the paranormal space, whether it's like divination, paranormal research, investigating, fiction, like what can we do to elevate women in the spooky space today?
What I was going to say as well, because while we were sitting here talking, perfect example is Sarah Winchester. You know, everyone has heard of the Winchester house in San Jose, California. You know, here's this woman, she lost her daughter at a really young age. You know, her husband creates these rifles and she's haunted for the rest of her life, you know, by its victims and holds seances. And so many people didn't hear about her until a movie was released 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they didn't know her story. And now, you know, the tours at the Winchester Mansion have just, you know, kicked up through the roof. You know, so you have, you know, stories like that. And it's like, just the more we talk about it, the more it gets out.
Mm-hmm.
The more, if you didn't know who she was, you're like, oh, I'm going to go look online and see what that's about. Oh, I know somebody who lives in California. I'm gonna be like, hey, have you ever been here? You know, so just bringing light to that and, you know, sharing, you know, their history and what they have contributed to it. She probably didn't think she was doing anything.
Right.
You know, but here we are years later talking about her, and she was holding seances up in the, you know, witch's cap of her house that never ends. And we can tour it today. You know, on the flip side of that, you go to New Orleans, you know, you're hearing about Marie Laveau, you know, spiritualist. And, you know, some people say she was a con artist. Some people say she actually had abilities, but she was still a part of it. You know, so really just, you know, highlighting it and just talk the heck out of them, because, you know, everyone will get captured by the, ooh, wow, I didn't know that.
I think the best way we can do to include and to broaden the whole spectrum here is to maybe just teach and learn from each other, and don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Like, I talk to so many people who are like, I can't put myself out there. Like, I'm so timid, I'm so scared. But why? Like, why are you scared? Like,
it's an important question.
First of all, figure out why you're scared, and then go from there. Then build off of that, and just start doing what you want to do. Like, who cares if we're afraid of rejection? Don't be scared of rejection. Like, once you get over that fear of being rejected, you'll be great.
Yeah.
Just put it out there. Who cares if one or two people don't like it?
Yeah, following on that, Caroline W. Casey says, who I think counts as a woman of the paranormal. She was a famous astrologer, and I think she's still going. But her books came out more in like the late 90s. She says, vote for the future with your imagination. So imagine what's possible for women in the paranormal, and then work towards that. And also, we all know that money talks, so vote with your dollars. So when you're looking at paranormal research or resources, buy resources that were written by women or are about women. Alex has a book coming out, which I'm totally going to be getting. My friend Lana Renee Heber and her colleague, she's a friend of mine. She's amazing. They wrote A Haunted History of Invisible Women.
It's a great book.
Yes, elevating hauntings by women. And it's funny, like one of the college chapter starts off with the college ghost, the Red Lady of Canadian College, which I was like, oh, that was my college. And our sorority storeroom was supposedly that room. And unfortunately, they weren't able to find any evidence that there was actually somebody named Martha who lived in that room who died, especially since the story came from the original college location in Tuskegee. However, I can confirm that some weird shit has happened in that building.
I have no clue.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Don't you find it a little bit backwards that when you go to a haunting or a location, all the ghosts or all the entities or spirits or all the stories are mostly female or child related, but it's mostly the men who go and investigate these things and build off of it.
That's a whole panel right there.
And that's interesting. Is are there actually studies to show that women investigators are able to get more results with female child ghosts?
I mean, this is all anecdotal, but personally, I think yes, because there have been times I've investigated where I'm the only female and I'm the only one getting responses. Or if I have someone else in the room that's marginalized, they also get responses, which I think that's very interesting. Like I was watching a TikToker on TikTok Live going to one of my more frequented locations. It's an orphanage in Gettysburg. And I've been to that orphanage quite a bit. It's believed to be haunted by children and also a really nasty entity named Rosa Carmichael. If you ever Google that story, it's messed up.
That's a head trip.
It's a head trip. But the guy was investigating, and I had big issues with his approach because so Rosa Carmichael abused the kids in life. Like it's documented. It was in the papers. Like this happened. And but he was like, kids, hey, come here, come talk to me. What's your name? How old are you? And I'm sitting here like, okay. And then he would get a response. Tell me what Rosa did to you.
Ooh.
I'm like, okay, so we're doing a bait and switch here, but also I'm like, okay, have you ever talked to humans before?
Live ones.
Have you ever dealt with kids?
Right. And just humans in general, but and so versus, and not saying everyone has to do what I do when I go to like the orphanage, but I sit down on the floor at their level. And I used to be a preschool teacher, so I kind of have to, so I go back to that identity and I'm like, hey guys, how are you? And I bring books, I bring toys and more than just the paranormal equipment, but just like engaging and having a conversation, seeing what happens. But I've noticed that at least in the modern space on TikTok, because I'm on TikTok a lot. The way that, and I really don't want this to be an attack on men, but it just happens to be men. That's the creators that I'm watching. They have this very like, I don't want to say provocative, but I would approach it provoking. Like, hey, come here and talk to me. Hey, what's up? It's very like, come at me, bro. It's very aggressive.
And it's like,
Or
it sounds
speaking as a man.
I was about to say, yeah.
Or do you think it's a piggyback off the popularity of ghost antagonizers?
I love that you call it that. Anyway, yeah, I think it is.
I want to punch the guy every time.
I think
swear.
ghost
I-
antagonist. Yeah.
We
No,
have
I think that's what it is, because you have these creators like Sam and Colby and I mean, even BuzzFeed Unsolved. I mean, not Ryan. Was it Ryan or Shane? One of them was kind of doing the come at me, bro, that kind of approach. Shane. It was Shane. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of these really big, and it's unfortunate that a lot of these really famous, popular creators, even in the non-paranormal media, like mainstream paranormal entertainment industry, even like the independent ones, the more popular ones are male. Like it's one of those, I think the audience wants to watch like basically Ghost Adventure spoofs. That's kind of what they are. But I think there is something when a woman comes in and they get more responses and they get more of a productive conversation. happening. So I think it's also the approach. I don't know. It's a good question though. It's like, is it? And you brought up a good point. It's like, are these creators emulating what they're seeing on TV? Or, but that method came from somewhere. It came from somewhere. Like, I mean, technically Nick Groff was the one who created Ghost Adventures. But also when you look at early Ghost Adventures versus Ghost Adventures now,
Right.
they're completely different shows.
And Nick Groff isn't as aggressive as some other people are.
And he also left the show too,
Yes.
doing his own thing. But yeah, it's very,
think it's a trauma response. So like, if you go with the theory that hauntings are caused by trauma, violent deaths, quick deaths, mourning losses. Well, if a man killed a woman, then the woman's probably not going to talk to a man who's being aggressive in her state.
and she will probably hit or scratch or bite or do something. She'll fight against it.
Whereas a woman coming in being more empathetic, man, that really sucks. Is there anything I can do to help you? Versus, bitch, come talk to me.
That's so spot on.
No, she
That was it. I was like, that was it.
Women are more naturally empathetic than men are as well, so they can easily more relate to the energy in the room. They can read that energy more easily than, say, a man.
My marriage would put you in conflict with that. My husband is the more empathetic of the two of us. And while I'm not unempathetic, he's way more sensitive to that type of thing than I am. So, yeah, but most people are like that.
Yeah.
It's just interesting, like I don't know where he gets his nurturing side from. We don't have kids, we probably should have that.
Well, men are also taught to be aggressive from an early age, and, so it's like, it's what we know.
And it's
You
also
never had that person.
I'm not trying to play the devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
I'm just saying, you're right, but he never had that personality. So now you got me thinking about something. So.
Yeah.
And it's also trauma response. Like, I know a man who can walk into a room and immediately just read the energy, but that is because he grew up in an emotionally abusive household. And so when he walked into a room, it was survival that he was able to know what to expect. And I think women, because you were talking about safety, because we are more vulnerable, I think we are more inclined to do that just on an automatic level. At some point, we learn.
Just stop and listen.
You've also been trained to pay more attention to it.
That's true.
Yes. Never ignore that gut instinct ever. Ever. Don't care. This says get out. Get out. I'm booking it.
Yeah. Get out.
Keywords are always just stop and listen. Women are more meant to just stop and listen.
That's a good point. Nice. We got about 5-ish minutes left, so I want to give you all time to promote yourselves, where we can find you, and all that good stuff. We can start down with Lois.
Okay, I don't have a table here, but I am involved with a conference which will be taking place in November in New York State. And the website is ctcw.net. We also do have a weekly Zoomcast, and information on that is on the website also. And by the end of the day today, I hope to have the business cards with the address on it.
Awesome.
I am Cecilia Dominic. You can find me at ceciliadominic.com. All my books are available everywhere. You can also find me in Author's Alley. So come get a book or 5.
You can find me at That Modern Lumby on all across all social media. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. It's the same thing. I don't change it for that reason.
So what is it?
That Modern Lumby.
Okay.
You can. It's the same thing. I'm into history, paranormal, genealogy is my first love. So if you're into genealogy research and need free help, just ask. I will never charge a dime for anything you need help with.
Oh, I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you.
Sure.
Oh, hang on. Well,
Later.
yeah.
I
Well,
was like,
go for it.
all right. So I will be back in here at 4:30 to talk about Based on a True Story. Really, I will also be at the CAPS table down the hallway, in and out for the rest of the day. And also to Always want to mention that we're hosting a investigation at Historic Rosedale on the 10th. There's still tickets available to do the grounds investigation, as well as inside the house, which we only do 3 times a year. So come along and play with our equipment and do an investigation with a small group. And I also have a little page on Instagram called Positively Paranormal, where I track and photograph stories and pictures of my haunted adventures.
Nice. And y'all can find me in the hallway. My table is actually right next to Cap's. I have books. My book, Women of the Paranormal, is going to be coming out in a couple weeks. I have bookmarks here that you can grab. If you want to really help elevate women, I'm not trying to sell a book because you can go on Amazon and get it too, is The Feminine Macabre. It's a paranormal research journal that's contributed by women and non-binary writers. It's a really cool research journal. I have 1 copy of volume 3 left, but there are 4 volumes out now. They are available on Amazon. I believe volume 5 is coming out this month or next month. I'm not in volume 5, but I will promote the hell out of Feminine Macabre. So yeah, and then I will be at I'm Not Afraid of Ouija Boards at 1:30 p.m. and I will also be at Queer Hauntings tonight at 7:30 p.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you panelists for being here, and thank you audience for being here and sticking around. Thank you all so much.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
As a female, like how do you safely like investigate?
Vet the hell out of people that
Yes.
are involved in the buildings or the team. Like, yeah, it's one of those things. At least in the paranormal community, whispered networks are starting so that it's like, hey, you can go here, but don't go there. You know, it's, or hey, be careful around such and such if you're going to be at an event with them. I know like we're available if like you see something or someone that you're interested in investigating or investigating with, you know, feel free to reach out. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
hey, it's this a safe person?
Always down.
Yeah.
I swear, always down.
Yeah, it's like I would do like searches on Google, Facebook, especially Facebook, and look under posts because, you know, either that person, someone will be tagged or whatnot. Locations, at least in North Carolina, I can't think of any really problematic locations that are issues.
No. It's more of like people in groups that can be
Yeah.
issues than actual locations. But yeah, like she said, vet the hell out of people.
Yeah.
Just don't be afraid to ask like the hard questions.
And if you're
Vet
going,
them completely.
yeah, so I would recommend like going with like a group like CAPS or Great State Paranormal. I mean, I know them personally, so it's like I know they're legit. But don't be afraid to ask questions to event planners too. Like, what are you doing to ensure safety of? And event planners should be happy to answer that question. So yeah, I just kind of vet the hell out of people. I mean, I look in newspaper.
Yes.
I search newspapers, Google News, names. I mean, I go through registry lists. I mean, I'm, and I'll tell you all later what inspired that, lately. Cause I used to be like, okay, this person seems okay. And then I was like, oh no, they're not okay. So, yeah, and I do recommend going with groups as opposed to like one single person saying, hey, go ghost hunting with me.
Yeah, it's like I have candy, get in my van.
That's exactly what it is.
That would
I
get
had
me
a
every time.
Really
Yeah.
weird situation about a year ago that I dodged like a bullet because I vetted this person extremely hard, and I'm so glad I did. So just vet them.
Yeah, I think a great place for you since you're in Savannah is James Caskey. He does tours. So he would be a great company to go with. That's right there in Savannah. And also I know the Swirl Reed House does investigations, and they have groups going in there. So, you know, getting into places that might be a little bit more popular right now to get your foot in the door, and you'll meet people.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
There is a group from Savannah too that came with Dylan Jones. Her name is Bridget. She runs the Witching Hour tours in Savannah. So she's a good one too.
I'm trying to find like because I know like there's like really touristy stuff there, and I'm not interested in tourist stuff. I want the real deal.
Yeah. I do have a friend in Savannah too. Her name is Enika. And I can give you her contact info. She goes by Saltwave Spanish Moss on TikTok. She's really, I know
I like it.
it's a nice username, right? She's really good too. But yeah, I mean, Bridget is here, and her table is in between Caps, and Great State. So if you can chat with her too. And I don't know what locations they
Hi, I'm
could.
from Savannah too. I live in Windsor Forest.
Oh, nice. Nice. So good question though. Yeah. But yeah, I bet the hell out of it. Yeah.
Yes.
If you go to Walking Dead,
Yes.
don't be afraid of the dead, be afraid of the living.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Absolutely.
The dead never really bothered me. It's the humans you have to be aware of. Like Alex said, Great State Paranormal is a great group. Megan's group, CAPS, is a very fantastic group. There are very legit groups out there who you will be absolutely safe with.
Mhm.
You just have to find the right people to fit in with.
And trust your gut.
Yes, yes,
Yep.
yes.
Good times. Cool. Thank y'all.
Thanks, guys.
There was nothing on there. I like these.
I know, right?
These were a great idea.
These are good.
Well,
I don't
like
Wow,
we had like those other 4, and then they just walked
Yeah,
out.
but they might have started, you know how some of the panels overlap
Oh my
too?
God.
Yeah, that could
I
have been it.
definitely think, you know, like on the different tracks, they're like, oh, I'll go sit in this for 30 minutes.
Yeah,
But then I'm gonna go,
yeah, that's
To the
probably it.
next
I was like,
one.
There is,
because I'm like,
I saw
Okay.
at least I'll sit in the back if you're gonna do that.
I need to get back with you about Rosedale.
Yes.
Very soon.
look at this gorgeous.
I am highly interested.
Oh, great.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
yeah, I will be
Yeah, they
at
really
that table for, it's gonna be some
I
shopping
love that
time.
tower.
Did you smell Dustin's candles?
Not yet.
Holy crap, that one smells just like the battleship.
Really?
Yeah, he does candles on location, so there's 3 of, well, he's got some.
Yeah.
But he's
I
got
don't have
one
$1 million,
that's
so I hope
inspired by the battleship, Harper House in Hickory, and Benton Hall. around. And when I smelled the battleship and Harper House, I'm like, I'm sold.
I'm gonna buy the Harper House one next week because I'll see Dustin then too. But I bought one of his candles yesterday.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And we're asking really good questions too.
Yeah,
So I was like,
That
I told
for
Vicky,
sure.
I make it
Oh,
joke
nice.
that,
You're not
I'm
cards?
originally-
No.
Oh, this is my.
My husband is only 1/5 the reason I stayed.
There's Max out.
Oh, there you go.
The last
time.
So.
Not the last time I was at Trivet, but the one before that. I
The
was
beach,
scratched. I have no idea why.
the
Like we
architecture.
were being
Oh, what
respected.
area were you at?
We were coming out the front of French Shores. And I didn't even notice. My daughter noticed. She said, "You're it looks like scratch marks."
And you're like, where are you going next?
Would
Would you like a water?
Isn't until 3:30.
Yes, tea.
Till 3.
I'm probably gonna go out and get some sunshine and then come back later.
So I will be at the table. Yeah, I'm gonna, I think, I'm gonna be, I'm not speaking, I'm here for the booze, but I'm gonna come sit in on it, because who doesn't want to talk about alcohol? I hope that's even about it.
I just use whatever they give you in the dentist's office, because they give you those little tiny tubes. Yeah, they fit nicely in my suitcase.
Oh, I should have brought I should have worn, this is awful. This is like, oh my God, I should have worn, I should have. Okay, so I'm gonna rather this, I can't do this. Well, you tell people I'll be right back. Yes. This room is fabulous. I was like, this room is great. Yeah, it's a refrigerator, is it not? Why is it so cold in here and like in the Sahara out there? Like,
That's why I brought it.
yes, smart. And I told my daughter to bring me a police jacket. She's not. Oh, yes, this is great.
And please leave the door open for me.
Yeah, that's what you did. Tell somebody you can come in here. Yeah. Oh, you go in there? It goes backwards. Go. It's in the refrigerator. It's like the refrigerator at a restaurant.
Oh my gosh, it's so cool in here. Can't it move?
friend.
I'd have been here sooner, but there were people.
There are lots of people, especially in the hallways. There have not been that many people in town, at least not these.
Oh, I saw it. Look.
I don't know why.
Now, food.
Yes, it's important. Stay hydrated. Hydrate.
Perhaps I will get tacos to the taco truck later and save it for dinner.
Brave soul.
So I can have something besides peanut butter and
Well,
jelly.
okay, yeah, that's fair.
Peanut butter and jelly for 2 days.
Actual nutrition. I get these little packets of the, I think they're called Sunfish Creations. It's like tuna, fish with different things in it.
Oh, I've eaten those before. When we went to Free Spirit Gathering, we camped. I brought an electric kettle, so I pretty much subsisted on oatmeal, ramen, and those little tuna fish kits for lunch. You don't have to refrigerate them
Yes.
because trying to cook when you camp works very well when you're sharing duties with a lot of people and like there's a meal plan and someone's bringing the food and maybe you're helping cook. But when you're just trying to do it by yourself, it's like granola bars and tuna fish. It's fine.
Right?
Remember the last Free Spirit gather I went to?
It would have to be at least, well, it was pre-COVID for sure, probably a few years before that. We went for a good 8 or 9 years, and then we just got tired of
I
it.
used to
It's a
bend.
lot. It's a lot.
We got a little tired of it. I was volunteering, and the people I was helping were not very. We need help. We're burned out, but not, but not too much help, and not, can't possibly get things.
People running things.
Possibly get things prepped before the convention.
Yeah. It's skills. Yeah.
You do. So.
We were very invested in wanting to get the teenagers to step up and help out. Like, the teenagers don't want to. There's 35-year-olds that would love to step up and help out. I have skills. But the teenagers don't care. They want to play grab ass and Candy Crush. They don't want to.
I know.
They don't want to run departments.
They don't need face to face.
They don't. But as I have told mine, I'm like, you think you don't until you don't have it. Then you'll know. And you'll be wishing you had it. What'd you find? Where's that?
Oh, it was at the cafe. It's expensive, but
Yeah, but it works for
it's keto. So,
That's fantastic.
yeah. Did I tell you that I'm no longer considered pre-diabetic because my hemoglobin A1C is 5.4?
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be nice to get down to there. I've got it. I had it at 5.8 at one point. It's crept up a bit.
I want it
Hovers
down.
around 6.
5 or less. Yeah.
Hovers around 6. But then again, I spend a lot of time sucking down peanut butter jelly sandwiches, which are not, I mean, it is what it is.
That's true.
I take my meds. I'm a good girl.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, maybe
And
tacos later.
drink your water like a healthy
I might
person.
DoorDash Chick-fil-A or something later. I do still occasionally eat their food. I have a friend who's used to work there. She's 25. She's turned 25. And she's like, it's United Colors Benetton when you work at the place. Just like the corporate policies.
Yeah. Hey,
She's Christian, but she's liberal Christian, so she's got all kinds of weird ass friends.
the good kind.
Yeah.
The ones that really do follow Jesus,
Yeah.
There's a place at their table.
It's a nice enough church that I've gone there for Christmas Eve services a few times because it's just very welcoming. They're all friendly and they're doing the work. They're out there doing the work, not just, pontificating on social media.
Like I got one of my chorus buddies. She sent me an invite, but I'm reluctant to accept it. I'm in the damn closet on purpose.
Hello, people I only know for Facebook. How are you? We had good conversation.
Yes.
Hello, how are you?
Wow, there's actually people in this path. This is the most well-attended one I've been in all week.
It's so nice to feel like I'm through this.
Right? Absolutely.
That's like, what, 10 years since I've seen you? It's been more than 10 years. It's been 13.
Oh my goodness, I mean, no, it's gotta be longer than that.
Something like that.
Like 2 decades, maybe, something like
Yeah,
that.
it's been, yeah, because I left in 2011, so it's been 12, yeah. So I had to come to I had to come in here with one that I list and catch up on that.
Exactly.
So are you the one bringing people into the room?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I think the last panel had 5 people in it. This morning's panel only had a few people in it.
What was the one before this?
Women in the paranormal.
No, it only had a few people.
I know, because
5 or 6.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
And unshockingly, most of us were women.
backed up,
Well,
you know, but now like it's
Still.
Yeah.
So I'm like
thought
all,
that panel was later in the day.
So, you know, I'm almost there.
so I'm like all impressed. We're all pagans and we're here early.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Oh Lord, there is no pagan standard time.
So I
No,
will
me
say,
either.
Full credit goes to Mortellis's people, because me and her were at her booth just chatting away,
You know, she's got-
and then they were like, by the way, your panel starts soon.
Yes, they do.
Oh, what's that one?
Sorry, they them.
It's hard to get used to. I practice and practice.
It's hard with new people. With people I know, I get it in my head. But yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it's hard. No, I do not operate on pagan standard time.
I don't either.
I think it's disrespectful.
I agree, and it's so funny. Like all 4 of us don't operate. How does that happen? How do you get 4 pagans not on pagan standard time at the
I
same
think
time?
I think especially like the younger folks are really like pushing it. It's disrespectful. Like when I was coming up and I was a new pagan, the older folks were all about
Heather.
that.
Ew.
Third degree gardenary in Long Island line.
Do you have a napkin? It's just spilled all over.
She's looking for a napkin. Do you have an extra?
I'm desperate.
Darling,
I have tissues.
darling,
Thank you.
it's a biggie too.
Yeah, catch me after this and we'll talk
Yes.
gardenerian stuff.
I see that online, I'm like,
I've gone
Yeah.
through.
Who's your upline? Who's your upline?
Shadow maker.
That's one you
Jersey,
don't. That's one you
that's
don't.
the line.
You don't hear much though.
Huh?
That's one you don't hear much.
No, you don't.
This
I'm
is
one of
so
the
full.
few initiates, but it's Melissa, I mean, you know.
Oh, I don't know why I don't know more gardenerians. I know a few. I feel like I should know more than I do. I'm dying.
The priests were hiding.
Although maybe
Hiding.
I think I always forget that the assembly is a bunch of gardenerians, so maybe that's the problem.
Ren. Rennick.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody down one from them.
There you go.
You could vouch someone for me.
Yes, I can. I've got documents. We gotta get together.
Yes. So I know someone that claims that lineage, and I haven't been able to prove it. So you could vouch on.
Yes, yes. There you go. And you're in Rutherford, right?
And I'm down line of
I'm
Autumn.
a maiden.
I'm off of Autumn Moon, which is down. I'm off of Autumn Moon, which is down from Daily Unicorn.
Which,
I'm off of Autumn Moon, down line from Daily Unicorn.
where?
Unicorn, Lady Eunice.
I've heard of her.
I
Not a very nice person.
They have a booth.
I've heard
I live
that
in,
too, but
I live in QAnon country, so, you know.
Have you seen Rutherford? Yeah.
We used to do circuit in our backyard.
Good morning. You made it. Huzzah.
But ever since early, and then, of course.
Yeah, of course. So you're not late. It ain't even 12 yet. You're good.
We got 4 minutes.
You got 4 whole minutes.
No, it's over.
She's been to my circle.
I'm not gonna survive.
Yes, we do. Because they're awesome.
We're the best. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Heather,
Heather.
will you do me a favor?
Did Andy come out?
This is so desperately full that it's gonna be on everyone at this table. Would you pour a little bit of it out? I can't get on part. I was gonna pour some into it. We'll have to do that trick we usually do at the table and then sip out of it. I can't get it on part. It works much better with beer than hot coffee.
I was about to say, with hot coffee, that's,
I have done that with beer times.
yeah, maybe once or twice.
That's every time I get Dunkin' Donuts coffee, they fill it up to like a milliliter at the top.
Yeah, that's no way.
That corner, just
Oh, oxytocin.
Yeah.
Wow, not only are there people here, but the pagans are apparently all caffeined up.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Pagans had their caffeine this morning and they're on.
Oh my gosh.
No such thing.
They said at the same time.
Well, that's because, you know, the truth just rings out. So,
It is true.
because I'm here unseen, so like.
Oh my, oh my. Fantastic.
I think you were probably they were out yet, so they were all in other business.
Right.
I know you feel
We'll just walk over there.
Can count on you to take pictures. Yes, you're good at that.
I could go through a whole con weekend and not take pictures.
I've done it and I'm like, wow.
I'll take like 2. And one will be on like Friday night of like a beer someone gave me, and one will be Sunday of like loading.
That's why I bring my team members, because I'm like, y'all run the booth, you sell the stuff, take the pictures. I'm just gonna be here.
No, I take that back. I think in February I took a lot of drunk selfies because we had glow sticks in the dark. So I have quite a few of them on my phone.
All right, it is now noon. This panel is paranormal from the pagan perspective. If that was not what you were planning to go to, stay anyway. It could be fun. Just say it. So what I want to start with is get everybody to give you a brief introduction of themselves and tell us a little bit about what your pagan path is, because they're all different. And also, please include your pronouns. You go?
Start.
This is Karen.
This is Karen. I'm Karen Carruthers. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, and born and raised Maryland girl. So this is about the furthest south I've traveled in a while. I am a 3rd-degree high priestess of a Maryland-based tradition that's about 40 years old. Not quite older than me. Our founding, what's that?
Go ahead.
No, not Blue Star. Amber Rose. You've been a free spirit, you probably know. Our founder passed away a few years ago. I also practice a little devotional polytheism with some druid groups up in Baltimore. My pronouns are she, her. Got a button. What else did I have to answer?
Yeah, you did all the things.
Okay.
Good job.
Go.
So my name is Dustin Crowley. I am primarily, I classify myself as a chaos magician. I work within the powwow traditions of the Appalachian Mountains, a little bit within Christian magic, Solomonic magic, and lately I have also incorporated vampirism into my practice. My pronouns are he, him, and I think that was all we covered.
Yep. Did good.
Hi, I'm Mortillis. Not that other thing I said. I'm a 3rd-degree Gardnerian high priestess. I run a training coven in Rutherford, North Carolina. Gardnerian craft is OG traditional Wicca. It's not the thing you thought of when someone said Wicca, probably. Very different. I also say I'm kind of a heathenish witch. Our coven's a little more like a kindred than it is a traditional Wiccan coven. I work with a variety of deities from a variety of pantheons, and my pronouns are they, them.
Hi, I'm Dance. I am an animist pantheist, which means that basically I see the entire earth and all living things as having an equal spirit to myself. And so I work with ancestor worship and just your normal run-of-the-mill meditations and to the animal loci of my home and where I live. And yes, that's it. I don't work with any deity. Well, that's not true. I've always been very strongly drawn to the Hindu path. So I do work a lot with Krishna and Shiva, and Kali. But for the most part, it's just animist.
Good job. And I'm Wanda. My pronouns are she, her. I'm your basic eclectic witchy pagan sort of person. I do tarot reading professionally, and I'm your lovely moderator for the session. So one thing that we kind of talked about up front is that I've said this many times, if you put 6 pagans in a room and say define pagan, and they'll give you 24 good answers. So let's just start with 4. How do you define pagan?
How do I define pagan? Well, the old school way used to be anything not Christian, Islamic, or Judaism, right? But I think that's limiting. I can't even say pagan is anything you want it to be. I think pagans, by and large, honor nature. I think pagans, by and large, see the world as bigger than what's right in front of your nose. That there's a whole other realm of other out there. And I think pagans are very invested in pluralism and exploring things beyond duality and binary and and that kind of thing. So that leaves a lot of space for a lot of stuff.
What's it?
I would kind of agree. It's a broad umbrella. Because, I mean, even within like your Judeo-Christians, you've got people who still practice pagan-y things. In one of the panels we had yesterday, someone described themselves as an Episcopalian, which I had never heard before, but I love that phrase.
It's a good phrase.
So to me, it's just anyone who works with nature and deities and energies and connects them with like the central life force source that kind of ties everything together.
Well said.
I think if you get 100 pagans in a room, you would get 100 different answers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I can't get 8 of them in my living room to decide on a kind of pizza, so kind of the problem in a nutshell. So that we're all very individualistic. Pagan, to me, is an umbrella term, but it's not one we all fit under neatly. It's not very good at being an umbrella, and it is a pejorative historically. It was a word meant to define someone that wasn't the thing you were supposed to be. For me, I think that pagan is anything that you might struggle to define. Its lack of definition is what makes it what it is. If it has a neat and tidy definition, it's probably not paganism.
I like that. That's like Taoism, the way is that which cannot be defined. Well, okay, for me, the simple answer is, yeah, paganism is something that's not Christianity. But for me, it's a directional difference. For me, paganism is nature and science teaches me about the divine, not the other way around. For me,
that's great.
Consciousness and material existence are a chicken and an egg argument. I don't really care which came first. They're both intertwined, and one can lead to the other and vice versa. To me, that's the big difference. Is as above, so below, and letting the relationship be unidirectional, as opposed to top down.
All right.
Oh, and I'm they them, by the way. Oh yes.
So we're here to talk about how paganism and paranormal intersect and how we approach that from our various pagan directions. So I'd like to start with dance this time, give Karen a break. And based on your particular path, how do you interact with the paranormal world? And that's a broad question, but just pick something.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like I was saying about science and nature teaching about the divine and as above, so below. So I believe that existence is layers of energy, and I'm a massage therapist, so I'm in the biological physical sciences. So in the human body, you have cells that their job is to constantly be building up or breaking down your muscle and bone tissue. Nothing is ever wasted, everything is recycled. To me, that means that the same is true for reality. So when you die, to me, that's what ghosts are. They're either your leftover energy that's either not been recycled yet, or it's a waste product of existence, is spirits and ghosts. And I think there's many different, when I say ghosts, there's lots of different definitions of that. First, there's your actual spirit and soul that's like maybe stuck here. I also believe that intense emotions and traumatic events leave like a scar in the matrix of existence, and that's like local hauntings. And then of course there's, who knows, all the different dimensions of spiritual beings. So that's how I look at the paranormal. I work in a haunted massage office. So I interact with ghosts and hear ghosts like all the time at my job, and everybody does when they come in there. It's crazy. So did I answer the question?
You did good. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
As a Gardnerian, if we're talking about how our tradition defines the question, there is sort of a center around reincarnation, but also our mighty dead, which are sort of enlightened dead from our community. But that doesn't really affect my personal ideas very much, because I think traditions are actually really bad at their job, which is telling us how to think about things. And really, we shouldn't let traditions tell us what to think about things at all. I don't believe in a singular soul. It's a really Christian idea, and it's actually a really modern idea. I ascribe to the 9-part theory of the soul, which you see in Catholicism. And that leaves me with the idea that what we call ghosts can be a lot of things. I don't actually like to use that term because ghosts allow us to dehumanize the dead. I prefer the word eidolon, which defines an incorporeal manifestation of something living or dead. And that could be animal or human. And it's pretty specific, and it leaves out those external entities that might be out there. But that also leaves room for ideas that tend to be in conflict, like reincarnation and haunting, which I think is a word that we use kind of unfairly. Haunting just means to frequent a place. I frequent my couch, so I haunt it every night. Every night. But we let the word be negative, and we don't have to.
I like that, especially like taking something that can be negative and flipping it. So within my practice within chaos magic, that works a lot with pulling in energy from like egregores and thought forms, the collective unconscious. And then with the powwow traditions of the Appalachians, that ties in a lot with like native spirits of land, elementals. And so within the paranormal, I feel that there's a lot of times where we might be talking to what we might think is a ghost or a spirit, but it could be some other type of entity. And just trying to work within those energies and understand who or what we're talking to and how we can best communicate with that spirit, because if it's an older spirit that's been attached to the Appalachians, I mean, those mountains were formed before 7 had rings. So using English and stuff like that is just not going to resonate with the spirit like that. And then I also use a lot of the vampirism within the paranormal for things such as like cleansings and protection, which might sound a little counterintuitive, but if you have like a negative energy attached to you, I can siphon that from you to me and I can handle it, and then I can discard it. So it's a couple fun ways that can kind of all intertwine itself within the paranormal.
Very interesting. I apologize for the coughing. I have a nasal drip. I'm not sick, I promise. So I've been interested in paranormal my whole life, but I've only been pagan since I was about 18. And I find that the work I've done with druidry has really informed my paranormal sensibilities more so than my Wicca. Our eclectic tradition is really a lot more focused on personal development than a lot of other types of witchcraft. But the druid work, when we look at devotional polytheism to the ancestors or to nature spirits, I started thinking about, well, but okay, so you have every culture has their brownies and gnomes and sprites, their helpful spirits, the jinn, the fae. All of these things are paranormal, but they're not, and they're other, but they're not evil per se. Some of them are not helpful. But when you could split and not look at things as so much as like good and evil, but more human oriented or less human oriented. I mean, if a lion eats you in Africa, it's not evil, it was probably hungry. Entities that might come at you that you feel are negative, they might like your energy or they might think you can help them. It's not always like, oh, it's going to come attack me. Some of them do, but a lot of times people misidentify paranormal things as good or evil based on, I think, a limiting worldview that pagans don't tend to have. And that's where that came at me when I started thinking about it.
Makes sense. Which leads us to an important question, I think, is if you're going to be dealing with the paranormal in some way, what kinds of preparations and protections do you think are important? Because that is important, because like you said, they might not speak English. They might be negative. So where do you start with that? Dance, you want to go first?
Sure. So I guess at home and at my job, I'm just simply doing the basic component ritual components. You know, we're doing scent, sound, intention, knowledge, and reverence. I have my ancestor altar at home. I think of it as building and maintaining relationships, so that if a problem arises or to prevent a problem from arising. So I try to maintain a good relationship with my local spirits and my ancestors so that they're always with me if I need them or they need to tell me something. And then at my job, I'm doing the same thing in my room all day. I've got my aromatherapy, I've got my mantras on my sound, I've got my intention, and a welcoming, well, not a welcoming spirit, an honoring spirit, let me say that. And just a knowledge and reverence for everything that's going on around me and my relationship with the spirit world. So that's what I do.
I'm doing that neurodivergent brain thing where I'm juggling two really different thoughts. So I hope you'll bear with me and let me get them out.
It's okay.
First thought, I'm still like back on language. If we're kind of talking about perspectives, there's this, the diverging point here is Christian or not Christian, right? So it's kind of a fun thing to kind of point out. You mentioned English not being very useful, and it always makes me laugh when I see movies or something. Everyone's always talking Latin to the dead. Which is funny, like we just hit a point in history and like, yes, this is the one. Yeah. Doing Latin for hammer. Not useful. But the early Christian idea of speaking in tongues actually derives from an earlier source. The earlier source being early Greek necromantic practices. There was this idea that the dead spoke their own language. And there was a form of speaking in tongues that was a language for the dead. And I do think that is kind of a barrier sometimes that we've sort of forgotten that piece of our history. So I just wanted to throw that out on the table. So useless thought, eh? So the actual question, I don't use any protections because I think it's really important to remember that the dead are still people. And I use a particular analogy when I teach. Imagine a Walmart, probably filled with people you don't want to stand and talk to, I'm guessing. But the odds of one of the people in that Walmart being truly evil and out to hurt you are so infinitesimal as to not really have any purpose to count. So small. The odds of someone in that Walmart being Florence Nightingale, truly good and benevolent, are also infinitesimal. Everyone in that space is pretty run of the mill, just like you are. A little bit crappy on some days and a little bit great on others, and probably terrible to someone who met them once. They're still just people, and recognizing that humanity is necessary. Having words of, if I go investigate the dead, is the same as going to a dinner party and taking a gun. Like, I'm not expecting a problem. So.
I like that. So for me, the main thing I do is just shadow work, working within the self and the ego and understanding myself and my trauma and my past lives and that kind of thing, because that will influence me to know what some of my triggers could be in the field. And I've been a practicing exorcist for 15 years, and And if you didn't make it to the panel last night, spoiler, it's like almost never a demon. But even when I do go into a case to do an exorcism, when I know I'm about to encounter something that is evil, just knowing where it could affect you, knowing how it can attack or attach is important. That way I can know, all right, well, it's starting to talk about this, or it's making me have these unwanted thoughts. So now I need to probably just separate myself from the situation, maybe just reground myself, come back into my centered body and my centered mind state, and then I can pick this up again. And then depending on if I'm going to a place that's known to be particularly active, like I went to the Conjuring House last year in Rhode Island, I built up a little bit more of an energy protection just to keep me kind of safe, not necessarily from the spirits, but from the people that go there. Because I'm personally way more concerned with how other people's energy and their negativity is going to affect me than I am about a spirit or an attachment or a possession.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. So I probably forgot to mention that I am also a paranormal investigator. I've been doing it for a very long time. I go out a lot with my husband, who's also a witch, and he is the more sensitive of the two of us. I'm kind of tone deaf. And so basically, I ground and shield, like anybody would ground and shield, and that's pretty much all I do. Him being as sensitive, he will sometimes let his shields down to get impressions. So it's very important for me to keep an eye on him because he will wander off into the ether. And I'm like, no, come on back. The battle's over. We go to a lot of battlefields. Come on back. Get on the pavement. And I've never run across anything I felt threatened by, certainly. But I think, basic grounding and shielding is basic mental hygiene. Everybody should be doing that, whether they're pagan or not. But certainly every pagan should be doing that. And I think I've been out with groups that do a lot of prayer and ceremony. Like, praying is good if it makes you feel better, but I think if you're at least grounding and shielding, you're going to be fine.
Well said. Okay, story time. So you've probably all had some sort of paranormal experiences, and some that are probably particularly interested in when I say story time come right to mind. So tell us a story about a a spiritual paranormal encounter that was significant to you in some way. You want to go first? You got a grin on your face. So
I can go first. Do you want like a ghost hunter story or like a
up to
ritual
you
story? Well, okay. I'll tell this story. It's the first one that came to mind. In my coven, one of my coven mates was having some issues with her son. And he was very into hip hop culture. He's also on the spectrum. So she decided she wanted to do some research and call in a particular African god. I think it might have been Oya for this ritual. And she had done her research, and we were all comfortable with where this was going. So she invokes. We did not know she was going to make a blood offering to said deity. And yes, said deity did show up in a very powerful and forceful way, but it was actually a very powerfully uplifting experience. We all felt it. We all felt the energy in the room, and it was not scary. Well, it was kind of scary, but it didn't turn out badly. So I like to tell that one as a cautionary tale of even when you think you know what you're getting into, you might handle more than you can chew. I think she got the effect that she wanted for sure. And the fact that all of us in the room and all of us in my coven are pretty grounded. I'm a rocket scientist by day. I think my one friend is an activist. My husband has worked in technology. So we're all kind of grounded. And when that happened, it was like, wow, this shit's real, yo. Like it's never happened to me before or since. And she still works with Oya on a regular basis. So yeah, you definitely with things like this, do not call up what you don't think you can politely ask to leave. I won't even say banish, just politely ask to leave before you might have to get to a banishing. That was a very interesting evening.
I bet.
That sounds fun.
So I can't top that one. But the one that comes to mind is my team, we were hosting a ghost hunt at the Trivet Clinic in Hamptonville. And there is a water elemental there. And in kind of comparing notes with another team, they kept referring to it as a demon. The demonologist side of me is like, hold on, it's not. Like, categorically, it's not. They're like, oh no, but it's evil and it's this. I'm like, is it? It's a water elemental. There's a pond on the property. What are you saying is evil about it? Oh, well, it's just making us really emotional and it's playing on this. And, well, okay, let's take a step back. It's a water elemental. Water is so heavily tied to our emotions. And they also, I think, we're doing this on the full moon too, which really helps to enhance emotions and water. And anyway, so I kind of had to take a step with this team and kind of educate them a little bit on water is an element, and this is an elemental spirit. Water is just water. It doesn't care about you. Like, you are so insignificant to it. It is just going to do what it's going to do. It could be a refreshing drink. It could be a tsunami. It can be a relaxing brook. It can be a hurricane. Don't try to understand it. Just know it's there. It's natural. It's part of the location. It's part of the history of the place. And it's just going to do its own thing. That doesn't make it good. It doesn't make it evil. It just is.
My most significant story is a little long and a little heavy, and I'll tell it when this is over if you ask me. But when I was 5 years old, I died. I was declared dead and laid on a table for 28 minutes. And very gratefully woke up with no brain damage. But I remember everything that happened when I was dead, where I went, who I talked to, and what I saw, and it was very life-changing for me. So that is my most significant experience.
Okay. I'm glad you don't have brain damage too.
Me too. I'm just an idiot.
Okay, so my story is 3 parts, but it's very short. All right. So I was having a dream, and I was back in Knoxville, where I'm from, and I was on the university campus, which was, is there other people? Oh, it was a dead thing. So this will be important. My birth mother also went to the University of Tennessee, and both of us lived on campus, not in dorms, because you don't do that. This was not that kind of time period. But anyway, both lived on campus. It was a very important area to us. We were both very attached to the area. So in my dream, I'm on the university campus, and I'm looking up above the buildings, and the sun goes supernova. And everything turns black and white, and it's like very Star Trek. The sun is giving off waves of white light and heat and everything, and it's very fiery and dramatic. And I know that it means something when I wake up. That night, the cops came to my apartment to tell me that my birth mother had died. Then at her funeral, my cousin Brenda, who was my birth mother's best friend growing up, our 2 lines are like very, very close. The mothers were Irish twins, and the dads were Masonic brothers. So very close. So Brenda told me that she had a dream about my mother's death, and I was the only one that knew what the cause of death was. And her dream was much less metaphorical and much more literally specific about what the cause of death would have been happening at the time that Pat died. So I knew that she was dead on. Then a few months ago, I started having these weird nighttime occurrences. I'm prone to night paralysis. This was not that. This was a very distinct entity in my room that I could see on multiple nights. And one night it got into bed with me while I was awake. I felt it get into bed with me. And then another night I had a dream about my ex-wife, who is also dead. She was a drag queen. And so the dream is me watching her perform on stage. She's killing it. And she struts over to get her tip, but instead of taking the tip, she yells at me, "She's dead." And it was so loud that it woke me up. And at the time, I'm thinking, oh, this is just another dream where I forgot that Chantal was dead. But then I came to find out that cousin Brenda had been dead for weeks. But because her brother had been in the hospital, nobody had known. So she was trying to reach out to me, trying to tell me that she was dead and somebody go find her. I didn't mean to just bring everybody down. I'm sorry.
No,
it's okay. My family, dreams were always very important in my family. That sort of thing being passed down through my family was always something that was a big deal. So I don't know. That's my story.
Thank you. So I suspect people have questions by now. So would anybody have any particular questions for the panel that you'd like to bring forth? Go ahead.
I'm a solitary witch, and I'm very sensitive, like you were saying, your husband is very sensitive. I have a very hard time grounding myself and shielding myself. Is there any advice you could give me for that?
Read Matt Aron's Psychic Witch.
That is a good one.
An excellent
Psychic
book.
Witch.
He's got lots of exercises that will walk you through basic stuff, walking all the way through up to advanced stuff. I can't recommend it enough.
What's the author's name again?
Matt Aron, Auryn, I think. Matt with one T.
Matt's gonna be
And to speak to
I
that,
noticed it only had one T until now.
Yeah, I follow him on Facebook.
to speak to that, it's practice. Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Just doing it on a daily basis till it becomes like breathing. You don't even think about it, it just happens. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
just have a hard time with that for some reason, and I'm just, these people can help me.
Yes, you're right.
There's an old spell that you'll find in the Greek magical period that talks about using a bit of iron from the grave as well as salts for grounding and protection. You come back to this later, I'll give you some. I have some up here in there.
Which book is yours?
The one with the crow.
Oh, cool.
Look for my
Yeah, okay.
And also Eastern techniques, meditation, yoga, those are always good things. And again, daily practice is the key to everything in life, is practicing.
And start out small and then build your way up. So maybe just start off by just doing controlled breathing. And then once you've got that, you can work on meditation and then just go. But her recommendation on that book.
Tell me again what that book was.
It's Psychic Witch. He has another one out called Mastering Magic that I haven't read yet, but I've read Psychic Witch.
It's
Matt
got a cute little, what's it, an owl on the cover?
It's white. It's got an owl on the cover. And he does build all the exercises, start very small with very basic stuff, and it goes all the way through to a whole involved, practice at the end. And I think some of the stuff he talks about is opening your psychic perceptions and stuff. It's been a while since I've read that book.
I did.
Thank you for that.
I
It's
did
very
cover
good.
art for Mastering Magic. Okay.
I have to go. I think I might have it on my Kindle. I always have to check if I bought it on my Kindle first whenever I go into Pagan Store. I'm like, do I have that book? Oh yeah, I bought it.
What you got, Heather?
My question is that, running in these circles, that you get a mix of people that are, pretty level-headed and emotionally healthy. And then you get your ones who have very active imaginations and really do have mental and emotional disorder. How do you all, in your practice, make a distinction between unverified personal gnosis and, those situations that feel pretty significant and special to us as individuals, and people that are really straight up hallucinating, or they're having an abreaction and their trauma is up? Like, have you all been able to find a good line between those two experiences? Because I think that's kind of important in criminal investigation.
As a coven leader and teacher, and you know this from real world, I am a big advocate of go to therapy though.
Take your meds.
Yeah.
Take your meds and go to therapy.
I think for magical thinkers that's especially important, and for everyone else as well. Like, know thyself. Ben Franklin said, "There's nothing harder than to know thyself." But Sun Tzu said, "To know thyself It's to lose and no battle. Always win the war.
Question for dance. You do ancestral worship, right? How do you, when you have such a diverse ancestry, how do you worship one side and, how do I put this slightly? How do you worship and honor one side without pissing off the other side? It's really hard.
Well, for me, my ancestor worship isn't that general. It's actually very specific. I've actually lost a lot of family members and people, my best friend growing up, my ex-wife. So it's actually people I know, plus Anne Rice is on there too. Well, and I've met her in real life, so I have that connection. So yeah, it's intensely, it's all personal. But
I'll do one side.
well, just to throw this out
Makes
there,
me angry.
well, okay, just to throw this out there, I didn't find out that I had African ancestry until I was almost 30. So for me, it's more like just taking a DNA test and finding out that you had Ashkenazi Jew in you or something, and you wouldn't just start calling yourself Jewish. That would be like really weird. So yeah, I don't really like worry about stuff like that. Yeah.
I feel like it's really conflicting because my grandparents were extremely diverse. So I feel like I felt like I was doing, like honoring them, and then my other side, like literally came after me the same day. Like their pictures were flying off the wall. My grandmother had bells and they flew off the bookshelf because I was speaking to the other side.
Oh, see, I've only ever had one side to my family, so yeah,
It's very conflicting. I don't know exactly how to appease everybody, which I guess you're not really supposed to do anyway, but.
Well, yeah, some people just never are going to get along. Yeah.
No, and they really didn't. My two grandmothers butted heads all.
And that explains it right there.
That's between them. That's not really even anything to do with you. Yeah, that's just.
They were
definitely make
just
separate
putting a child
ancestors
in the
away.
middle. Yeah.
May I? Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
No, jump.
First of all, Mallory Boudoir wrote a fun book on ancestor work, which has some comments on that. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but I mean, it's a little sparse. I wish there was more of the book, but it's a good book. I write a bit about venerating difficult ancestors. If you poke around my blog, you'll find some posts because I have very difficult ancestors. You just treat them like you would if they were in your house for Thanksgiving dinner. You wouldn't let them throw books at each other's heads either. So tell them how it is. Tell them if they're going to have space in your house, they got to be for you.
One was very warm and loving, and one was very malicious and a narcissist, and abused my mother and her sisters.
They also don't have to venerate.
I was going to say, yeah, that was going to be, yeah.
I don't know that I would. That's not really venerating. I guess it's just kind of coming to terms.
Yeah,
With everything. It's like they. Oh my God.
You made a comment though
So, gentleman in the gray, you've got a burning question.
So I love that how in the beginning, we attempted, I think is the best term there, to define pagan. But there's another word that I feel we neglected to do a Syphilian, task to define as well, and that is what we actually mean by paranormal.
That's a good
And I
idea.
feel that if we're going to have a discussion about the pagan experience of the paranormal, we need to know what we mean by both sides of that coin instead of only one.
That's a good one to address.
I know that Karen was very kind and she gave some examples of entities that she thinks are related to the paranormal, but I'm not convinced that that's the same across the panel.
That's
so
fair.
I'd love to hear, I'm sorry for giving you guys another.
No, that's a great
pass,
idea.
but I feel that that's important, is that I'd like to know what these terms mean when we're trying to discuss them.
Okay, that's a very good point. So what is paranormal? Dance, you want to go?
I'm so glad we're not talking about the literary genre right now. I guess just anything that's not the concrete physical world, literally. And I hate to be that's the literal definition of it, but yeah, I'm going to say that's anything outside of that. I'm going to say that my massage job involves the paranormal because we're dealing with people's energies and stuff. And I'm going to say that means that acupuncture is paranormal also. It's like, okay, man, that's a bad definition. That's what I'm sticking to. That's what I'm sticking to.
I'm gonna be a contrarian. I
Go
think you
for it.
knew that. You knew I was gonna be a contrarian.
That's all right. You're
See
allowed
your
to be.
face.
This is good. This is good.
Paranormal means something that isn't normal, right?
Actually, you know what though? I'm going to contradict myself. I'm sorry.
Live that way.
I'm going to say that nothing is paranormal because that implies that there is a normal
That's exactly
and
what
a
I
not
was gonna
normal.
say.
Oh.
Setting on a clothes dryer.
That's right.
There you go.
This is Pride Month. We can do this, right?
all it is.
To define a normal says something else is wrong.
Yeah, it implies that magic is unnatural. It
Correct.
implies that these entities don't belong here.
It's dismissive. It is.
Hey,
Let me tell you a
Yeah.
fun fact. A lot of people don't think non-binary people exist. Doesn't that so?
oh my God.
We're not real.
Well, I'm right here.
Preach.
It's kind of an imperialistic viewpoint too, to assume that you know what is normal and what does not belong, because then you can just come in and enslave it or
So that's why I
scientifically
feel like
test on it.
I wanted to bring this up is because I agree. I didn't know if deities, for example, were being included in this label that doesn't actually work.
It doesn't
Or if it was just related to spirits that interact with us either through the dead or as the dead, or I just didn't know what all was in that quasi umbrella, like these other things that we're dealing with. So that's part of why I wanted to kind of
I mean, a lot of
get
people
into this a little bit.
would lump witches in with the paranormal, especially if you're talking about fantasy fiction, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
Whereas that came way before Christianity and
Right.
Judaism. My religion is the original religion.
there's no normal anywhere.
No.
It doesn't exist. That's not real. Like I was gonna say, like I found out a couple years ago, I'm a chimera, which I'm two human beings in a trench coat. I have two
You're
sets
Tyrion
of DNA.
Lannister.
I know it's so weird. It's so But yeah, it's like try standing there and explaining to someone that not only are you non-binary, no, I'm literally a lady and a dude crammed in an outfit. No, I have a dead brother haunting my actual meat suit. And these are his fingers.
Have you seen *Malignant*?
There's no normal. You are one doctor's appointment away from discovering like something super fucked up about yourself.
I need that on a
Pardon my
t-shirt.
French.
That's awesome. That's why you should never go to the doctor.
But we are big on therapy.
Yes, we are.
Therapy is always a good idea.
Come see me instead.
But yeah, like I guess maybe to tack on to that, for me, it's just anything that's energetic and source. So that could be deities, that could be ghosts or spirits. I think it's just so egotistical of us to think that we really even know anything and everything about what we are communicating with. I mean, who's to say that when we pass through the veil that we don't decide that, like, oh, maybe the ghosts that we've been talking to, maybe they're aliens. I don't think they are, but they could be. But that's a level of knowledge that we won't know until we've passed. So there's no way to know. And so I use a pretty broad paintbrush for that. But that would be like my condensed version of the definition of paranormal.
But isn't that one of those words too that we use in a way that doesn't mean anything? Like alien just means someone that we've decided is different, right? Like
They're just
whether it-
labels. Words are just labels for things. You have to define something. You have to label something in order to discuss it. But you also inherently limit it when you have to label it.
Does it limit it or does it open it up? Because like if you think of the concept of an alien or extraterrestrial, you're basically just saying everyone that's not on this tiny little rock.
Well, yeah, then anything
You know how many
spiritual would be
people or in this
extraterrestrial.
spirits, entities that opens it up to.
So fairies are aliens.
It all
then,
depends
is
on
what
who
you're
you
saying.
talk to. I
Fairies
think.
are aliens.
All depends on who you talk to.
Yep, that's true.
Like paranormal, like you asked that, but like in a
Did
room
not
full of
light- did
metaphysical
not light the
people,
candle.
I would give a completely different definition, right?
Yep.
But if you go to a MUFON symposium and want to talk to them about how alien abductions might be fairies, they will laugh you out of the fucking door. You don't do that. Like you
Wait,
don't.
they don't see the similarities?
Yeah,
It's like-
yeah. So you have to. I think you have to know who you're talking to. Like if I tell people I'm paranormal, what do you do? Well, sometimes I hunt ghosts. They get that. Or you say you're
Pagan, what are you, a witch? Well, if you're anywhere witch adjacent, you might just say, yeah, okay, I'm a witch, because I don't really want to have this conversation in the supermarket with someone who disliked my pentacle. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I
Lost
think,
in translation.
yeah. I think you have to know who you're talking to and sort of start with the most mundane explanation. Well, it's anything that's like supernatural and weird, and then, oh yeah, and then they tell you they're into it, then you can drill down further into your specific practice or your specific flavor of paranormal or what you think about fairies and stuff like. The average person who's going to say, "Oh, that your T-shirt's really cool in the supermarket," is not going to want to hear your diatribe about aliens and fairies. And fun fact, neither do your coworkers.
So this is going to sound like a really strange, maybe, definition, but my definition is anything science doesn't know how to explain or quantify yet.
That's a good one.
The important part being yet.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
good
gonna
one.
wrap it up.
I don't
So-
know, some quantum theory is pretty paranormal.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually. So our time is growing short, and I want everybody to have a chance to tell you a little bit about where they're going to be the rest of the con, how you can connect with them. Karen, what you got next?
Oh, let me get my phone out.
That's what I have to do.
You know, everybody's got their schedule on their phone, right? Because I have it on my front screen so I can actually find it.
Exactly.
Same. Then I have to go into speakers so I can actually tell you what mine are as opposed to all the ones I want to go through. Fortunately, my married name starts with C, so I can find it. Okay, so at 3:30, I am in the Women in Science and Technology panel because, fun fact, my coworkers are also rocket scientists, as am I. And then at 9 a.m. Tomorrow, I'm on the Carolina Cryptids panel back in this room. At 10:30, I'm on the RTFM Read the Freaking Manual, What's the Latest Ghost Tech and Does It Actually Work panel, which I'll tell you how a lot of this stuff doesn't work. I have some personal social media. I'm not really repping anything. I got a pagan blog. I'm starting to get off the ground, so I don't want you to look at it yet. But I am repping a con this weekend in the Williamsburg area in January called Convivial. We are a brand new con, but we've all of us organizers have been doing it before. And I keep neglecting to mention that we do have a guest of honor. It is author Keith DeCandido. If any of you are familiar with his work, he's done a lot of science fiction and fantasy, a lot of original stuff. He's done some media time work for different franchises. He's written some supernatural books. He's done some Star Trek books back in the day. He's a fabulous person. I know him and his wife personally. So please, if you want to grab a flyer, we also have some at the flyer table. Please come. It's going to be a great time.
And we have badges.
We have a few badge ribbons left. And
I have them at my table in the vendor room.
There's
Come
going to be
get
a
you one.
Kickstarter soon.
Yes.
I'm not in charge of the Kickstarter. I do social media, but soon. So please grab a flyer. Please come.
I will be at the inclusive ghost hunting panel at 6 o'clock, I think. I left my phone at my booth again. So,
You need a fob for it,
God
too. Your
bless
best, like
you.
a watch fob.
for gods or whichever. So yes, 6 o'clock is the inclusive ghost hunting. That's going to be fantastic, by the way. It's all about having open and inclusive spaces for spirits or entities that were maligned, abused, just put onto the fringes in life. And that's just so powerful. And then I also tonight at 10:30, I am leading the Walking Through Darkness panel. That is all about dealing with the darker, heavier side of spirits. And I do want to make sure there's a preface there that it's not evil. Just because something's dark does not mean it's evil. And then tomorrow I have the Warding Off Darkness panel, which is all about spiritual protection. So throughout the con, I will be at the Great State Paranormal booth. You can come meet me and some of my team members. We've got some homemade candles, some gems, etc., etc. We have ghost hunts that we host across the state, typically in Western North Carolina, in Newton, Hickory, Wilkesboro, and we are doing one on the USS North Carolina battleship this September.
Fantastic.
I'm in this room immediately after this to do a panel about spirit boards. Then I'll be in the vendor room from around 2:30 to 5 or so, where I'll be able to sign copies of my books, and I have lots of other goodies there that I hope you check out. Then I'm also speaking on inclusive ghost hunting. I'll be flipping through the charity auction tonight. I have a couple of items available for bidding, including limited edition art poster I made, which is signed. And after that, I'll be at the Walking Through Darkness panel. And tomorrow, you can find me in a live interview at 9 a.m. Panel on ADHD at 10:30, if any of us make it there.
You may find a squirrel on the way
And I'm also awarding off the Darkness panel. And in between and here and there, I'm also available for readings if anybody's interested in having me throw some cards down for them.
Hi, okay, so I do have a website where I do puzzle prompts, monthly inspiration for all your creative needs, be it a story, a poem, a song, or a D&D campaign. I am actually trying to like post more regularly on my Facebooks, entertaining and informational things for media related, like interviews with directors and movie stars and things like that. And I've got Instagram that this old person is trying valiantly to figure out how to use properly. So like, okay, so at 1 o'clock, I've got Geeky Rants upstairs at Fountain View, and I will again talk about how I'm old and everything sucks now. Everything was better in the 90s. That's basically the sum of my argument.
I guess if you're going.
Well, yeah, because you don't have the 90s media that we had. Yes, so yeah, it sucks from both ends. But tomorrow, and then at 10:30, I've got The View Askew, where I'm going to talk about how Kevin Smith is the greatest thing that happened to my generation. And then tomorrow, it's Persuade Me, Strong Female Characters. Guess what decade I'm going to be talking about? The women from the 90s. Yes, Buffy and Angel. Buffy, Xena, and Piper, and all of those good ones from back then. So, yep.
Fantastic. Thank you, panelists. You did a fantastic job. Thank you, everybody. You did great too. Thank you for being here. We'll see you later. All right. I know. We've done them all.
Which is probably a good thing. All right, I'm following you as directions. All right, so that will.
We got to figure out what I'm doing for lunch.
I love your hair.
I'm wondering if I should bring my stuff, like handmade spirit marks.
Oh, yes, please. I love this idea this year.
It lets me be an artist.
I asked for the protection of my ears. That creates. Yep. Yeehaw. Oh, that was fun. That was good. So
I shouldn't let my face get
Yes.
and I stayed with a group called the Group of Events.
This is my friend.
So I have very limited time, so do you? It depends on what you're.
I also, I fed because I was working at the tent, okay, where we fed all the people who put it together, all the presenters and everything. There was that right there, the barn. Okay, there was that place where we went and fed you, I was gonna. What was nice was I'm originally from New York, I used to talk like this, right? I moved here in 1989, and I used to go up there.
Let me jot you in. What's your first name?
Yeah. Yes.
Cosplay a very evil character. I like to tell everybody she's like great aunt and I her hair, so I've done.
Evil, I won't accept. Too beautiful to be evil.
Oh, no. This character comes up.
See, I asked her about Blue Star because some of the Blue Star tradition.
If you run by the stove, and see if my friend will watch my bag, I'm gonna grab something before the next one.
My first.
Are you staying for it? No, I need
Something else somewhere else.
Well, I'm gonna grab my handmade spirit board and bring it back. So let's separate.
That's why I had to ask you. Yeah, because, I remember this one guy there, he was the person. See, I've been there, I think it was 2001, 2002.
I finally saw it in person.
That's about it. I was on unemployment in my unemployment, but I went to college. As long as I stayed in college, I got the employment. It was my job, the factory closed up right now. So I was on weekends. I was vending. You brought back really great memories. I love it.
That's a shame.
Oh, okay. So it's competing with Vincent. Or what about Facebook? No, wait a minute, what's the one that's, after school? Yes.
That's the end. Well, and that's so she said that there's.
I went, my first, oh my goodness, my first store was, it wasn't even Russia was it. It was at a nudist camp, it was 1986. And then went there, but last year was the first Starwood that I went to, that was at Mysterious. Have you ever been to Mysterious?
Tell me you saw that.
Takes work. I'm thinking of actually camping in my van. Yep, there you go.
And I should sleep with that. So that way it's trying to win as far as. He is really this new because he's covering all these coding. I don't anticipate we get one trip this week. He's certainly.
Starwood.
I'm ready.
Oh my goodness.
There's so much people in here. The two cattle got here. We spent like. The Pagan showed up.
So where are you from?
Baltimore.
You came all the way down here for a while. Bless your heart.
No, I met Alex and Sue running the speed track, and it's harder and hard time. I was like, you should come and present. Yeah, I was Maryland girl with raised. Lived there my whole life.
And so I have dealt with a
Oh,
lot of
they
it.
have about her.
I would show pictures of her, you know, I would tell stories.
I like
I think I really dealt with it. I remember her as good as she was. You know, you spend so much time in the evening, you go off into this nice life, where they didn't know what to do. Yeah, I used to hang with, Deborah Lift. I did fun with her live.
Yeah, lady of
Ian Clark from ERF.
Yeah, I met Deborah this once. And then all my old lady in Brown, they all my I haven't met a lot of those other folks. I never got to meet either before he died. I know people that know people. I like
But it's not nearly. Probably 4 of them broke up in 2 expensive, though.
Really strong, like,
I have a lot of people that are really and it's not that good. I'd be okay if it was good, but it's expensive and it's good.
Health community that accepts Medicaid is so beautiful because it's so small, no fault of their own. Right. And so, you know, you can't blame the system itself, you have to blame the insurance. That's why people are like, so who are you blaming this? And I'm like, people show up for the final rate and it's like for a lot. And they think I'm joking. I'm not joking.
So you got
Reagan was
patients
just an actor. Yes, and that's the
Or
problem.
would you like me to sign them?
Scripts.
Yeah.
Well,
Jim
it's
is
still-
I still get in there.
We gotta put a face on it, right? So, yeah. My current daughter, she's not, I mean, you know, yeah, she's foster, whatever, but she's my daughter, and she'll always be my daughter, and will always be my home. She's here, she's in the gaming side of things, she's living, and she's loving in the gaming side. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my gosh. Are you flying now? Oh. I am, we are absolutely insane, and we're going from here to Charleston, South Carolina. We're going to spend a few days there, and we're going from Charleston. So, yeah, we're not going to mommy daughters or anything.
Should try this one. D-E-N-I-S.
But I hear you get
Kid.
everything you say.
Kids walk right there.
Gotcha. I feel like I'm
We're gonna be talking about top rewards. You know, I brought the one that I made. So it's fun.
You can tell. There's fun happening. We're mentioning Mary. I've done that for a while.
I have this happen to me a lot at home because at least in Maryland, Pagan, Red Fair, SCA, Paranormal, like if I know somebody from somewhere, I probably know from somewhere else. We know the same people. I'm there to meet somebody that I don't have some connections with. So that's awesome.
Because my daughter has expressed interest in learning. She wants to learn the tarot. And I am not somebody who can teach you. She's 18. Yeah, she just started her first year at school. And I'm much more of a person in the tutor situation.
I was gonna just come out of the way.
Right now, very much chaotic for me.
I'm going to sign up to Crystal.
But, you know, she's like, I'm
CRYSTA. It's on my badge.
It's just 14. So it's.
It always confuses me about Pleasant and Crystal. I spell it different.
If there's a billion different ways to spell it, I went to school with 1,000 different crystals and they're all spelled different.
And I'm like, okay, well, there's some parts of that.
You know,
the resolutions, and that's what she's learning how to read. And it's really, no, I love her, she's great, she's incredible. I'm like, yeah, I would teach you, but I'm absolutely bored to teach her, like legitimately. I'm like, here, read these books because that's what I've got for you. Well, come on. You know, it's funny, and they just have to add that to the list of books, right? One, I don't know if it's kids, but younger adults, teenagers and younger adults, and bringing it back to.
Thank you so much.
I probably made it worth less.
Yes. Renaissance history.
One of my favorite little jokes instead of fun fact is that if Stephen King signs a Dean Koontz book, it makes more valuable than if Dean Koontz signed it. And it also makes Dean Koontz very mad.
She looks at me and goes, that sounds like an absolute snooze fest. And I'm like, oh no. The whole time, just the conversation about the high priestess and what the pasta is like a whole thing that is fraught with feminism and the church and how and who was holding power at the time and how they were putting fun at each other and it's pretty amazing. Yeah, history in general is great. I'm like, no, I've become. Yeah, that's fantastic. And there's another local teacher that she charges like over $1,000 and it's none of it's traditional, like none of it's traditional, and that's how I would say, right. Is how I do No, because even into a reader, you still have to know basically what each card kind of represents. You don't. Well, you don't, but it helps. Okay, case in point, Marcellus. Do you need to know what cards mean in order to do what you're reading?
Absolutely not.
It depends on your level. Exactly.
Yeah. But if you're introducing someone to kids,
People operate under different frequencies and they have a different symbol set depending on their life experiences. And that creates their reality. So that's why some symbols are going to work for you and not for you. Exactly. So, to learn the tarot, just start with the very basic symbols and then look and find the deck that speaks to you. That you get. Look at it and you start getting messages and stuff. Yeah.
My friend's mom had one to play with her kids, and it wasn't fully illustrated. The court cards were the major arcana were, but the other ones were just all of it was tips. So if you didn't know, we had to keep looking it up. So all of my decks are fully illustrated.
Yeah.
Because my first deck is. I hear a funny story. I
Controversial
grew up
take.
in a family where the men played poker in one room and the women went to another bedroom. And my great aunt Faye told fortunes with a regular deck. That's how I was raised. Okay? When I'm like 10, 11 years old, saying, "I can tell my fortune," and they say, "You know what they told me? You don't have a fortune." You know what I did? I went out to the nearest head shop and I bought my first tarot deck, the Aquarian Tarot. And I was like 12, 13 years old, and I taught myself. It's like, what do you mean I don't have a
Here's a controversial take for it. This is controversial. If anyone says I said this, I will call you a liar. Bullshit's a magical talent. If you give yourself the space to say what needs to be said in the moment, that's when your intuition works the best.
Yeah, I can see that.
Give yourself freedom to say words at that paper.
Because if you don't believe you can do it, and open the door's never gonna open.
And if
how you know you've stepped out of ego and you can let yourself be the tool. You don't remember what the hell you said.
Now, that's a big difference there's a difference between confidence, saying what you need to say, and having no understanding, and just foolishly bumbling words out.
Of course.
Oh, no, there's
I know that, it's a mess.
I know Alex left them here for a drink, and now they're open. They're all-
Huh?
And resting does whoever sits on it.
It was a good thought, but in practice, it might have been better if it was.
Oh, no, I lived, that was 10 years ago.
I'll keep it in mind of my feedback for later.
Yeah,
It's a good
because
idea, but I think it needed to be in like a crate or something, so.
How to get a real job.
He lives nowhere for this.
Psychic
Yeah,
source.
I sat there before.
You know,
Yes.
If you do feedback,
You're answering the phone or answering the chat session,
of any kind.
and you gotta handle whatever convince you, okay? And you're told some people,
I know the water towers have this
water, I gotta know what
find what has water in it.
is how you get paid. So it can be.
Usually, if they're like, if you shoot them, I'll pull them into the table, pull it up, and push it back. I've done that many times.
And they're on the clock. But I don't know.
Exactly.
And you shouldn't have to.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I'll
not
do it,
super
but it's like, some people are big, and I'm like, I really shouldn't have to be tugging this 40 pounds of water. Like, you have so much to say.
Specifically to get like that.
I know.
Yeah, I don't have a freezer like that, but it's.
I know,
Well, if there's
I
no-
really
And it's not really proven to, like, I have 30 minutes between.
Yeah, I haven't even been up there to see if they have actual.
The cons I've done that have green rooms are like the
Well,
best.
yeah, I mean,
Because
obviously,
just
yeah.
somewhere that's going to be quiet and stuff, and bathrooms, so you don't have to fight other people.
And last time, you know, they tell them, they're only calling you up because they've got the money, okay, and they want it.
Keep that in mind, yeah. I hardly ever do much in, like, either I'm attending or I'm just kind of like doing night entertainment, they don't have me on stage, so I'm stuck in here. Yeah.
It's tough, like, I'm Debbie, and yesterday, my schedule was so tight. I
I let myself go to
By the time I got here to midnight last night, I never ate.
Yeah, that's not good.
When I got back to my room, my blood sugar was 67, and 60 is good as the emergency. That was scary.
I feel you there. I didn't bring my shit to mine yesterday, but the time I got to bed, I'm like, I'm a little shaky. I haven't been up to bed. Which never happens to me, but I drove 6 hours to get here, and I'm like, okay, you're gonna sleep, drink some water, go to sleep, 7 in the morning.
If there had been a little space, I would sweat.
I don't know, but I was like, look, this, I can only tell
Because this
you
space is always
what I need.
need. I could come get this later.
Yeah, so it's like, mainly for the paranormal guests, but paranormal guests.
Yeah.
But yet, it's not so. Like, water, I can drink it.
Nothing is saying this is.
It's
Cards cannot force me.
But there are, on the other side, there are bottled water on the other side. If you want to take a few and stick with the fridge to cook those, that might be a good plan.
Not a terrible idea.
And you don't learn too much the next.
Last night, the water tower, she stayed up for like an hour. I'm like, where is all the water in Thirsty?
Does she own that? Yeah.
No, she's like, yeah,
I made this.
she's my friend's mom.
I thought it might get the opportunity to.
I've never made one. I mean, that's.
I can relate to that because.
This is room one, which I've done with autopsy surgery.
So
What I do is reclaim caskets that are disinterred to rescue them from going into the cemetery, or not the cemetery, into the landfill.
I did not get legally
So
married.
I hand cut, this is my own art. See the
And even
decomposition
then,
gases,
I mean,
anything
it's
that would.
okay.
I have a pagan friend.
Book that I read,
Partition at my
didn't
road.
look much, and that's when I found the concept of my normal stuff.
It's got a very good vibe.
And if you're not aware of it, okay, you're just gonna repeat the pattern because that's what you're going to.
He's right.
The abuse, whatever.
Yeah.
Ouija
So
boards,
it took me that
commercial
long
Ouija boards are
to
never
get
very
married,
happy.
and then, so
They don't have any magic.
it's
No,
like,
But we used to play with them when we were kids. My friend and her mom had the tarot cards. We used to play with the Ouija board for me. It's no wonder I turned out to be pagan. I'm the only one that ever stuck with it.
One thing I like to talk about, and I'm sure it'll come up in the panel, is that it used to be a very mundane activity.
Yeah.
It really became considered to be something scary or bad after The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Before that, it was like Sunday morning activity after church.
The
Like
original
everybody
board
did.
game, which was good, I don't know if it's in Baltimore or Baltimore, but it's in Baltimore, was like for courting. The original instructions were like, so a man and a woman would sit in space touching across the board, and had to do that.
I'm brave enough to
That was kind of an excuse for,
The May 1923 issue of the Saturday Evening Post had an illustration by Norman Rockwell on the cover of
just to do yesterday.
Ouija board exactly like that. It wasn't Halloween, it wasn't spooky, it was
Oh, so
yeah, this is kind of near I actually suggested this panel to Alex because I'm from Baltimore. Yes. It wasn't until that thing kind of in the 80s.
I'm not from
movies that had XODX and like, I'm boards and on it. So really got, oh, no, shit, it's so I mean, I guess we can get everybody to say it. I think it was just like, as far as topics.
You know what? You gotta go with what you like.
I don't think everybody can go that.
It's about
that. I disagree, but we have different opinions. I think that dad wants to be something, and I think that's enough sometimes.
back in the day.
Everybody has experience like at some point. They're not gonna have it every single time, but they're there.
She
But I think that
had to dye her hair because her husband said she couldn't go away.
I think sometimes people want to be scared. Like, you know, teenagers want to
I'm
go out
sorry.
to a party and be scared. This one time in Van Camp, I won witchy friend. Had a seance, we all saw a shadow on the wall from outside from the tree, freaked the F out, and it was all a big thing.
So now she's.
And I look back at it 30 years later, I'm like, of course, it was nothing.
Super embarrassing.
I'm not see
it is what it is. It's just you do what you do and you learn more.
Like, everybody has that story about, we had a party, and told somebody we're gonna die, but they didn't, right? As my one friend says, but did you die? No, it's fine.
I lost some of the entries from my calendars. I'm trying to fix it.
Something like that, because you were like being caught up for like a hot minute.
It's weird, I think, because
I don't have
I was raised with
And
a
then.
very conservative.
That's right. And I'm still like joking and stuff. Trying to figure out priorities.
And I didn't have any of that societal programming.
Because I can't hear you.
So I never had that particular relationship with them.
I
These
work
are
at Walmart.
outside of pop
That's
culture.
what I was laughing when we were talking
So,
about Walmart.
I don't know, it's weird for me to
I
be this kind of
work Walmart.
like outsider in the way, where like everybody else has almost baked in their
Wow.
yes, that they grew up with,
Right.
just like listening to
What?
worried 1970s
Oh,
parents. from
yeah, actually turned out to be a really great
I don't know, I find them pretty cool.
experience. Because, I mean,
Yeah, like
I
anybody
like
like
people because I'm a
older
weirdo.
Gen X or older
Yeah.
than whatever came out of
I
Gen
like
X,
watching
usually don't seem to have the same issue with the boards.
Oh my God, this is great.
I met younger,
Right.
but
No, no, people just, no.
okay, but I feel like, but I
No,
didn't
I'm-
die, we
I'm-
didn't know
I'm
what
the
the
devil.
hell.
Bless you. I don't.
My
It was
grandmother,
fine.
my grandmother was like a depression.
Somebody was taking that drug.
That was the question
Started
that I
out
had.
stocking.
So I got their opinions.
Okay. Like Coke
I
came
had a
along,
somewhat weird
and
upbringing.
then I had
My
problems
mom
with
had a
my
near-death
addiction.
experience when I was a kid. I don't know how long
So
ago.
here I
It
am.
had to zap her back.
The one who doesn't like
My
people.
grandmother had the Ouija board.
Yeah, I'm a board. Always.
And she did like,
I got to
Yeah, it's
appreciate.
weird that that's the kind of the divide, but that movie really,
I mean,
really
I
ruined it
was
for everybody.
during the
And
60s and it-
one of the funnier things is that
there and all this
the book doesn't feature Ouija boards at all.
body machine.
That's more of a,
It's still out
there.
They,
Or
of course,
something
it's
as
still are jerks.
they're not mentioned.
A lot better now.
I have not read this. Like with everything, I've read the books like literally.
Look at this, we
You know,
didn't have.
I've read a lot of the historical stuff that was based on
Books about black cat all my life.
I
I would dress as a
Yeah,
black
they don't-
cat.
they don't mention it all in the story.
Black cat.
So the fact that it was piled into the narration of the movie and then it just sort of ruins it.
You're like the paranormal activity, you know, play on Ouija boards. I mean, you
All
should have.
would get on.
My God, yeah, okay.
Would
basically our pajamas on and then hair pose.
Right,
On top of our
yes,
heads. It was like,
yes.
like I'd come in here. piled up, and
That
I
last
said,
one was
"I
the
see
biggest
you
panel
had
I've ever
here,
been
so I'll take
There you go.
That was nice. It was a
Yeah.
good crowd.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I'd get on Zoom and I'd be like, y'all should feel special, these are my nice chicks.
But from that job, what I was able to let go of was, I don't care. I let go of it, I don't.
That's nice.
And just the idea, okay, that you think that I might think that what you think is important. Oh, it's hysterical.
That's how I got by.
I have to have that.
It took
I
me
have to have that game
3
face to survive
decades
that
and
job.
4 friend groups to learn that, so
Yes.
well done.
Yay!
Well done. And you know, I've made some faces from the first night here. And you know, a lot of community stuff is, you know, basically how you know people's true colors and how they feel about certain things. And I'm like, I hate it for them. I can't cut it. Yeah.
Don't, yeah. I used to let stuff like that make me feel bad.
And not being this paper dirt most of my own. Yeah, yeah. Not being yeah.
Awesome sauce.
And being in integrity is, it's important. It's, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But one of the things you did in direction, being a part of, being a part of the community and working with community building and organizing. That became my path.
Good.
But it killed my personal spirit. So I couldn't go. And I'm like, I need to, like, I'm not gonna let you. Yeah, that's fair. It did, it really did, and I'm gonna tell you why I did, because it was totally draining my energy. Like, all of my
There are some
energy.
people that you just have to,
Yeah, it was
okay,
all of
yeah,
them. It was
they'll,
all of them. It was just an unhappy place. And I mean, we were putting on a good front. Well, I'm not organizing. I gotta organize anything that's gonna be
because
to
we
my
had,
business.
because we had 10 to take insurance for worlds since 1991.
Yeah.
Okay? And
Did you have a nest?
yes, we had, yeah, just for worlds nest. Absolutely. I got to sign on level 4 or something.
Right.
We did. And then we used to do the monthly meetups in Hickory. We used to, what did we do? We here, meet there, and everything, so that people could know. Because we got tired of wanting to do something locally. Okay, instead of having to go to Charlotte or here, there, or Asheville, or something like that. We wanted to, you know, that, the whole basis of, you know, one called over Thomas. Heather Smith was a teenage girl who got bullied.
Could I offer you a piece of chocolate? It's always a nice pick-me-up for me.
No, I'm good. No, I'm seriously okay. Yeah, I have a few cases of concerns, but yeah, I'm all right.
Still happy to share candy if you want a piece.
So you named our church a little world.
I did see that fudge bit right across from where you are.
No,
No, you've been warned about this from the fudge. Okay.
we wanted to provide candy aid and say today.
But I do have these very good chocolates in our area.
But we operated it like an hour.
I don't think we're
right.
But stranger candy.
Mama ate here, it don't count.
I stayed with Taking
That's my
And when they were doing their stuff in Belmont. You're about that.
Get therapy and accept candy from strangers. Those are the lessons I learned today.
And I was part of that.
Let them call.
That's right.
Everyone's family on the call.
Hello.
Hello.
One big deep and.
Because it was like far ago. How are you? So we did.
I'm doing all right.
And I was like a shoulder keeper.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Morbid smile.
Thank
you, thank you.
Yep.
We have none time at all.
Dude, I know, like,
Happy I have someone to run my own booth because I haven't even looked at it.
They're Coach, they've got you busy. They've got you running. I wanted to come, so I have your book, and I said it's and I'm like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're crazy busy. Oh my God. You're like, what do I eat? We have like little travel. Are you okay with fish? I'll give you travel containers that you can just stick in the bag. I'm not kidding. Okay. Okay. It's just not the same as like actually like eating food. Yeah. 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 I get that, and I'm just like, that's rough. I don't even know. But yeah, yeah, we did. I was like, well, I'll bring one of my Ouija boards. Yeah. I usually make bigger ones, but this is the only small one I've got. I'm curious to see. We were doing the divination one yesterday. We were talking about different forms of divination, because the ethics of divination, and I was talking about how like, I'm in the process of making like a divination thing with like growing the bones, but not with bones, with like personal artifacts and things like that. Putting that together, I just think that'll be fun. Trying to figure that kind of stuff out. It's just interesting. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Well, that's what's disinterred. So you have washes, you still smell oh my goodness, that is beautiful. That's wonderful because like you can repurpose it. Like the color of the wood is beautiful. The grain, everything. Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm glad this was, this is my daughter.
That's gorgeous. Oh, that's so pretty.
And this is the position is escaping.
That's so cool.
I never knew what that would look like when I started.
Yeah.
I do all the carving and stuff first, but that's where I work.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love all the little swirls on the details of the letters. Yeah. Just so nice. It's so nice. It is so beautiful. So you're welcome. You can feel that energy with the it has a good vibe. I do. Yeah, yeah. Taking things that have been like not just the dead but the discarded things. Yeah, yeah. That kind of vibe. I feel that. I love it. I'm glad to get a chance to talk to you because, like, I wasn't able to get to the lunch that they had at 11 because I'm in the vendor hall. So they opened the vendor hall opened at like noon, and I was like, it starts at 11:30. There's no way I can't shove food in my face fast enough and talk with Rebecca.
I was only there for a few minutes. I just sort of breezed in and out. I had to get back.
Yeah, oh, I can imagine. I
was looking, because I was like, I wonder what panels are on.
I'm-
Because I was just like, oh my gosh.
It doesn't matter because I'm gonna lose that back there. If I try to keep it beside me, it falls and scares everyone.
Because I have.
Which might is the way I really
The
should
next
do
one I have
it.
after this one is the expression of queerness, so I don't think I've got.
We can use it to keep order.
Yes. It's unruly then. I have a plan.
The skid app has been so wild because I.
Oh, I think I'll
set
leave
up
the
my whole
ghosty.
thing,
Somebody
but
drew a
it doesn't
ghost. I'll
let
keep
me
it.
use my phone.
I'll
And for
keep
me,
it.
like if it doesn't work on a phone, it's like dead to me. You know what I mean? So.
I brought props.
Props.
Nice.
It's always a nice thing.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
I like your Tumblr. I'd love to see you guys. My name's Kelly.
I'm Tina.
Nice to meet you.
This is Gillen.
Hi, how are you?
I knew there would be others.
Yeah. I've been enjoying all the panels. I've just been running. Kind of split between the writing track and the fan track. Paranormal stuff.
This was a good idea.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
Because it was too personal, so, yeah, I needed a job. That's how I guess he needed health issues because he needed to so I had to totally create. I check it every now and then. I'll send you, I know how to find you. It's good seeing you, babe. Stay safe. Yes. Talk to you later. Oh, it's fun. Okay.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Hello, everybody. Welcome to I'm Not Afraid of Ouija Boards, and You Shouldn't Be Either. My name is Alex Matsuo, and I am a paranormal investigator and researcher. I'm also an author who writes paranormal nonfiction. So I write about haunted history, haunted locations, real-life paranormal experiences. I'm also a content creator under the handle The Spooky Stuff. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, all those fun social media outlets, and I will be your moderator for today. And we'll get started by having my amazing panelists going ahead and introducing themselves. We'll start over here.
You've all heard me do this before. Done this? I can't words. No, it's embarrassing. I'm Mortellis. You can find me basically everywhere at A Crow and the Dead. I practice ethical necromancy. I do mediumship, paranormal investigation. I'm a third degree Gardnerian high priestess, and my training is in fine art, education, and mortuary sciences broadly. Also make spirit boards sometimes as very sort of one-off projects using recycled disinterred casket.
My name is Kelly Frank. I also go by Morbid Smile Art. I'm a horror author and an artist, and I have been a practicing eclectic witch for probably 20 plus years. I do a lot of divination and pyromantic work, and I have Egyptian deities that I work with. So that's my area of focus.
Hi, I'm Tina McSwain. I'm the founder and director of the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. I have over 30 years experience in the research and investigation of paranormal phenomena.
I'm Dylan Jones. I'm a parapsychologist at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen in Scotland. I'm doing my PhD there, and my doctoral research is looking at the media representation of paranormal phenomena and research, and whether or not it affects the perceived professional practices of modern ghost hunting groups. I've been interested in the paranormal since I was a child, largely because of an unusual experience, but also pestering my mum to take me to see Ghostbusters in 1984. And so the media and the paranormal has been a passion ever since. But I also travel extensively between the UK and the USA to study American groups and British groups, how they behave, and have the pleasure of spending a lot of time in Savannah, Georgia.
Amazing. So, question for the group. How many of you have used a Ouija board? How many of you have had positive experiences with the Ouija board? Okay. How many are curious about the Ouija board? How many are no way, keep it away from me? Okay, that's good. That's a good sign.
Those people didn't come to the panel.
Yeah. Right. So they are afraid. So they're like, I am afraid and I will not be coming near it. All right. Awesome. So to start off, and we'll start at the end with Dylan, what has your experience been with a Ouija board? Or a spirit board or a talking board?
My first introduction to them was when I was about 11 years old. My mum mentioned, I'm not from using it, my mum mentioned an experience that she had when she was a teenager at her family home where she grew up. And she played with the board with her cousins. And one of them apparently was quite ill as a result afterwards. That was the first time I'd ever heard anyone talking about them. Since that time, I've seen them used many an occasion during investigations. I've been privy to using them, and nothing has ever happened when I've used the board. But that's largely because what the parapsychologists have termed the sheep-goat effect, where you would have the believers and non-believers. So because I'm not necessarily a believer, I'm very critical. Perhaps that's the reason why nothing has happened. Have I seen anything untoward when it's been used? No, I've never witnessed anything unusual. But I've witnessed plenty of people using them and believing that they've had communication via it.
The first time I used one, I was in junior high school. So I was in, my early teens, 13, 14, somewhere around in there. And my best friend and I were using one. And, according to the Ouija board at that time, she was going to get married and she was going to have 5 kids. Well, she got married, but she only had 2. So, nothing happened. The board didn't fly off the bed. The planchette didn't stick in the wall. For us, it was just a fun little adventure. Now, as a paranormal investigator, we do use the Ouija board from time to time. But to me, it's no different than using a K2 meter. If you've got 2 K2 meters and you're asking the spirit to turn this one on for yes or this one on for no, what is the difference in that versus the planchette moving to a yes or a no? It's all in the way that you use the tools.
Yeah, when I first started being interested in spirit boards whenever I was, when I did my master's thesis, I was focused, again, I have an English degree, and I focused on a lot of Victorian literature. And I started researching spiritualism and the impact of that, it's long. But I ended up doing a lot of research on the spiritualist movement, and I found the idea of the talking board very interesting, and automatic writing and that sort of thing. And it made me want to kind of work it into my practice a little bit. So I started, I didn't really make my own Ouija boards until fairly recently. And I don't actually own like a bought board. I have, most of mine are made. I started with like using a pendulum, that sort of thing, which is very similar, and then moving from there. But I haven't ever had a bad experience with it. I use it to communicate with spirits. So if I go into a new hotel room, I'll ask if there's anything here and what I need to watch out for and stuff like that. I stick my black salt around and all that good stuff, and try to be respectful when I'm going into a new place. So for me, it's basically a way of just asking, hey, what should I not mess with while I'm in your space? that's how I basically use it. It's just like, you know, asking your host if there's anything to be aware of.
Since Ouija is a brand and a game,
Yes. Mhm.
I'll make clear that I never ever use that term unless I'm specifically talking about that branded toy. And to that end, I've never used one in my life. I have used talking boards and I have done planchette writing, which is an early origin of that. They do have significance to my faith tradition, however. It's an anecdote that Gardnerian Wicca wouldn't exist today if not for Gerald Gardner's fascination with the spiritualist movement. So we could say that all witches, eclectic, Wiccan, or otherwise, derive from that origin story. So it's a fun little fact. But how I use them as a go-between, not just between individuals and the dead. I don't need them for that purpose, but I teach other people to use them. But they can also be a go-between between you and yourself. Used to tap into your own subconscious through the idea motor phenomenon. And I've also participated in some research where guided use of spirit boards and talking boards can be an avenue for people experiencing dementia or other age-related memory loss to have conversations with their loved ones while remaining lucid in their memory, essentially using the board to tap into bits of themselves that you've forgotten.
And my experience with Ouija board, talking board, spirit board, and Mortalis is absolutely correct. The Ouija board is it's the commercialized version. The whole story behind that is fascinating. We could talk about it if there's time. My first experience was I had seen it on TV. I want to say it was an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And I was fascinated by it, but my mom shut off the TV and was like, absolutely not. That's a gateway to the devil, and you're not talking to spirits, only demons. And my mother, was Southern Baptist, so gives you some context there. But I remained very curious about it, and I eventually found one in my classroom in like 3rd grade, and my teacher let me take it home with me, and I kept it under the bed for years. And I would use it, but nothing would happen. So similar to Dylan. But then I had a slumber party and ended up using it with my other, 9-10-year-old friends. And of course, when you get like a bunch of kids around for a sleepover playing with the Ouija board, light as a feather, stiff as a board, those type of games, we all freaked ourselves out. And I was a bit scared of the board after that for several years until much later. But now I collect them. My oldest board is actually a Bond Kennard board. So it's a Ouija board dating back to late 1800s, early 1900s. So it's one of my most treasured boards, but a portal to hell has not opened up in my house. So far, at least as far as I know. But so we've heard lots of very positive experiences with the board, or no experiences at all. And from the poll in the room, we've had people having positive experiences as well. So this may be a basic question, but it can definitely dive deep. Why do you think the board has such a terrifying reputation today? And we'll start here with Mortalis.
That's very simple, because of The Exorcist. There's no historical record of talking boards being perceived as negative until The Exorcist. It scared the pants off everyone, and suddenly talking boards were like evil and terrifying. And they weren't even mentioned in the book. They just showed up in the movie. It was basically an overnight phenomenon, which they became uncomfortable with it. Prior to that, it was seen as such a common, friendly, ordinary domestic activity. It was featured in the May 1920 issue of the Saturday Evening Post on the cover in a painting by Norman Rockwell, like the father of happy domestic life, had a couple playing talking board.
Well, I mean, it was a parlor game. It was a dating thing because you could touch knees, with your beloved, and it's like, oops, scandalous. Anyway,
yeah. So the simple answer, just like a bunch of old moms got scared of a movie, I guess, and oh no, we told their kids demons and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I would second that, and I would also say it's because there's a dominant religion in this country in particular, and it tends to kind of look at other people's belief systems and try to, for want of a better phrase, demonize it. And so, like, if it's a religious practice or some kind of a practice that doesn't fit into a status quo, then it tends to be perceived as the other, and the othering, and then finding ways of showing that the other is somehow dangerous and bad is just a classic scapegoat mechanism. So, it's become such a common trope to have, the Ouija board caught on fire or flew across the room or something like that. And I've never seen that happen. I've never known anyone who's worked with Ouija boards who's had that happen. I've never seen any actual documented cases that are corroborated where that's happened. That's all just Hollywood stuff. But I can't tell you, as someone who makes Ouija boards and often goes to shows like this, how often I have people come up and go, "Oh gosh, I don't touch that. Oh no, that's terrifying." And they just literally will walk away from looking at it like this inanimate object is somehow going to like leap up and bite them and drag them to hell. So it's very interesting. I can have all kinds of other things. Like I've got pictures of people who are, vomiting spiders at my booth. But that doesn't upset people. It's the sight of the Ouija board. You know what I mean? So that's just very interesting to me as someone who's observed that.
And I would have to agree with both ladies that it just, from The Exorcist, got this demonic connotation to it that, the only thing that you're ever going to contact using the, branded Ouija board is a demon, when that is not the case. And the same stories that you've heard, I've heard the stories, but I've never seen.
Not corroborated at all.
It's not corroborated. It's not. We don't go out. I have been doing paranormal investigations for 30 years. I have yet to be called out to someone's home because their Ouija board caught on fire or, the planchette went flying across the room. It's just stories that are told, and and a lot of them are generated from, younger folks. And like Alex was saying, you get a bunch of younger folks together, you freak yourself out. And then you're already at a heightened, emotional level because you have freaked yourself out. So then you start to imagine things, and well, it had to have been the Ouija board that did it. So, I've not seen anything corroborated or personal, experiences other than I can use them to speak to the other side.
I think there are a number of reasons why it's so impactful. I think they come from cultural, religious, and media texts that often permeate through our society. I'm not quite sure whether The Exorcist itself is wholly responsible for it. The media does tend to get a lot of criticism for being the bane of all evil. And I don't think that's particularly true, because I know the experience my mum had was in the 1960s. So it predates the film The Exorcist by about 10 years. So I would suggest that whereas the media is a convenient scapegoat for a lot of ills, it's not the only thing. I think you have to look at culture, religion, upbringing, psychology, sociology, all those things that mix into it. However, the media is something that has leapt upon the culture of the Ouija board. You look at the film Ouija and the prequel Ouija Rise of Evil, and I think The Last Word certainly plays to that sense that there is something very wrong with the Ouija board. So, but I would be interested, because I genuinely don't know what media texts are available pre The Exorcist as to whether or not it's included in there. So that's something for me to take away, to go and have a look at, to see what possible media is available to criticise the Ouija boards.
I would be remiss if I did not interject that The Exorcist aired in 1968. And I have researched this extensively. Right. That is the first instance.
The Exorcist, 1973.
1968.
There's a book first.
Right.
And the movie.
Well, that still
the
predates my
movie-
mum's experience by 5 years.
That's interesting.
I'll have to check, but I thought I remembered. I don't know if y'all know who Robert Murch is or Bob Murch. He is the founder and president of the Talking Board Historical Society. I want to say he said there was one thing that predated The Exorcist, but it's not fresh enough in my head to know for sure. But it seemed that there was some sort of connotation existed beforehand, but whether that may have been because, primarily, Christian dominated culture, society, anything. I mean, look at spiritualism and the religious practices of indigenous people and how that was demonized. So that maybe that was what made it fall into that, quite possibly. So it's interesting that Dylan brings up the movie Ouija and Ouija Rise of Evil, because Bob Murch was a consultant on that movie, and they were very frustrated with how they were presenting Ouija boards in that film. Particularly if you look through the window of the planchette, you can see spirits. And that has since now taken off quite a bit, especially in social media and on TikTok, where, where primarily, Bishop James Long, who is a certain Ghost Antagonizers TV show main bishop, was like confirming that this was the case. And it seems that the board's lore and story has been changing because of modern media, which leads me to my next question. And I'm going to frame this in a way so that everyone can participate in this. But do you see the lore and practice of the Ouija board changing as time goes on? Because it's changed quite a bit since, late 1800s, early 1900s. Do you foresee any further changes happening, lore and media-wise? And we can Dylan looks like he's thinking.
No, I'll come back to some. Just something I've thought of.
Okay.
Just because we're having this panel, I think that, our cultural mores are getting less and less, that we're not afraid of it anymore. It's not like something that you want to, oh my God, run, the minute you see it. I think we're starting to get more accepting of all practices, whether it be in ghost hunting or whatever, and we're trying new things. We're inventing new pieces of equipment, or we're using them in a different way than when they first came out. So I see, to me, it's like an evolution. The more we use something, a tool, the better it performs, and the more we may be able to take it to the next step and it do something we didn't know that it could do.
I don't know. That makes me feel like we're living in a different America because I see a lot of things getting demonized, not just spirit boards, but the way people live. And as a non-binary person and as a witch, a whole lot of people who have a lot of ugly opinions about things. We're not being very forward-thinking as a community. But in terms of will it change? Of course, well, everything changes. Nothing is a monolith. All things change. And the very fact that we're here talking about using them in the paranormal is itself a change, because what we're defining as paranormal in this context is going to be investigations and gathering evidence, which is not in any way connected to how they might have historically been used.
Yeah, I'd like to just piggyback on both of those because, I'm from Atlanta, and we, it's the home of the Walking Dead. We have we have a pretty decent sized witchcraft practicing community. We are very LGBT friendly there, but we also have the dark underbelly of people with very hateful ideals. And I think that that's kind of the same thing that happens with the Ouija boards, the spirit boards, the talking boards. Anything that is perceived as different is demonized. We have people who do go very strongly by that idea of thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, even though that's historically a mistranslation put in bed King James because he was scared of witchcraft. That's not even in the original biblical text.
Anecdotally, a minister came to my door with a gun and said that to my face once.
Oh, that's great.
So-
So violent and misinformed. That's great. Dude, know about how your own religion works, right? But it's odd because so I agree that people are being more open. Like we can sit here and talk about spirit boards. We can be openly witchy. I can be openly ace, but we also have like if you go on TikTok and look at spirit boards, you're going to find mostly creepypasta types of things. I love creepypastas. They're lots of fun. But what happens is you end up with people who take them so seriously that they become dogma. So sort of like nobody's going to think that Slender Man's really going to come out of the woods and attack them, except someone did think that Slender Man was going to come out of the woods. They needed to kill their friends so they could sacrifice them to Slender Man.
Few, actually.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Even though Slender Man was created on the internet and is just a funny meme, a funny creepypasta. So it's like for every couple of people that are open, there's also people who are potentially violent or mean about it. And I don't know how that's going to go.
I had a thought as you were saying that, and I think to bring that up, it's just because groups of people are more empowered today to be open. We are. I'm not going to be in a closet anymore. That doesn't mean that other groups of people have become more accepting.
Exactly.
Two things can be true.
Yeah. And I think that's a thing. Like, it's important to be like more open. Like we do have like it's more acceptable to do like paranormal investigation now. That's
Yes, it
much
is.
more acceptable.
Absolutely.
You don't have to worry about people being like, oh God, what are you gonna do? You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Like are you in a graveyard raising the dead? No, we're
Yeah,
not.
and you're like,
You know.
no, we're literally doing an investigation,
Yeah.
or we're literally practicing our belief system. This
Mhm.
is not like something that people are gonna genuinely attack you for. But there's always gonna be like that small subset that's the subject you're worried about. You know what I mean? I'm sure you've had stuff like that happen with paranormal
Me staring
investigation too.
awkwardly and never answering.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that's
it's
that's how it goes.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to evolve. I mean, I was just looking on the App Store and there's a there's a couple of spirit board apps now. So not only got the Ghost Radar, we've now got the spirit board apps that we can play with on our phones. So I think whatever is going to come next, there'll no doubt be another kind of Ouija kind of film that will come out, and it'll take something in another direction. They will cater to the audience as long as there's people willing to pay for it.
Imagine your phone just
You were commenting that people didn't see these things and run anymore. Someone literally ran out of my booth yesterday because they saw it.
Wow.
So it does exist.
I'll say my tablecloth is Ouija boards, and I get funny looks. They're like, why do you have that? I'm like, yes, because with my books and my cup, I'm going to summon a demon. And I also have a Ouija board coaster set. Yeah.
It's when you get the rug
and
for the house, then you've got to stop dancing.
Yeah.
on
And then
it.
I joke with people, I'm like, just don't put them together when you put your glass on it. It's fine. When they're like giving me funny looks.
Yeah.
I do have 2 sets available if anyone's interested. Yeah. So going off what we're going to segue into, since I know there are a lot of people who are curious about the board and probably interested in usage. I guess since we have a pretty diverse panel of experiences and backgrounds, what's your process when you start using the board? Like, do you have open, close, communications? Like, what do you do? And I know, Dylan, you might be just kind of observing this one, or how to do it as a skeptic.
I use historical opening and closing phrases. They're not typically seen in this kind of use, but I like them. They're polite and magical. To begin, I use Surgeon Mortui Eddie, which is make a dead rise up and come to me. And to close politely, as is the way. leave ye departed shade, I license thee to depart into thy proper place and be there peace between us.
It's a nice way to do that.
Sometimes I'll say, go he must, stay he will.
I typically have mine, I have, because I use a lot of crystal work, so I have mine surrounded by, I create a crystal grid and then I put my board in the center of it. And when I'm opening it, I spell out yes or open, and when I'm done, I take it down and I go to goodbye. And I try to be very respectful in my questioning. That's one thing that I get very frustrated with, is when people are using their spirit boards and they're treating it like it's not, like whatever spirit they're encountering it's okay to disrespect them, to be like hostile to them or mean. And it's like, why do you expect someone to talk to you if you're going to be a complete jerk? No one's going to do that. And then if you get haunted, it's your fault. No, you had that coming. I'd haunt you if you're being a jerk to me. You're going to try to interrupt my sleep, and then you're going to cause me grief? Get off with that.
I think the opposite is almost worse, right?
Mhm.
A haunting historically, I mean, we use the word negatively, but it's a place you frequent, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If someone was a jerk to me, I wouldn't want to haunt them at all, which isn't
Yeah.
very fun if you're investigating.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't want to hang out with you.
It's but yeah, like I try to always be respectful, and in opening and closing, I think that's like the most important thing. If I feel like I've encountered something that feels hostile to me, despite me being calm to it, I usually take my selenite and I try to cleanse the board out, and then I'll do a full cleanse of the space just in case. But yeah, but that hasn't happened. I think that's only happened once. And that was when I was doing something for a person who was very hostile in general. So they probably made the spirit hostile in that case already. So serves me right.
And I will clear my space first. And I use sage, I will sage, and I don't use white sage. I use different blends of blue or black sage, otherwise known as mugwort. But I will clear my space first, lay the board out. I agree, open and very respectful. We're very respectful as individuals and as a team to the other side when we go to investigate. I mean, I don't allow, and none of my teammates would do it. We don't belittle, we don't, yell at them. We're very respectful to them. It is, on their terms if they want to come and speak with us, at all. I mean, it's up to them. And then at the end of my session, go to goodbye, close the board, and I also, again, sage the second time to, close and clear the space.
During the times when I've used it, during my research, because I undertake what's called ethnographical research. So when I'm working with the modern ghost hunters in the field, I will take part in whatever it is they're doing as a way of being involved and trying to understand things from their particular point of view. But when I'm looking at it from an investigator's point of view, because the information, we regard it as subjective, not objective, we don't disregard what is being told through it, and we don't accept everything that's coming through it. So we try and take a critical, balanced approach. But what we find important to do is that we document everything that goes on when that board is being used. So we take field notes, we video it, we make sure we've got audio, so we can go back later on in the cold light of day, try and critically evaluate what's actually taken place in there. And that's what I've done throughout the last 20 years.
I got a few more questions and then we'll open it up to the room. Have you noticed a difference between using a board that is handmade, homemade versus something that is mass produced? It may or may not have Hasbro or Parker Brothers on the box.
I mean, I certainly have, and that's biased to me because I make boards and I find there to be love and care in the effort that it takes to create one, and that's meaningful to me. But I feel that something is a toy and you know that it's a toy, you're likely to treat it like a toy. You're not going to take it very seriously or give it the sort of reverence that it requires. And I think a lot of things we do don't require props or accessories as magical practitioners if you happen to be that. But they do set muscle memory, body memory, and triggers for that ritual space. So doing things in certain ways might put you in the right place to have a better experience. So I'm not having that experience with a toy that I would be using a handmade board.
Yeah, I would, I mean, I make my own boards too. Ouija, I have it says Ouija, but I make my own boards specifically because when I did use the Parker Brothers standard ones, most of those we used for like Halloween parties in the writing center when I worked in the English department. And I just sort of associated those with more like parlor tricks instead of with actual like practice. So there's something about the intent that you put into it when you're making it, whether you're making it for yourself or somebody else. And you don't have to make your own board out of like any like particular materials. You can literally just write it on a piece of like cardboard or paper and make it yourself. But the act of like writing everything out first and then using the planchette or the pendulum or whatever you're using is often sometimes more meaningful because it's creating you're using your energy to infuse the thing you're creating with some of that, and then you have a better connection to it when you're actually doing your practice, if that makes sense. So I prefer to use those. I don't use the Parker Brothers kind. Last time I used a Parker Brothers kind, we used it with a magnet underneath it to trick people in the write-ups, which was really funny. But I don't see those as actual spiritual tools. Those are just funny. Those are just funny games. So.
I think you're right. You can use anything. Of course you can.
Yeah, you can.
Stranger Things use Christmas lights and shopping.
Yeah.
But I think there is something to be said for like setting the mood, right? Maybe the wrong expression, but like kind of like setting the table for a date.
Well, it's
You're inviting someone to have an experience with you. This is another human being. So giving them an experience that seems special and meaningful, I think there's value there.
Yeah, and I think also like, I have my own boards and I have different boards that I use for different situations. There's one that only stays with me that I only use for personal use. And then there's one that I take to go to other places when someone asks me to do a reading there. I don't interchange those because my personal board is connected to my personal spirits and deities and stuff. And I don't let the streams cross. if that helps.
I like
Good
it.
one.
But like the original planchettes used to have the hole to see through. They used to have they used to be on risers and they used to have a place to put a pencil through, so you could like write with it. That automatic writing is the first way it was done. And I don't know if you're a practitioner and you've never tried the automatic writing. It's kind of interesting because you're not like holding a pencil and writing. You're literally touching the planchette and it creates movement. And it's a really interesting tool. So you could use a planchette with anything. You can just have the planchette, write something out, and just use it. So as long as it can slide, you're good.
Yeah, we did. That's one of the ways that we had done one, taking it out on an investigation because it was hard to take a stiff board. So we had a piece of cardboard.
Yeah.
Just folded the cardboard
Yeah.
and then would have it out. Had done our own thing and just brought the planchette with us.
Yeah.
Super silly interjection. I do a lot of ritual with children and teaching them different things. And something that we did was we took the automatic writing idea, not really friendly to small hands because you can tip the thing real easy.
Yeah.
But I took an old school like 1990s ball mouse and I opened it up and I took its guts out but left the ball thing in. We put paint in it. And I let the kids roll it around and it marks with the paint.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
No, that's really cool because it
That is
rolls,
cool,
it
yeah.
rolls easy. That's really
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking of like, the dexterity and the fine motor function.
And they were,
Yeah.
they were four.
It's hard to do that. Yeah. Yeah. And
They wrote words and drew pictures and it meant something to them. That's cool.
yeah, and I also wanted to say like, for any type of magic or communication, it can be as bougie and fancy or as whatever you've got around the house as it needs to, because magic is magic.
Yeah.
It's you, it's not the tools help. You can make the tools, you can get the tools, you can buy the fancy stuff, but the magic is magic. So
And-
yeah, you
and
can
then
use
your-
cardboard.
And your intent,
Yeah.
that you infuse into what you're doing is also important.
If your intent is good and you have that intent, and if you're going into it openly and honestly, and respectfully, then you're good.
I agree.
How about you, Dylan? Like when you've done your research, have you noticed any differences between like a mass-produced, manufactured, or homemade?
I haven't actually noticed any difference. I've seen people using lots of variations, the bought ones. I've seen people, bring in their own. But I've never noticed any particular difference. I mean, that might be something that would be an interesting question, to consider further on. I mean, I know they make variations. There's a Barbie board, I believe. Isn't
There
there?
is. Yeah.
It's not Thomas the Tank Engine one, is there?
Dylan.
There should be.
No, that's an inside joke between us that he is referencing that is very inappropriate. Man. Can I smack him, Bridget? Okay.
We'll bucket brigade just laugh.
But I mean, have they brought out a Stranger Things one yet?
Yeah, there is a Stranger Things board. Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. I
Yeah.
also saw it it's called the Ouija Board Museum in Salem, Massachusetts.
Of course.
It's amazing. I went there in November. It's amazing. It's interesting. We bring up frugality with the board. It reminds me of this murder case that happened in the UK. I want to say it was in the 90s. The jury was deliberating over, whether or not this gentleman was guilty, and they were so like at a loss that apparently they made a board out of a napkin and used a glass tumbler to communicate with the victim.
That's beautiful.
And it was and the victim did like apparently say, yes, this person did it, and they did it with a knife. So the man was found guilty, but then once their lawyer found out how the jury came to that conclusion, basically it was like declared a mistrial, and this gentleman went through court and trial all over again. They were still found guilty, but I thought that was really interesting.
I'm so glad you mentioned cups because one of my favorite little anecdotes. So cups are sometimes used turned over as a planchette. And there's this belief that if a drinking glass is ever been used as a planchette, you should never drink out of it because you'll become possessed. And the idea that you could drink a ghost is the funniest thing to me.
That is hilarious.
I love it.
That's hilarious.
It's like pants on head. Right?
Yeah.
Right. What is that texture?
Try to
You and I
communicate
get
with
along
someone
really
you
well
really
in
admire and then drink.
investigations.
You're like, I am such a fan, I'm going to actually drink you. Yes.
Now I was
Elvis coming.
I was involved.
Now, does it have to be consensual though? It's like, yes, I'll let you drink.
But you better ask first.
Yeah.
That sounded really wrong. I said it out loud.
It sounds worse the longer we go on.
I know.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
There was another case involving a Ouija board that involved court, and this is totally like going off the rails of what was in my mental note outline. But there was a woman, and I forgot her name, but she claimed to communicate with the spirit of Mark Twain and he wrote a book vicariously through I think it was a Ouija board. It was called Jack Heron. Yeah, not appropriate. And Mark Twain's estate actually sued her. For I guess to get the book removed, but you can actually find it online. I think Project Gutenberg has it. If you're curious.
There's a similar story from history. It's not spirit board adjacent, but it is another book supposedly written by the dead. So if you look up Cunningham of Cunningham's Herbal, classic book, or Culpeper. I'm so sorry. Culpeper's guys. After he died, supposedly Culpepper visited his friend's best friend, and the friend was so convinced that it was Culpepper that he began letting the ghost do dictation to him, and he wrote an entire book that was written by Culpepper's ghost. And he struggled to find a publisher for it, but he eventually found a publisher who would actually listen to him, and he sat down and he's like, if I can demonstrate this spirit to you and prove to you that it is Culpepper, will you publish their posthumous book? And he was able to successfully convince that publisher that it was in fact his spirit.
That actually reminds me of how Elijah Bond, Charles Kennard, they came up with the name, how they came up with the patent and the Ouija board, the name. And actually ties into Women of the Paranormal. Do we know who officially named the Ouija board? And who they were named after?
And why? Where is it come from?
The name was communicated to Elijah Bond's sister-in-law because it was claimed that she was a very profound medium. Her name is Helen Peters Nosworthy. She asked the board what it wanted to be called, and it said Ouija, and that it means good luck. But if you also look at Ouija, we, yes in French, ja, yes in German. So it's like yes, yes. So it's one of those little fun.
You can ask me after this. I'm gonna show you something.
Yeah,
It's like moon.
Cool. So one more question before I open it up to the floor. What would you tell somebody who is, and going under the context that they're open-minded, what would you tell somebody who was terrified of the board?
I have to deal with that all the time.
I always tell people that a Ouija board is like a telephone, but unfortunately, it's like a crappy payphone on the street that calls another crappy payphone on the street. You can call, but you can't necessarily dictate who will answer. And any person wandering by a payphone, they hear it ringing and picks it up, they're probably going to be a child. That's what human beings do. It's very funny to like mess with people. And there's probably a conversation in the underworld where it's like, the thing's ringing. I'm going to tell them I'm the devil. Don't do that. You know how it went last time. I'm going to do it. But the thing about telephones is you can hang them up if you're not having a good time. You don't have to keep talking to someone. Communication can be ended, and I don't think there's anything inherently frightening any more so than my phone. I can get a robocall that I don't want. I don't have to talk to them. I can also answer it like I'm the pizza place down the street and be a jerk about it. Same thing.
I tell people it's just a tool. I'm more likely to get killed by my power drill than by my talking board. And yeah, I mean, I've seen lots of movies about that too, but nobody's like gotten freaked out when they see a power drill. So like if it's just a tool, then you can turn it off, you can close it, and you don't have to worry about it. If you really think that it's like gonna jump out and scare you, then like, okay. I don't have like, I feel like I've explained it a lot, you know what I mean? And after a little while, if someone's like really just like, why do you have this over here? I'm just like, dude, first of all, calm down. Second of all, it's just an object. Don't be scared of it. And let's talk about what experience you had that made you so anxious about this. Is it an experience you had, or is it something you saw on TV? And that usually gets at the heart of it. So, yeah.
And I would agree. I mean, it's just a tool, and it's how you use it, and you need to know how to use it, just like you would any tool. Like your power tool could injure you if you didn't know how to use it.
Exactly.
You know. So.
Exactly.
It takes me back to when I was a police officer, and we used to speak to the children about talking to strangers. And you always say to them, when it comes to the internet, only speak to people you actually know in the real world. And with this, what I would say to people is that you're dealing with a physical object, be it card, wood, whatever. Be more mindful of your own imagination, your own restrictions. If you're going to do it alone, not taking on the law of, you shouldn't use the Ouija board on your own because, it's dangerous. but there are psychological implications to it, and just be critical.
We'll go ahead and open it up to the floor. And first hand over there, I saw.
Are there places you should use the word out of respect?
I can't think of one. I mean, I typically ask like that. I'll pull out my pendulum and I'll just say, you know, if this is a bad location to do this, tell me no. And if it says no, then I won't do it. If it says yes, if it says that it's okay to do it, then I'll just go ahead and break out my Ouija board. But the pendulum's good. When in doubt, if I need a yes or no answer for something, I'll just pull out my pendulum and just ask. And then if it, gives me the go ahead, then I'll do it. If I walk into a place and it gives me like, have you ever walked into a place and you get like this feeling of like, ugh,
Yes.
don't do it. Just you have to use your best judgment. You have to trust your instincts. It's up to you. But it's not going to hurt you. It's not going to jump out or anything. The worst it can do is call you names, and you're like, okay, and you just close it and then leave. Like you were saying, just hang up the phone. Like it's just a.
Talk to you about your extended warranty.
That's basically yeah. At that point, it's just a you got a jerk, and that's fine. Whatever. Goodbye.
Someone very bored and dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do know there's at least one subway where it's banned to use talking boards. I mean, Subway, the sandwich place.
Oh, but you meant like
You
the
have to
two.
wonder
I
what
was,
the
there was,
story
yeah,
is.
they had a note on the door, yeah, they had a note on the door or something. I remember seeing that on the internet.
Oh no, I'd love to go into Chick-fil-A too. It's just to freak people out. I'll walk in my full Ace regalia, just like I'm everything you hate. Sorry, I'm awful.
Fine. Let's see. There's.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, I think there could be ethical issues to consider where you decide to use it. Certainly, if it's in a public place, a context of what's gone on in that place, how recent it is. There's been a lot of news coverage of late where there'll be something, a death or celebrities passing or somebody, and then trying to get in touch with that person literally within days of somebody going missing. I mean, whether you believe in it or not, doesn't that make you morally uncomfortable? Isn't that slightly ethically questionable?
Yeah,
I would argue that it would.
chaser about it.
I would argue that yes, it would be.
Yeah, basically, she's compensated.
Yeah.
Just as a side note, we're in an open carry state.
Yeah. So be.
You can open carry a Ouija board. Interesting.
Yeah. See the goal with a gun and a Ouija board.
Throw a planchette at somebody, you could really hurt them.
Ninja star.
It will fly across the room.
People can get weird.
Yeah.
There's also a couple of haunted
That's a good point.
locations that don't allow Ouija boards, so that's just something to be mindful of too. Actually, one of my favorite places doesn't allow them, which I'm like, why?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I saw a hand over here. Yes.
So, this is mostly because I just don't know enough about the history of it, so I'm glad that we have a panel that may be able to help with that. The boards that I've seen have always used Latin letters and English words. So I feel that there's at least in the ones I've seen, there's a lot of possible loss in translation depending upon what entity you're connecting with. So I guess, it is a two-part question. Is, first and foremost, is loss in translation something that needs to be, a factor in using these things? Or number two, are there boards out there that use other languages, or, and lastly, do the spirit somehow have the ability to do that translation for you? Again, these are all things related to that, that control of the loss in translation side of things, if that's a factor at all. I don't know.
I've definitely seen boards in tons of languages.
Okay.
So there's that. And in tons of arrangements with tons of types of characters. So that's out there. in the previous panel, if you were here for it, I was talking a little bit about how there is some historical belief that the dead speak their own language. And it is important to remember that using a talking board, you are relying on your own body to move the board. So in my belief, you are actually hearing the dialogue and you yourself are translating it into the language you understand.
There is a Japanese variation called kokori, and it's a form of it's like a cross between like what we would consider like spirit board communication and table tipping, which goes into the whole like history of like because one of the earliest reported boards is actually goes back to ancient Egypt. So yeah, I've definitely seen a kokori. I've seen. I mean, well, when we get into like European countries, they're still using like Roman, they're still using letters, but in like Rome, Asia, you know, with different characters, I've definitely seen variations of it with that. So, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
It was just related to, you know, how is this idea of, you know, possible loss in translation? You know, if I happen to contact, you know, someone who speaks Spanish, you know, yes doesn't mean anything to them.
Yeah.
Right? You know,
How do you deal with it when you're doing research, like paranormal investigations? Like, do you have that happen?
Not, I mean, like I speak Spanish and English, and just when we go out and ask questions, we've tried in both languages just to see if there's a difference. We know where there's French. I have someone that speaks French, and really, I'm almost in agreement with Mortellus that there's some sort of translation that we're either doing ourselves, or if the language of the dead is the language of the dead, then there is a translation between that and us if they're answering the questions that we're asking.
There's a documentary called Yes, No, Goodbye that a friend of mine made on the board, and they did a session where, and this is actually what my team, what I do, if we're doing it from an investigation approach, we'll have two people using the planchette and having a third person not with no hands on the planchette asking questions that are relevant to them, and they're asking questions that those two people would not know the answers to. And there was one part of that documentary where the individual that was asking the questions is Hispanic, and they started and the other two users don't speak Spanish, and they were spelling out like Mexican Spanish. They're spelling out like words that are Spanish, to the point where the person asking the questions, he realized they were making contact with his grandmother who only spoke Spanish. So I mean, there's ways like there's ways to do it where you're not being influenced. But I also agree with Mortellus that I think this is going to make me sound like something, and I don't. So I think I personally believe that once we kind of reach that like state of spirit on the other side or whatnot, that like you may speak to me in German, but my soul, myself will be able to interpret that and translate that. I still think identity is important on the other side, but I think there is some sort of like not universal like thing that happens to kind of unite everyone. I guess that is, but because we go into similar things, with because there's a meme of a ghost hunter, talking English to spirits that only spoke German, and it's like used in a humorous way, but if they're still getting responses, then either A, those spirits also spoke English, or B, it's BS, or C, those spirits still understand somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good question.
Yeah, I will say that when I'm trying to communicate with someone in particular, I will bring like little offerings of things that might have had significance to that person. And I think that might be a good way to communicate, even if like you don't necessarily speak the language, to have something that says, I may not have spoken your native language, but I have things that I know that you valued. And this way you can set a good rapport a little bit earlier. That's kind of where I try to go at it from.
Got time for, we've got 3 minutes, so It's
Not
quick.
so much a question, just to add to what you're saying, on our salads, we adopted the ofrenda, okay, for people who have passed on. And we would set the table in their place, okay, with things that would connect with them when the veil was thin.
The Dead
Yes.
Supper, I love
Mhm.
that, yeah.
And Martellus has a comment?
That's something that comes up a lot when you're talking about spirit boards is, oh no, it might be a demon. And I think it's really important to point out that there is actually a really particular kind of origin to that thought process. In the 14th and 15th century, we see a trend of sort of anti-pagan propaganda coming out of the Catholic Church that is in particular demonizing necromantic practice, which at that time would have been defined as any magical or mundane practice that worked with the dead. If you were a mortician, you were a necromancer. If you were a minister that did funeral services, you were a necromancer. If you did divination with the dead, you were a necromancer. It was just kind of a broad term. And as the Catholic Church grew, we can all agree that Catholics do a lot of necromancy. They keep human remains, they talk to the dead, they have saints, etc. And people with those cultural practices thought that the way Catholics worked with the dead was super gross and weird. Why do you have this random person on display in the church? This is weird. So a way for them to sort of rebrand what they were doing was to say, well, everything they're doing is wrong and ugly. So it became a dialogue of, you, pagan person, you're not actually talking to the dead. Those are demons tricking you, pretending to be your loved one. If you want to talk to your loved one, you have to do it our way. And we see that trickle all the way down to here.
Yeah.
You're not talking to the dead, you're talking to demons. So check that response. When you're feeling it inside, think about the fact that someone sold you that idea.
Yeah. And I would almost say so there's a book that gets into this. It's by Catherine Nixie. It's called The Darkening Age, The Christian Destruction of the Classical World.
Or you could go the other way and look at Greek and Roman necromancy by Daniel Ogden. It's another good sort of academic source.
But good books to read up on it, and you can I really enjoy that book, but I have to put it down every so often because I just get irate.
All right, we're out of time, so I'm gonna go ahead and hop on, because I want to give everyone at least a couple seconds to say where they're going, where they're gonna be at, and where you'll be for the rest of the day. Con. We'll start at the end with Dylan.
If you need to find me, I'll be at the witching hour table, just down the corridor. But when I'm not there, I'm going to be in here. I've got a panel at 3:00. I'm only here for the booze. Sadly, it's not in the bar. And then at 4:30, based on a true story, really. And then tomorrow morning, I'm going to be here for the panel on ghost hunting equipment.
And we have a table out in the hallway, Charlotte Area Paranormal Society, or CAPS. And I will be back in here at 7:30 for my next panel, which is, I cannot find the title, but I will be back in here at 7:30.
Queer Hauntings.
Thank you.
I'm kind of split between a lot of different tracks. So my next one is going to be in Fountain View at 4. It's the expression of queerness. I'm going to be in there with Nicole Kurtz from Mocha Memoirs Press, who I have a book with called Slice Girls, about evil, about women who murder, which is a lot of fun. And if you're looking for me or any of my art, you can find me at morbidsmile.com. I have some business cards. I also am in the vendors hall, the one that is at the very end of the hall. Look for the lights that have skulls and pumpkins on them, and you'll find me. I'll just be in there being spooky. Yeah.
I'm headed to the vendor room after this for a little while, and then at 6 p.m. I'll be back here for a panel on inclusive ghost hunting. At 7, I'll be swinging through the charity auction where I've donated some items, which I hope you'll come bid on to support the wonderful local LGBTQ youth outreach group that the auction supports. And then I will be in the Walking Through Darkness panel at 10:30. I have a couple of things going on tomorrow as well, including an interview with this lovely person. So excited about that. And if you swing by my booth, look for the crow on the white background. And I will have this spirit board on
And you can find me in the hallway. I have books on ghost hunting, personal paranormal experiences, as well as haunted locations. And I do have Ouija board coasters if anyone's interested. Or look for the coffin. Look for the coffin in the hallway table next to Caps. And come say hi and tell me about your spooky experiences. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our panelists.
What were you?
It's like
The Christian destruction of the classical world. It's depressing, but it's also fascinating. I mean, but it's also amazing to see what all we lost and why. Yes, please. I'll try to make your 10th panel.
Oh, yes.
If I'm not dead.
I'll be dead. So.
Are you in the same vendor hall that I'm in? The one where you go to the end of the hall and dead ends?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
that big room out there.
I'm in the very first.
Because I'm by Jason.
I'm in the same room.
Okay, yeah, okay, cool.
If you enter that room on the nearest end to here and just go all the way, then
Okay.
I'm against the door on the balcony.
Okay, all right, we're on opposite sides, that's where it is. I just keep coming straight in, so that's why I'm not seeing anything.
There's, okay. Hey, I'll be your snack master, Tina. What kind of snacks are there?
Oh, yeah, let me
I
see.
know, yeah. Get out of the way. I think there's gold. There's a bunch of snacks. Yeah. I should. I was trying. There you go.
I know, you're so busy. Jump from one thing to the other.
Yeah, just your head back.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm not gonna corner you for too long. Oh, listen, this is stuff Alex provided last time. Oh, and then, look, I'm like, oh, this is a money shot. Yeah, and then there's soda. There's zero Coke. That'll be lunch.
Yeah, I know, this is lunch for me too.
It's lovely meeting you. Lovely meeting you as well. She got me with her little ninja earrings earlier. Couldn't help myself. They're so cute. They're cute.
I love this kind of thing.
I love them because they're small enough where I could wear them in.
Yeah, and they're not
But they're
like
big
super
enough where-
intrusive, and you're not gonna get like jumped by crazy people. I don't know. You know what I mean. Y'all know what I mean.
I mean,
We all live in the South.
Yeah. Amen.
Y'all take care.
You too. Enjoy it. All right. Yeah, I'm back in here. I think I'm gonna try to check in.
Are you in here now?
No, I'm not back in here till 4:30.
Got it. Because I was like, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the table
To the
too,
table.
and then,
And I like your shirt on there. Yeah. And that's really good.
I mean, I did order one of the other ones too.
Yeah.
But then, I know, but that's cool. And then I'm gonna wear another one tomorrow. Me too.
Yeah, I saw that. And then I saw also in her post that.
I love it.
That's
That's
great.
great.
That she would make a
She
invite.
will.
So that's cool.
Yeah, and what I do too is I buy t-shirts at Walmart, so they're like $5.
Okay.
And then like,
give her the shirt she has to bring.
yeah, and I gave her an idea. So my idea was totally gonna be this, but she put glitter on it, she put extra things on it. And for both functions, yeah, so I mean, because as we know from the last order, we just played.
I know.
It can get rather.
It was a lot more than that.
I mean, but yeah, she will be.
Couple of eager readers. Close to that.
Yeah.
That's who's watching.
Hey again.
You can't keep me out. I'm hard to get rid of.
Well, I'm not trying to get rid of you.
Sorry. Yeah, I had to go upstairs real quick and then back down and
Work slow.
yes. It's make contact.
She wasn't there.
Oh,
That you
good.
talked about.
Good.
I locked down to it right away. Ooh, what is that? I didn't really see it until I walked by.
It's very pretty.
It is.
I'm gonna have to pop by and see it for sure. I just haven't made my way down there yet.
Beautiful.
That's why I keep bouncing back and forth because I'm not dying today. I'm not roasting either. At all. I am.
Like, I am thankful for Icebox.
Yeah, I have my room set on like 50 upstairs. So in between things, I keep going up there and like cooling off.
Well, those rooms was pretty cold compared to the rest.
Oh yeah, yeah. The hall, like the hallway alone is hot.
Well, there's a lot of stuff out there, a lot of people talking.
Mhm. Okay. That's totally cool. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sure that's a wonderful story. I can tell you've seen some stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I took all these crazy experiences that I've had and I wrapped this crazy fictional story around it and set it in Statesville, North Carolina, of all places.
I'm not far from Statesville.
Really? Where you at?
Newton.
Okay.
So it's like,
That's where Tori Amos was born.
yeah, yep, exactly. My brother and sister-in-law live on 7 Oaks Drive. Right off 40. I'm not exactly sure where that.
I haven't been there. Try not to go back.
Oh, I know. I don't believe it. There's a lot. I have a love-hate relationship with Statesville. There's a lot of things and a lot of people there I don't like.
Oh yeah.
But the cemeteries there, beautiful.
Yeah, you were talking about. I don't remember if it was yesterday's panel or this morning's, but you were talking about. It was this morning. The cemeteries that you guys went to. There's one in Statesville that literally has a playground, like
That
right
one.
in the middle of it.
Okay, so
And I grew up. I was there as a child all the
I
time.
love that one. So my family is from the East Coast, but for some reason, my mother's uncle is buried out there. He was found suffocated in a gully downtown Statesville, and they buried him in that cemetery in Papa's grave because nobody would put him.
Wow.
We have no idea how he ended up on this part of the state.
Wow.
No idea why he's out here. So that's a whole nother
Whole other situation.
whole other situation that we're still trying to decipher. But
Yeah. So there's the playground that we always played on, and then if you get like almost right in the center, there is this huge giant oak
I was
tree.
attempting to keep it out of the dig.
And we used to, my mom used to have a daycare. And so her and her friend who had a daycare would take all of us kids out there, sit under this big tree. And we would sit there and climb the tree, climb the stones, other stuff. And yeah, so there was some interesting things that went on. Hide and seek behind the gravestones is really interesting.
that place is interesting for lots of different reasons. Not every cemetery is going to be haunted. Or
No,
have
not every place is going to be
have,
haunted. No.
history, but that one has a lot of things there that I've noticed.
Yeah.
There's a little boy with like peekaboo behind the Veterans Memorial side of
My
that
brain
cemetery.
is
There's a
in
little boy who will peekaboo around it.
Yeah.
That's close to where my nephew is. And then I have a friend that's closer to the playground area, but like on this side of the street. And his parents never put a stone there. So I used to know where he was, but the last time I went, the plaque was gone, and I couldn't find it.
There should be still a record in the office
Mhm.
because that cemetery has a beautiful office. It should still have a record of where he is, like what plot he's at.
Yeah.
Well, I know general
One reason
areas,
I'm behind
so,
on the book of the Old Country, Lugan.
but then again,
North South Carolina.
Yeah,
And it's on a flash drive.
I've only been there a couple times.
Because I'm old and I don't trust
There's
my
just,
own. I wouldn't.
it's draining.
I would
There's
still
nothing
use
scary,
5
it's
or
just
4.
draining.
You know.
Like I crash every time I come back from that one.
And we got a puppy.
I wouldn't doubt it.
There's
I
a lot.
had
Yeah, there's a lot.
60,000 words done. It was almost Greek. And you see, and my desk looks like you'd expect my desk to look. I have one wrong piece of paper beside it. I have the thing fell off the desk, and the puppy, in 30 seconds, chewed on it just enough that it will not fit in any USB port known to man.
Actually, my aunt lives in Newton too. It's crazy. I said Tori Amos before my aunt. But yeah, she lives out there.
It makes us like, no, you're gonna open the Word document and you're gonna start scratch like everybody else.
There's a lot of stuff, and I'm
But now
actually
it's
really
over
surprised.
40,000, so
But there's a lot of
it's
stuff
only 6
that is very historical. Like, there's a lot of places that are haunted over there. You just have to know how to find and how to really just dig for the information, which a lot of people just
I have
either don't have
ADHD.
interest in or don't have the resources or time to.
So bad.
Right.
It's time consuming.
Yeah.
That.
That's why we have you. Just give everything away for free.
I just feel bad. I just.
You could make a legit business out of that, though.
It's a morale thing with me. Like,
any other distraction.
I don't know. I just don't feel
I'm
right
50 words for it.
charging for.
And so, yeah.
Like, if you've been searching for something for like years and I find it in seconds,
5 books out.
just have it. I'm not gonna make a scene about it.
You should be able to lift the whole person. Karate gigs are more like, you're not. No, I just said that I would figure it out. It's just, you're not writing to make you so anxious.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is,
And the bad thing is I'm gonna make that attention.
write them down. Then we just get them out, and then when the spirit moves, do a paragraph. Just break it into 10 bits. 75,000 words. 1,500 words. I can probably eat that sentence. The dad would help. And some days it's like 100, 1,500. I can have a cracker, yeah, that'll work. But eventually I eat the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can do a piece here, a piece there, and then you look up and, man, that's finished. It's a short story. I can send that to somebody. Boop. And then you make $1 in 20 years. And it's great with your $11. All right. Got about 2 more minutes, then we'll get going.
How are the book sales going? It's okay. That's still about 3. So I covered dinner and drinks last night. So that's good. That's definitely a plus.
Yeah.
The whole is fine, but you will find one over here.
Well, don't let us scare you. We're not nearly as crazy as we act on panel. I promise.
He's being a little bit different.
I said as we act. I didn't say we were crazy. I think we were as crazy as we act.
There's not a lot of people who's personally seen me in action. He is one of them. He will beg to differ.
Yeah.
She loves her.
Okay.
I told her when it gets darker.
I just get in that focus mode and I just go. You can't keep up, it's not my problem.
That's
I just went to document.
All the poor bastards that on the air conditioning.
One thing, cool thoughts.
That's right. And not in heat. If you do that, we'll all freeze to death. That's the good thing about this room. We've got AC. That's a good thing.
Storage.
So I assume half the audience is not here for content. They're here for air conditioning. Is that say,
That's
we
what it
already
takes.
count, we already got you counted, so, you know. I'm only here for the booze. BOOS. The booze is upstairs.
All right.
Join us in a minute. Yeah, that's where it is. This panel is basically how our panelists do paranormal investigations, how they wish they would be done, and then a little bit of candy top this sprinkled in for flavor. We are going to start at the far end with introductions and justifications for our existence, then we're going to come back up.
Y'all just love me,
It's not my fault you said on the wrong table. Because I started up next to me last time, so it's only fair. Which I think you sat next to me at that one.
Victimization.
Next time I'm sitting in the middle. My name is Jason Roach. I've been investigating since 2019, and I'm a member of the Association of Paranormal Study. I'm also the author of The House on Dead Man's Curve, which I left in the room today. But if you see me around, I can get you a copy of that at some point.
I'm Dylan Jones. I'm a parapsychologist at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen in Scotland. I'm doing my PhD there. And my doctoral research is looking at the media representation of paranormal phenomena and research and its influences on the perceived professional practices of modern ghost hunting groups. So I've been interested in the paranormal since I was a child, due to an anomalous experience at the age of 7, and then pestering my mum to take me to see Ghostbusters a couple of years later in 1984. So everything I learned from the ghosts, I learned from Dr. Venkman's Dance and Spangler.
There you go, fair enough. My name is Jessica Adams. I'm paranormal enthusiast, genealogist, and cemetery enthusiast. I believe that you can use genealogy and history to help with your paranormal research and content.
I am Tyler Johnson. I am the moderator for this panel. I am author, storyteller, folklorist, paid liar, general annoyance. I have books for sale at the Paranormal Press Table, at the Perfected Press Table, sorry, for $10, and all you have to buy one after the panel. Don't look at me like that. I have to do that. It's a rule. I'm going to start with Jess. Taking aside everything you've seen on television, even Ghostbusters, all the books, you are in charge of this paranormal group. You have 3 minions at your disposal. How do you do an investigation?
Oh, first of all, always go in with good intentions. Good intentions, grounding, no aggression. I hate aggression. I hate people who get really aggressive.
Do share. Carry on.
People who get extremely aggressive are just going to just be problematic and stir up trouble where there's no need for it. And when you go into a situation like that, you're going to find what you're looking for. Like, you will get hurt in some way, shape, or form. But if you go in with good intentions, pure curiosity and just there for the journey and just there for the history, you're gonna get more value in that than strictly entertainment, which is aggression, falsifying your data, just lying about your location. So when I go in, I make sure the people I'm with are really good, really professional. I make sure I vet completely. I make sure that they always have good intentions. I make sure they're just really good people, and I know I'll be comfortable with them, and they'll be comfortable going in with me. And that's just pretty much how I start off mine.
Okay. What about you, Dylan? How do you, like I said, your dream team has been assembled. You're going to the spot, that one place you've always wanted, and you're in charge. What do we do?
I'd be looking for a team that's balanced. So I would like to have people with different backgrounds who bring expertise, because I think when you're investigating an apparition or haunting, you need to have people with multidisciplinary skills. So a mixture of cultural, environmental, and psychological. Certainly the ones I come from the cultural anthropological background. So I look at media and the way people behave, especially as groups. I have a colleague, she got her doctorate in psychology last year, looking at the psychology of electronic voice phenomena. So she's a psychologist. And I also work with my colleague Steve Parsons, who is doing his PhD in physics, and he looks at infrasound in haunted locations. So he's got the background in measuring and how to interpret data effectively. So it's a question of just bringing all these people together and approaching the haunting with a critical yet open mind. And hopefully that will lead to a successful investigation.
Jason, what about you?
Well, I'm with Dylan. You definitely need people from all different aspects to have various opinions on what is taking place and to be able to analyze from different perspectives. I think your team needs to go in and be respectful to your property owners, your property, the spirits, and again, like Dylan said, an open mind, because not everything is paranormal, and debunk as much as you can.
Mine is the multidisciplinary. I want somebody who can use equipment. I want somebody who knows what we're looking for. I want somebody who can eliminate environmental things like dust and that kind of stuff. Somebody with some kind of structural background, like construction, is good, because that way I can know, gee, we're getting a whole lot of cold spots on this one wall. That's a water main. That's why you're getting cold spots. So if the water's 50 degrees, which I've had that fun. I've had people kill batteries. Ooh, it's 50. Put your ear up against it. You'll hear the ocean after I smack you in the head. And my outburst when Jess was talking about being respectful about do share. How many of you watch Ghost Adventures? Raise your hand. You own it. Own it. Don't be telling lies. Do share Ed Hardy t-shirt wearing jackass is the one person in the paranormal field I would pimp slap into the next millennium. No, because everything's a demon, everything's a ghost, and he acts like he's wanting to start a bar fight. You know?
They're the ones who were like calling out the ghost and getting really angry at it.
Oh yeah. Everything. It's all night vision. You can be high noon in the middle of downtown Charlotte. Everything is night vision. Douche hair is screaming at the ghost, "Come fight me, bro!" And the bald guy crawls inside his own mustache every time something farts within a 5-state area. And I'm just like, and one of them always gets sick, and I'm like, I can't even cuss enough to keep up. And I get paid to cuss, and I'm like, no, I can't do this. So basically, if you see it on TV, it ain't right. And I'm gonna start with Jess. I'll be nice and not do Jason again. What is when you've done investigations, what is your number one pet peeve? And it can be with a leader, it can be with the group, it can be with the place. What is your number one pet peeve and the best way to make you say, never again?
I only have one.
That's plenty.
Well, respect is really big for me because I work hard to get into some of these locations, and it's because the property owners trust me. So if you are going to be disrespectful and go against their rules, I mean, it's not my rules, it's their rules. I have to abide by their rules, or I'm not going to be allowed back again. I want to be respectful in all accounts. And if you come in just being completely disrespectful, not sticking to the rules, that is what's going to really make me mad. Equipment doesn't, like, I can teach you how to use equipment. I can't teach you common sense and how to be respectful. Like, that's number one. You're never going to go out with me again if you can't at least show common courtesy and respect.
Perfectly legit. What about you, Joe?
I think it's encompassed in one word, and it's professionalism. And we obviously did the panel this morning, and for those of you who didn't, I thought it was a really good panel. I got to moderate it, but that's what my PhD is looking at, is what ghost hunters today think is a professional way to behave. And professionalism can mean a lot of things, and it encompasses a lot of things, like ethical behavior, or using equipment, because it's signs of what is perceived to be professional. So I get annoyed by people who go into properties because it looks haunted. You know, at the end of the day, you need to have witnesses who have had an experience, because that's what you're studying, is they've had the experience. If a place just looks haunted, or it's an anecdotal story from 150 years ago, why are you wasting your time looking at it, other than legend tripping? But then there's the over-reliance on the equipment, because the equipment makes it look sciencey and scientific. I would argue strongly that most ghost hunters do not know what the equipment really does and what the equipment is capable of, compared to what you see on social media and on television. When I ask ghost hunters, when I'm observing them, tell me what EMFs are, tell me how a K2 works, most of them go very blank. And I've asked several, have you understood, have you read about physics? And I've had some say, oh, I don't understand physics. So why are you using this equipment if you don't know what it actually does? If you went to a hospital, you'd expect your doctor or nurse, whoever's looking after you, to be competent in using the equipment they're using, and then being able to interpret whatever it's telling them. And sadly, those are the whole issues in professionalism that really annoy me.
You know, I know you've gone on several things with APS. So what about you? What's your?
Yeah, I have a laundry list.
We have at least 40 minutes. Go.
This is like
run till you get tired.
This is like a therapy session.
Oh
yeah.
Don't pay attention to the fact I'm wearing a douche hair shirt, okay? So from an investigation standpoint, if you're on an investigation and other people on your team or you yourself are trying to communicate, shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Because
oh my God, yes.
The minute you start whispering to your friend about something, you have just contaminated every piece of evidence that you could have. The other big thing that I think really irritates me is people who go to places without permission.
Lord save us, yes, please.
Yes.
Because one, you can get hurt, but two, you're ruining it for the rest of us who want to go in there respectfully, get permission, do everything right. But because you decided to go have a heyday, we now are never allowed in there again. So.
Mine are, and it all falls under that big umbrella of doing instead of professionalism. Drunk or high. I've had the misfortune of investigating with drunks, professional grade alcoholics. Is as much fun as you think it is. We're in a dark space with, blind corners and holes in the floor and all this stuff. And I'm trying to do a spirit box session, ghost box. Oh, and there goes little Timmy walking towards the empty elevator shaft because he's so high he thinks he's on the moon. Great. That's number one. And you would think this is common sense. We have this panel every year for the last 15 years. Tells you about the general IQ of ghost people. And the other thing is, like Jason said, get permission. I mean, even if it is basically that one time at band camp, that one time it happened, the 150-year-old anecdotal, get permission. Call somebody and say, hey, I have bona fide. I'm with the Social Paranormal Research. I'm doing doctoral work. I'm a published author. I'll run a team. Can I come? Change the names, protect the guilty. It'll be X house instead of, the White House, whatever it is. Can we come? Can we have permission? Because bad things can happen. You can get hurt. You can go to jail. If you're really stupid and decide, I'm going to smoke an entire kilo of weed with my 3 friends at the historic site in Louisiana, and you burn the house down. They burned the damned house down. 20-room house. Burn it to the ground.
What house is this?
It's one of the ones that it's in the Bayou, Louisiana. It made the news 3 or 4 years back. 4 guys broke in to ghost hunt because it was on one of the dippy websites. So they broke it. Now it's been on the National Register since 1962. House had stood, survived hurricanes and everything else since like 1740.
Sorry, she's from Louisiana. That's why we're
Yeah.
asking. So we're trying to
Yeah, I cannot remember, but I know it made the news. But my buddy from
No, we found it. Look at
yeah. My buddy from New Orleans called me up and said, "Have you seen this yet?" And I'm like, "Where is it? What channel? WLW? Okay." But yeah, they burn it down. So yeah, that you can do that. The reason that no national park site or state park site has any activity, because idiots with metal detectors tag along when we come to do an investigation, and they'll dig up a Indian mound. Oh gee, look, here's the trench. Let's see what's in here. And lo and behold, well, you're the exception that proves the rule. Ain't nobody coming to do that no more. Well, there goes 3/4 of my damn bucket list. Kings Mountain,
Oh, yeah.
Cowpens, Fort Sumter. I mean, the list gets longer and longer the more people screw up. But I mean, yeah, just basic, and you would think, being a grown person, it's common sense. And respect, because, do share. If I came into your living room and started screaming at you, show yourself, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna fight, we're gonna throw that hoe down. What would you do if I came into your living room?
You would protect your space.
You would chicken wing me out of there so quick my head would spin. You'd be like, no, bye, see ya. Yeah, and if you were meek and mild, you wouldn't come out of the attic. You'd be hiding up there with a shotgun. Just be the same way. If you're going to a site, behave. This is not the rant panel. It's turned into something else. Very quickly. I'll blame Dylan. It's always his fault.
That would make a good panel,
Oh, we've done it. I think we did it last year. Yeah, and it had to be at like 10:30 because we couldn't cuss that much the other time. And I got Dylan to cuss a couple of times. It was great. But what is, because we all know the basics. Do we all understand what the basis of paranormal investigation is first? I mean, if you don't fit the feel for it, we'll catch you up. I mean, I'm not being a smart ass. Okay. And y'all help me because I'm gonna screw this up worse than, an atheist trying to do the rosary. You do your preliminary investigation. Somebody on the team does the research, locates the property, genealogy, property search, and oh, by the way, yeah, there's been sightings or experiences over the years, whatever. Then you get permission from whoever it is to go in. Then when you arrive on site, that's where pretty much I break down because I'm there to do notes, pictures, because I mean, I'm doing research for books. I'm not necessarily doing a straight, pure investigation. So, tag. Jason, after we have figured out where we're going and what's supposed to be happening, assuming you're one of the people who's on the list of gets free game, where you get told where we're going and why we're going. the mystery machine has stopped, we have jumped out. What do we do next?
Get a Snoopy Scat. um, so at that point, you meet with your owners, and they're going to give you a tour of what they call hotspots, where activity has taken place. And once you're through with that, they pretty much leave you to be for the next 6 to 7 hours, or however long you've paid for to stay there. And at that point is when for the first hour or so, you're setting up your equipment. And then you're in one thing that we do is sometimes we'll split up into different groups. And one group will go this way, one group will go that way. And you conduct your investigation through various different methods of equipment or no equipment. Sometimes we have team members with abilities, and we try to keep them as sheltered as possible before we get to the location so that we can't taint them. And once they kind of like do their reading, we go back, we compare it to the historical research that had been done to see if it matches up, and that's pretty much it.
Dylan, what about you? I mean, like I say, someone associated with you or somebody else, Bridget, whoever has done the legwork, you know what's coming.
Yeah.
Like I say, Mr. Raggy, and now what?
Well, I'm turning up in the Ecto one. So the purpose of any investigation is to establish the truth. We just want to find out what has gone on. So if I was going to turn up, my first approach would be to do witness interviews. So I'm trained in cognitive interviewing from when I was a police officer. So we would be sitting down with the witness, taking them back through their experiences and gaining as much information as possible. Now, from experience, a good witness statement could take you anywhere between 2 and 8 hours to take. So that's a lot of work. But what you want to do is to get the witness to give you as much detail as possible and then get it down in writing. Because the next thing is going to you're going to be looking for what we call effects. So that's visual phenomena, auditory, tactile, olfactory. So you're looking at all these things and breaking them down, because from that is going to tell you where your next stage is going to go. Is what are the environmental factors or the possible natural causes that could explain the phenomena, because what you want to get rid of is all the normal stuff before even considering the paranormal. Now, you may well see on the shows that they'll go in and they'll do baseline readings. We took our baselines, we've got our temperature, we've done our EMFs, we've got our Geiger counter out. Still don't explain that one, but the trouble is they do it for about half an hour. Now, anybody who knows a building that you work or live in, the environmental conditions in that building will change dramatically from month to month. Time of year, the seasons, time of day. So really, baseline readings should take about 12 months because you need those environmental monitoring in there to know what is truly normal or not. Obviously, we don't have the luxury of that. Or if you do you have the equipment that's capable of logging all that stuff? So that's the disadvantage. And then it's spending time at the location. So if a witness sees something at 3:30 in the afternoon, why are you waiting up all night? You want to try and recreate the circumstances.
No, Dylan, you know as well as I do, ghosts only come out between midnight and 1 on alternate Tuesdays on the third Monday in May, and you have to feed them goldfish crackers and tap water, otherwise they won't come out to play. I mean, come on now. I mean, what are you talking about? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ghosts don't come out then. What are you, new?
Yeah.
I
You're
kid.
trying to lure me out of my house.
I'll give Dylan a hard time because he's absolutely right. But the perception is on all the shows, you never see it next at 3 in the afternoon, 2 in. You never see that. It's always dark midnight.
I mean,
I gotta go to bed. I'm an old person. I'm going to hell with bed. Wake me up when something happens.
It's like, I've spent a lot of the last 12 months back and forth to Savannah, and you hear so many accounts of people walking around these really historic places during the day, and that's when they have the experience. But a lot of these people are just doing mundane things when it's happening. They're not sat around in the dark shouting at ghosts, like certain people do on TV.
Yeah, they're just going about their day.
They just go about their day. Yeah. So, but unfortunately, one of the other problems that ghost centers have is that those places are not always accessible during the day for a whole host of reasons. So sometimes the evening or the night is the only time. So again, it's balance.
Right, yeah, so you have, like I said, Raggy and time ago, what we're doing.
I would also look into the history of the land itself. The land is older than anybody thinks. So, I mean, the house may be like 100 years old, but the land has been there for eons. So I would also check out the land grants, land records, history of the land, and the surrounding area, like any bodies of water, any weather phenomena, all of that should be included too.
As an aside to, and are you done? I didn't interrupt.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What I call pay to play. And this again ties into paranormal media a little bit. The Waverleys, Trans-Allegheny, different places. Ghost tours, not so much, because most of your ghost tours are not immersive. They are a tour guide who knows what they're talking about, saying, in the room Walden, a lady massacred herself and all her kids, and you can hear them scream every day at 8 o'clock in the morning because that's when she runs tonight. You don't get to normally go in there and play. It's this building, down another block, this vacant lot, this square, that church. I mean, you don't get to go inside and, oh, I'm going to play on the altar at the Methodist church and pretend I'm a holy roller. No. You get to walk by the church and the guide who knows tells you. So ghost tours are great. I'm a fan. Pay to play. Waverly, you have to pay an ungodly sum of money. Battleship, North Carolina. Again, ungodly sum of money. All of you have done investigations. You've led investigations. You've done paid places. Do you think your results are tainted in any way by it not being freer access, where you can go in like you could on a public square in Savannah or a church cemetery in Charleston, say? Do you think it's tainted? And I'll start with Jeff and I'll come back down.
I don't think so. I think a lot of times is when you pay to go to these locations, the money and the revenue that they create go back into the care of the locations. So it comes to like the renovations, it comes to repairs, it comes to paying tour guides, and sometimes they volunteer, but they do have sometimes paid staff they have to take care of too. So like if I don't get results, that's fine, because their people are still being taken care of, and that site is still being taken care of.
At least. So what about you?
I definitely agree with Jess there. There are properties that we're no doubt all aware of where they do put on these events because it is a good source of financial income for them. And I think if you're presenting any evidence, as long as you've got all the supporting documentation that you need, so like witness statements, your data, but you're also upfront to say, we have been in this building X number of times, we've paid this, and you've told people, look, this is what we've done, we paid for this, then I think most people will accept it without being too critical. I think you will get those who will, want to draw their own conclusions and be very cynical about it. But if you're upfront and honest, I don't think you've got anything to worry about.
Nathan, what about you? What do you think about the
Well, there's a difference between pay to play and extortion. Either way, it's not going to affect your evidence. The ghosts are either going to be there or they're not going to be there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, there are a lot of companies out there that advertise themselves as tour guides that bring people into these haunted locations at 3 and 4 times the price of what they're actually paying to even step foot on the property. And I think that what you find out about it, it gives the community a bad name.
Yeah. The spot, yeah, they're not tours per se. They're like sponsored ghost hunts,
Right?
Or something. Yeah, I mean, because I don't want to rip because tours are most people's gateway drug. You either read Nancy Roberts or you do a ghost tour in Charleston, and you're like, holy shit! Or you do the murder tour in North. That's like, this is cool as hell. What he's talking about with the sponsored things where
more like an experience.
Yeah, it's like a Disney version almost. Yeah, yeah. Just to clarify that we're getting our terms right. Yeah.
Can I come in on that? It's just I was thinking of a pay to play. You as a group pay a location, right? We just want to hire this location. Say, is it Rosedale?
Yeah.
Yeah. So say we just as a group wanted to investigate that one. There's no outside. There's no other people joining in, and you're the team in there. You're just doing what you need to do, and you're paying for that privilege. I get that. Or are we talking about us paying a team already at a location as an event, and they're the ones who are teaching what's going on? Because I do have a problem with that. There is one location I am aware of. I'm not going to say where. But I observed them as part of my PhD observations, and I didn't tell them what I was doing. I was on what they call a covert observation, because the teams that I'm mostly dealing with, I'm doing overt. They know why I'm there, but I wanted to test whether or not the responses were different if they knew what I was there for, because they might think, oh, crap, he's a parapsychologist, he's going to be critical of us. They might, but what I found is that they've still been very forthcoming with me. However, the one specific one in reference to where I was at covert, they introduced the equipment. I asked them some just basic questions, how it worked. They got very defensive about how that equipment actually worked and didn't like being questioned. They did the event. They were particularly antagonistic to one guy who said he was a skeptic, which I thought was very unprofessional, even from a customer service point of view. But at the end, they wanted to bring together to do their debrief, their reveal. So I was like, okay. Oh yeah, we got some great results on the K2. Oh, some amazing results on the REM pod. And these were their words. And then what I found is that investigators like to have this hyperbolic reference to their evidence. But evidence is evidence, whether it's evidence or not. It's not amazing. It's not wonderful. It's either evidence or it's not. I went to countless burglaries as a police officer. I never walked back to the station and said, I've got amazing evidence of a burglary. It either was or it wasn't. But this is what they do. It's a way of building up inflating the way that they are. And then he said, oh, we got some amazing responses off the REM pod. And I said, well, I have to disagree with you. Stone silence. They just look at me. I said, well, I was making notes. I pulled up my notes on my phone. I said, you asked the REM pod, these people are talking to a bit of plastic here. You asked the REM pod 37 questions because I was counting. You had it go off one time. That was over a course of about an hour or so.
That is literally throwing everything at the wall.
Yeah. So it was literally less than a 3% hit rate. Now, what we're looking for is anything over 20%, because 20% is sort of average. So statistically, was it important? No. And then I told them what I was doing, and they just almost imploded. Oh, they really didn't like it at all. But this is a company that's charging people $90 to $150 for a 3-hour experience, and they're getting 15 to 20 people at a time. That I have a problem with.
Well, you're in the wrong damn line of work.
Right.
That is for real.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you can do a tour in Charleston or Savannah for a fifth of that and go home with some kick-ass stories. Not, oh, it beat, but did you hear about the one down there at the Academy of Art and Design? Did you hear about that one? Nothing weird, man. But, ooh, a plastic box lit up.
Does the investigation always have to involve, like when you're on the ground, obviously the research is where you start at, but does it always have to involve the technology, or is there something that y'all can do that, I mean, obviously you're not gonna have empirical evidence, any kind of thing to share after the fact, it just becomes a story, but is there any place for that outside of technology, actually on the ground experience of the site? Is that having way?
Depends on your motives for the investigation. Dylan, and if I'm speaking for you, Jason, smack the tape out of my mouth. And Jason, when they go, they want to get evidence. They want to, preponderance, it says it's haunted, it says it's not, or inconclusive. When I go, I want a story. But again, I cheat as far as, okay, I know what happened here. I know who was supposedly involved. Now, I'm also smart enough to know that this is not going to be a movie that comes on at 10:10 at night after you get in a go Kevin greet everybody out in the movie theater. This is not how this works. I can go 40 times in a row, dickery happens, and then the 41st night, boom, I get my extravaganza. But when I go, I'm trying to see, is the story reasonable? And I have to be willing to say, no, this story is bullshit. I mean, complete and utter garbage, but I have to be able to know what I'm doing first. And I think we all use equipment. I mean, I use pad and paper. I use a digital recorder. I use those film camera. Because these cameras, I don't care if you've got the newest Apple 14,000 camera sub. You want orbs? This is how you get orbs. But I use black and white and color camera. Not as much for evidence per se, but for me to be able to go back and say to myself, okay, I went and X was supposed to happen. And something kind of did, but I got Y and Z too. Now I got to figure out the jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, especially using real film, I would imagine, if you're trying to recreate, like you're recreating basically the same thing with science, you're trying to recreate the experiment. If something had been captured on real film at some point at that location, trying to capture it again on real film would make the most sense.
Yeah.
So.
And then there are people who go and do sensitive psychics. They can go and get impressions, and that's possibility of contamination because, well, you read my book, that's how you know what happened. But I mean, and that's something that especially these three use more than I do to kind of build that case, because the only way we're going to prove it is double-blind experiment and do it over and over and not split the atom. Good luck with that. It's been 2,000 years and we ain't pulled it off quite yet. But again, after a while, when the stack of evidence gets this high, somebody's got to say, yeah, there could be something to it. And right now we're about here. So eventually we're going to be like, hey, can we get some damn funding for some research? Because obviously there's something going on. We don't know what the hell it is. Infrasound, earth tremors, whatever. There's something happening. So,
I was just going to say, it's a really good question.
Yeah.
And I think some people, like that particular group I was mentioning, they mistake an offer of help as being resentful for what they're doing or being unduly negative. And it's not. We want people to investigate. That's not the issue at play. But we want people to think that there are people out there are like a critical friend. So it's like when you're an author, and I'm sure Charlie, Jason, your publisher should be a critical friend. They'll be saying to you, well, yeah, this is really good, but can you tweak that bit? It's not a personal attack, because they want to make money. They want you to have an experience as an author, and they want to get you published. And that's what the breakdown is, I think, between academia and people who are doing the ghost hunting at the moment, is they see us as being that we see them as being just stupid or they're wasting their time. They're not wasting their time. But there are already methodologies in place which will improve what you're doing and actually help you and then help us. But they throw the equipment, they throw, there's, I think Steve Parsons, he said, ghost hunter, you know they're a ghost hunter by the amount of boxes that they're carrying or flight cases into a building of a night. It's a scattergun approach. They throw everything. And yet, when I started my PhD, they said, right, focus. No, keep going, focus. Keep going, look at one thing. Because otherwise, you've got this tendency to just try and concentrate on too much. So forget EMF, forget radiation, focus on temperature. Just do temperature. You don't need to fork out lots of money. It's simple.
Catch that. Could you try again?
No, be quiet.
Yes. The spirits are here. Yeah.
Hey, and I didn't even say, hey Siri, did I?
No.
I watch those that to me all the time.
Yeah. It's haunted. So yeah, it's just focusing on something and do what you can encompass what you can achieve, in small steps.
Is that what you mean? All three of you touched on having. I'm sorry, I'm talking a whole lot. All three of you touched on people that you want to have in a group is someone who's professional and somebody who knows that. Is that kind of how y'all prefer? Is to have one person who's focused on one aspect in particular, not necessarily somebody who's like, I need people who are like just savants at everything. But you're going to focus on temperature. You're going to focus on this. You're going to focus on Y.
I have several different people to run different positions who are really good at it. And they're in those positions for reasons. Like I have somebody who is spectacular at doing the Estes method, but he sucks at EVP sessions. So he's strictly Estes session. I have somebody who's really good at EVP sessions, but can't do Estes. So he's on the EVP sessions. I have somebody who would rather do monitor temperatures. So that's what he does. It just all depends. It really just depends on the location. Because that's going to determine who goes where. But I have certain people in mind. When I go to places, I do have certain people in mind who are better at a particular piece of equipment than the other person.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you go to see a doctor for the first time, they'll give you a general assessment of what they think is, but they will refer you to a specialist. And that's just a way of making sense. If somebody is hearing something in a location, then let's get somebody, let's get the physicist in. I'd get Steve in. If they're having certain experiences of feeling they're being watched or feeling of uncomfortableness, that there's something not quite right in an area, let's get him to look for infrasound. I am not going to do that because that's not my specialty. My specialty is interviewing witnesses and observation. So that's what I will focus on. We can be jack of all trades, but master of none. So that's why we hand over to those who have got specific expertise.
Jason, what about you?
Well, so when I first started, I was all about the tech. I had to have all the stuff. So I go out and I buy all the stuff. And then I met this man right here last year.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for the credit card, Dan.
Y'all are welcome, by the way. Just saying.
Sometimes it's possible to get too caught up in the tech. You're staring at a screen, or you're watching an EMF meter light up 2 times, or any other. You're watching the little stick dude from the Xbox game. You're too caught up in it to notice what's actually going on around you. So I've taken a different approach in the past couple times that I've gone out and investigated. The only thing I use is my phone as a recorder. And I take a pen and a notebook.
I was just getting ready to say that's one of my best tools is a composition book and a pen.
Mm-hmm.
And the batteries don't get drained.
Well, now that's debatable. Because my brain might, give out. But yeah, that's what I do. And I document everything. If someone has an experience, I document it. What was happening when that experience took place? Is this a logical explanation that this could have happened, or is it something else? And that's my current approach right now.
Sometimes keeping it simple is the best method.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's a saying, isn't it, in marketing and design, KISS.
Keep it simple, stupid.
It applies to science. You just keep it simplistic, I mean, I probably saved you a whole lot of money in the last 12 months by not buying equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, the latest bit of tech, come along tomorrow morning. I'm going to tell you all about the K2 tripwire.
Meanwhile, I'm one of those, still buys leftovers for his shoes, puts down baby powder in the floor, and
Baby powders.
ties jingle bell on fishing line to see if it's a person or not. So
Good old Peter Underwood, that advice still works.
Harry Price,
Harry
too,
Price,
yeah.
yeah.
Don't count Borley. Just
Look,
read the advice, not what he actually investigated.
Some of the best techniques are the cheapest techniques.
Yep.
I mean, go to the Dollar Tree, get some baby powder.
When you work for the county, you're damn right it is.
So, baby powder.
Do you know that I actually solved a haunting back in the late 90s? A single mum living in a property just outside of Cardiff, near where I'm Wales. She was complaining of footsteps and noises upstairs at night. So we went there, and she had a daughter who's about 3 or 4 years old. So the initial thing was, okay, we've got the experience, we know we've documented what it is, but we were thinking, well, mum sleeps upstairs, daughter's got a bedroom next door. Could it be the daughter? Just simply getting out of bed, running across the landing, getting back into bed, pretending that she's asleep. So the simple way of finding it out, and this was before, all the wonderful gadgetry that we've got today. Peter Underwood, Harry Price, cotton reel, tying it off one end, tying it across the other, and then a thin bit of honey spread across the cotton reel. Whoever walked through it, it would break, they probably wouldn't feel it, and the remnants of the honey would be left on whatever it is they were wearing. Lo and behold, I'm sat downstairs, it's about 2:30 in the morning, you hear bum, 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 bum. Right, wait, no. Mum gets up, we check, little girl's fast asleep in bed, the cotton reel's been broken, problem solved, never happened again. Simple. I could have made a fortune on a YouTube video to it today.
All the good stuff happened before the internet,
Yeah.
Gonna open it up to you folks. Anybody else have any questions for the experts? All right. Hearing none, nominations are closed, and we're going to do the commercial part of our afternoon. And we're going to start with Jess. Where are you at next, and where can we find you and your stuff?
This is actually my last panel for the day, but I am going to be around for a while. So catch me, talk to me. I'll be here for most of the night. All of my stuff is under the same name on all social media platforms called That Modern Mombi. Across YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, it's the same thing.
And it's Modern Mombi.
That Modern Mombi. It's a play on words. It's like, because I'm a mom and I'm tired, it's like zombie mommy.
Yeah. I was just clarifying for folks so they could track you down.
It took my mom a couple of years to realize that. She was like, I finally understand why that is now.
Cool. Dylan?
I have got another panel at 4:30 in here. It's called Based on a True Story, really. So we're looking at the media and the wonderful things that they come up with in relation to supposedly true events. And then I'm going to do an impromptu panel called I'm Only There for the Booze. I'll be in the bar.
I think I'll join that one. I'll let you moderate.
If you want
No moderation.
No.
I gotta drive home. I gotta drive home tonight, and the rest of the commercial is coming. So hold on a minute.
And then,
Jason, no. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt the commercial.
and then I'll be at the Witching Hour with my partner Bridget round there on the table where you can come and find out about the Witching Hour in Savannah. And we're also stocking copies of my colleague Steve Parsons' book called Ghostology: The Art of the Ghost Hunter, where he goes through the history of ghost hunting and also all the equipment like K2s, temperatures, radiation, all these things that you've seen on TV, and then he just basically is a real Debbie Downer and tells you how it all really works. But always says, carry on doing the good job, because there's something out there to investigate.
Right. And Rope, where are you going to be? Where can we get your goodies?
So this is the book. Thank you, Dylan. So
I bought it earlier. It's really good. I haven't read it yet, but anyway.
I'm going to be at lunch for the next 2 hours. And, and then from 6 to 10, I will be in this room permanently. We are going to be discussing inclusive ghost hunting, queer hauntings, and then the haunted Queen City. So make sure you come by for those. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, I am moderating Read the Manual. And Dylan and I are going to, and a couple other people are going to explain why you don't need all the tech.
This is my last panel. I am going to be in main programming with Braxton from Valentine Wolf. He is going to play improv tunes on his electric upright bass. He's classically trained. I'm going to tell lies. So you'll go home talking funny for the next 2 weeks. I apologize in advance. Again, I have Jason Graves at Perspective Press Table has copies of Civil War Goes to South Carolina. They were $10. I will sign them to you without a personalization or however you want them. And if you want them to be worth money in 100 years, I won't sign them at all for you. But otherwise, I'm done. I will be on Dylan's panel up at BarCon. If you catch us out and about, smoking area, whatever, feel free to come speak. Love to hear your stories, answer any questions, whatever you've got. And y'all have a good con, and don't overdo it because tomorrow's coming and you got to go home. And driving I-85 with a hangover is not fun. Just bear that in mind. Y'all have a good rest of your night, and we will see y'all later.
Have fun.
Thank y'all. And thank y'all once again letting me mess with your mind. An hour. Yes, ma'am.
My background is, I have an instructional background, and talking about instructional here.
Yeah.
Made me so happy to hear. Absolutely, because we should in old buildings of any kind.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that makes so much sense. And you're talking about researching the land itself. So I did a paper, I did this with but it was, I had to
See you later, alligator.
site in North Carolina for something, and somebody was like, just talk to the family, and I was like, the family has an argument with the family. I'm going to go back. So there was just 2 weeks of me in the deeds office reading like cursive, huge ancient leather metal. Yeah, no, that was really cool. I like the idea of researching the land because the land is in the front of the building.
That always should come first, no matter what.
That makes so
Is
much
the
sense, yeah.
just read like any kind of research you can do.
Yeah.
Was the best.
Yeah, no, my mom and I were the kind of people that, like, before Wikipedia existed, if you put a in a library and said, can you research this subject? Gone, goodbye. Yeah. But no, after having done deep research and land research and genealogy, my mom always knows that kind of stuff. No, it's a really cool comment. I like that a lot about don't just research the building and the people that were there. Research everything.
So I was born in the 80s and grew up in the 80s. So I'm that generation that saw like hard copy and footwork and paperwork and then the internet.
So I'm late. I'm mid-80s also.
Gotcha.
So like, yeah, definitely.
Gotcha.
I'm pre-internet being what it is by a long shot. Yeah. So like in elementary school, if I had I had to get all of my papers. We did not have a computer until I was in 10th grade. All of my papers were on a typewriter.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I that's how I grew up. We were like, and I'm like, also like my parents were like parents as well. So there was just a lot of stuff that was very you know, my parents would kind of know that if I was like, hey, what does that word mean? Mom would literally just hand me the dictionary. They would answer questions. Yeah, exactly. Like, I grew up with the Encyclopedia Britannica being set in my house. It was not the computer program, you know. So yeah, no, I get that.
And you were actually pretty wealthy if you had that. They were expensive.
It was they had put it together over the years.
Oh yes, yes. That.
Yes.
That was literally one of my favorite places to hang out when I was a kid. Was the library.
Every summer, Mom would take me at least 3 times a week because I would read through so fast. My sister and I were the same way. Like, we would, especially when like new books would come out, and we would have to. Because my sister and I both read very advanced for where we were, but like there was eventually like I should remember reading a lot of stuff. So one of us would wait list when a new book would come out, and then we would trade back and forth every night to see the pages first. You know, but like, no, the land research part was just really cool.
Do you have can I give you a card?
Yeah.
But
my mom does genealogy research a lot for our family, like family property. Like we have our old, like my parents, both of them. The old homesteads are no longer in the family, but they are still cared for.
Okay,
So
good, good, good.
Like the two, so there were 2 original family cemeteries up on both sides. Yeah, it's a whole thing. So like
that's
it was just really cool.
There's a whole other thing when it comes to farmhouses and cemeteries, and they're being like destroyed and overran, and it's just it's horrible.
Yeah, my parents, well, and I also so like my dad's family is very intense. My mom's family is very intense, and both of my parents have told my sister and I we are not being very being committed to want to do it for grave sites and having someone go clean it because they have had to do it for years. So. But it's still really interesting. Like Mom has mapped out, like she has on a map geographic locations of where we know our background is very. My families were also but somebody at some point, very southern traditional thing. Somebody at some point did a ton of genealogy research and self-published family genealogy books with like newspaper clippings, like collected. Like both my parents' family since were very close. Oh my God! Being able to share information, and they were big enough that so I have like it's not even my parents' name, it's like 2 names removed, but part of the family. We have an entire shelf of self-published genealogy books from like the 80s and back. So yeah, I love stuff like that.
That's so cool.
And again, like I said, land research especially because one of my side passions is geology and stuff. Like what is that about land
See,
research?
that actually comes into play too, because you have to know, like
is there vegetable soil that's
right?
causing people to
You
say?
have to right, because the soil is contaminated. You would be surprised how many times I go to some place and like the level irons are high, and the sodium levels are high because it's just salt content.
Yeah,
everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. I won't take up a take for your time. No, I just the land research in particular really hit me in a happy way.
You are fine. Trust me.
All 4 of you have just read.
We did come in a little skeptical because we've been in panels of very close relation, like similar topic where it's.
If you weren't trying to fight a ghost, you were like jumping at every creep.
No, or it was all very
Christian. Yeah.
I don't oppose if that's your method of centering yourself.
It's just hard to get into.
I go out of my way to avoid all the fake stuff. I think Jason said debug first.
Yeah.
And
Like
then
we're gonna go to a site where people have seen Civil War soldiers, and it was never.
There was no battle.
Yeah. Where you go to a Civil War site, it's also a reenactment type.
Is there a good spot to like find accounts and investigations that have where you can find this level of scrutiny? Like, where's the good? Is there a good Reddit page? Is there other? I guess y'all's books would probably have that, but
I'm sure Reddit would actually be a very good place to know.
It's definitely it's closer
Because
to
Reddit's
it's settling. So I think that was just.
I love it. I mean, it's like Wikipedia as far as the information. Like, yes, anybody can put crap on there, but also anybody can access it. So what would there's some threads that you like? Or you
I have a problem.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Actually, directly some people who are very selfish in our way.
one's
not as bad.
Well,
This one is
you know, at the very least, like even if I'm not going to find anything or see something, I have to go out and have a good evening. You know, like.
All right, where are we going next? Is there a next?
What are you doing on a Friday? You know, it's. You're fine.
Okay.
Literally collecting cards.
I tell you what, when you're looking for that, okay. Yes. Good.
I also got one, so.
The Modern Mom Beach, you literally made a whole thing about it. I can't remember.
So, if you wanna follow Kevin, the custodian ghost hunter.
Yes.
He is everything's for he, same thing as me, stay away from fake stuff.
Yep.
And then scary AF entertainment. I love him, he's a really good friend of mine.
Yeah.
He doesn't do fake stuff either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I follow a lot of really legit.
Well, that's what I was. It's trying to find those types of people. Like, how does it? Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, I have to tell you myself, I forgot to bring my recorder. So I'm gonna turn it on, you know, and so I'll until around 6. Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much.
None of the rest of us have shown up yet. It's cold in this room. 7 minutes till, and there should be more of us. Hello. Thank you. I got them at making your waifu.
All right. So, Ethiopian wedding is Komi Ishmael, you're in for a bumpy ride.
Yay, I'm not alone.
You're not alone.
Not dark.
You are not alone. Usually I'm the last one running in, so I'm proud of myself.
I know. I got the picture, I didn't get the question.
Hello, hello.
You must be Megan.
I am.
I'm Victoria.
Nice to meet you. Where is it?
Alex said she put it under here for me.
Oh. I'm like, I have no idea what's happening.
That's fair.
I mean, it's the story of my life.
Reorient.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Victoria.
Hi, Victoria. I'm Alidria.
Yeah, I saw you at the campfire stories thing. Your story was really good.
Which one?
Well, I was only there for like the first part of it. The backstairs one.
Oh, yeah.
I liked that.
The one about my mama's house?
Yes. I love stories about Mama's house. You know, like it's amazing.
I still live in that house.
You really do? Oh,
Yes,
that's awesome.
I really do.
Was it a true story or were you making it up?
No, it's a true story.
That's awesome.
Oh, now I'm like-
even more awesome.
The funniest thing about it is I didn't even tell the part about the whisper fighting that you can get on the first floor.
Nice. I love
If
that.
you shut all the doors on the first floor, in the back bedroom, where my mom's room is, people will start whisper fighting behind the closed door.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
I'm
it's
so
like-
excited.
And literally, I have recreated this like 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is shut all the doors.
Really? And then it'll start up?
And
Like
then it
no
starts up.
provocation?
No provocation. It's like, oh.
They're mad that you shut the doors.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Or they're like, closed doors, it's time to get this out, this spirit issue.
Well, the thing about it is it's whisper fighting, so I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's because the family doesn't want the children to know.
That makes sense. Yeah. Because why else even bother to whisper fight, right? If you were
Yeah.
in your own space.
Yeah,
That
so
makes
that's the thing, is that they're whisper fighting because they don't want everybody in the house to know what they're fighting about.
Yeah, that makes sense. Awesome.
I don't know why I'm the moderator for this panel, but I'm the moderator.
Hey, listen, you're the moderator. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen?
Right?
The worst that can happen is I go completely blank. And that's why I made notes.
It's okay. We'll rescue you if something happens. I'll
This
start
is
talking about demons. It always draws attention.
Yes.
Remind me when we get back. You're going back to the table after this?
Briefly.
Okay, I need to get my books.
Okay.
I got my candles brought them
This one
upstairs.
at the end before I
Okay, yes. Don't let me leave this room.
I like your earrings.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to be
Look
festive.
at those.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at those.
Just
And I have
about as
cat ears.
festive as I got it.
Yeah.
Look,
My hair like covers. I'm like, I love this t-shirt. It's like,
and coffee. That's awesome. I had one made for this that I couldn't find. It said like, what is it? It was distracted by demons and black cats. So I was Catnip Salem. And of course I couldn't find it. So it's like, okay, next con, I guess.
I just wear it.
Right?
Just wear it.
Scientists love that.
You know, I rarely wear t-shirts just because I don't wear t-shirts very often.
That's real, me either.
But I'm like, this is
Comfy and it's appropriate.
yeah, this is my
It's comfy and appropriate.
notebook. 'Cause I find half the time I'm taking notes too.
We've got Sprite and Coca-Cola and cherry cola.
Thank you. I need caffeine or I'm gonna fall asleep.
We have candy at our table, so I know. I think we're all gonna be diabetic by the time.
Probably. I mean,
Anyway,
whatever to
we're
get
done
through
with
the
this.
day, am I right?
Yeah. Get through the day and part of the
I'm
night.
good for now. I just ate, but
Yeah. Oh, everything is yeah.
oh, no, literally everything under the table.
Yeah. I just ate like 14 Tootsie Rolls. Don't judge me.
So I'm just gonna make an educated guess. Was Ghostbusters what got you into this?
Yeah.
That's awesome. What about you? How'd you get into this?
When I was younger, I used to talk to my dead grandmother, and then as I grew up, I forgot. So it's my mom who told me, and that's
It is full
So-
money.
yeah.
Super
As you can probably tell, I'm one of those people who actually has a voice who does not need a microphone in rooms like this. So, because I don't know if the microphones are working or not. So I'm just going to go ahead and just project
if that's all right with everybody. Hi, my name is Alidria Hurt. I am a horror writer and avid horror movie watcher, which is what is relevant to this panel. I am an avid horror movie watcher, which means that I've watched a lot of based on a real true story. Yes, real true story. That is based on the true story. Really? That is the title of this panel. If that is not the panel that you intended to come to, you are in the wrong room. But please stay anyway. You might have a good time. So, here we go. We're going to start out with introductions to all our lovely panelists who are going to talk about based on a true story. Really? Starting with Megan.
Hello, my name is Megan. I have been a paranormal investigator and amateur historian for about 20 years now. I live here in the Queen City, right outside of it. So majority of my work is between here and St. Augustine, Florida. And I've been a member of CAPS, the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society, for a little bit over 2 years now. So I investigate with Tina. She is our founder. And just love all things paranormal.
Hey everyone, I'm Victoria J. I am a demonic folklorist. So what that means is that I'm a paranormal researcher who looks at narratives, experiences, and phenomena. For my thesis work for my master's in folklore, I put together a system to try and expose patterns within behavior of demons as they show up in the published narratives. So yeah, and I have my book coming out sometime next year.
Hi, my name's Dylan Jones. I'm from Wales in the United Kingdom. I'm a parapsychologist at Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm doing my PhD there. So my doctoral research is looking at the media representation of paranormal phenomena and research on whether or not it affects the perceived professional practices of modern ghost hunting groups. So that pretty much requires me to split my time between the US and the UK, looking at the ghost hunting groups in each country and seeing whether or not the media and any representations in it are affecting the things that they do when they go ghost hunting. And one of the things that got me involved was pestering my mum in 1984 to take me to the cinema to see Ghostbusters.
So, let's talk about the foibles of this subgenre, because I'm sure everybody's got opinions, right? Oh, yeah. What's your favorite or least favorite example of the subgenre, and what is the best or worst part of watching it? I'm gonna go with the Amityville Horror.
That's
Which
the
is
worst.
It's my favorite to watch, but it's probably one of the worst examples of based on a true story that you're gonna find. I really enjoy watching horror movies, but anytime it tags on based on real events or based on a true story, I immediately go, really? Because some of the things that happen just they don't follow. And when you're like, that don't follow, that's one of the first foibles of the genre, in my opinion, is that it doesn't make common sense. Like, why would you stay? All of these random pretty horrific things are happening and you're staying there. Why? This immediately says that's not a good idea. So what about you, Megan? What do you think?
So my probably favorite movie that is based on a true story that we're all just going to laugh about is Chucky. So that is the story of Robert Eugene and his doll that lived in Key West, Florida. The artist house is still there. You can tour it. And his story is what the screenplay for Child's Play turned into in the 80s. So here we are, a story of a doll that, looks real creepy and goes around murdering everybody, but somehow you just can't kill it or burn it or set it on fire. And, so we sit there and you're like, God, I love this movie, but why am I watching it?
Honestly, I don't like any of the based on a true story movies, or at least none of them are coming to mind. I think that's a major foible that you had mentioned. Basically, like, because when you have, like, let's say it's a demonic entity, you can't exactly get rid of it by leaving. So that's like one reason why it's like kind of useless to leave, because in these narratives, people will go on vacation or just sort of leave the house for a few days and it comes with them. So, but if it's not a demon, then yeah, that's completely like, why are you here? But I do also like the demon genre. It's not very accurate, and they do that on purpose. They are looking to up the ante, so they don't really want to listen to the phenomena, when some of the phenomena is actually more interesting than the story they're telling. And I honestly, I keep telling people, like, let me talk to the horror writers, because I'll write you a demon movie and it'll be scarier than anything they did. Just because I know the phenomena and I know how it manifests and the best way to, I feel like, present that. Also an avid horror movie person. I actually write editorials and analysis of different horror movies for Morbidly Beautiful, if you ever want to check that out. But yeah, nothing's coming to mind I feel like that I actually enjoyed. Because I'm like, nope, I know way too much about that. That's dumb. Let's see. I think The Right is pretty good. Hereditary is pretty good. But did they get things wrong? Yeah, they did. But I think those are the most enjoyable ones.
For me, I think it's got to be The Conjuring 2 as a movie, which interestingly was also featuring the Warrens, like the Amityville Horror. Note the sense of dread in my voice when I speak about the Warrens. I don't have much time for them. There's a number of things in that. It's the way that we're not just talking historical liberties, we're talking complete fabrication of what happened at Enfield compared to the way it's portrayed in the film. The inclusion of a demonic entity.
Right.
In The Conjuring 2. And for those of you, I mean, can I share what the Warrens' involvement was?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, has anybody seen The Conjuring 2? Yeah, got a show of hands? Yep. Okay, the Warrens in the film, the complete saviors. They even went into the basement that the house does not even have to battle this demon and the entities that were there. The case lasted for a total of 14 months. It's incredibly well documented. It's probably one of the most well documented cases of poltergeist activity ever. Their involvement lasted 5 minutes. They turned up at the front door. Guy Lyon Playfair, who was the main investigator, opened it. Ed Warren said to him, I can make you a lot of money of this. And Guy basically told him where to go. That was their entire involvement in it. And yet when you see the extras on the Blu-ray about the grown-up Janet thanking them for whatever they did, I think that's an example of money talks from the production company. They had no involvement whatsoever. And there's an academic called D.W. Pasulka. She's based, I believe, here in North Carolina. She was a consultant on the first movie. And what she said, that what really happens is that, unfortunately, due to the nature of these films, that what goes on screen actually trumps any historical accuracy whatsoever. And in the public eye, what happened on film is the true portrayal. So, for goodness sake, there was enough dramatic stuff in the Enfield case. Just stick to the true story. So that's my annoyance.
I think in general, we all have a pretty good understanding of the basic underlying underpinnings of all of this stuff, either as just a historian or a lyricist or your parapsychologist. We all have a basic understanding of what underpins all of this, but a lot of the people who are watching this don't. What, beyond just, please God, do your research. Right? Beyond, please God, do your research. What do you think would help to fix this genre?
Talk to the actual people who work in this, who went into the Enfield poltergeist event. even people who study these things, you know,
Mhm.
like I could tell you what's wrong with your movie in 5 seconds, but not everybody else could, you know, but that's just because I specialize in it. So,
Yeah, so it's basically a deal of there are people who actually do study, and not only should they be doing like research into the what actually happened, but they also need to be talking to the people who study what happened.
like Disney hired folklorists who specialize in Dia de Muertos for Coco. If they did things like that, I think it would fix a lot of these inaccuracies. And it's like, yeah, there are going to be embellishments. Sometimes it's accidental in folklore. Sometimes it's like completely on purpose for the point of the movie. But if we got like most information in there, I think this would stop being such a problem.
Well, and also too, there's so many remakes of movies, you know, over the years and over the time. And a perfect example that I would love to see 9 times out of 10 is you have, you know, a movie we'll go back to 6 years ago when the Winchester movie came out with Helen Mirren. Great movie, amazing house that you can go visit in San Jose, historical landmark, the whole 9 yards, just so captivating. Go back even a little bit further to the late 80s, early 90s, Stephen King did
Rose
a
Red.
2-part series, Rose Red, based on the Winchester house. And then because of all these things, then you had people who came out and they did documentaries. So I almost want to see like, hey, we're going to make this really great horror movie and this is just going to be so much fun. But I want a Cliff Note version of what actually happened to you, like a documentary that goes along with it. Because sometimes, you know, that history is just as interesting as the entertainment value.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's kind of like, you know, you get the two DVDs. Well, now not anymore because we all have Netflix. But you know, the 2 different versions. You'd have like the horror movie for entertainment value, and hey, here's a little documentary of the actual facts and the history of the movie that we made. That would just, I'd swoon.
I think at the moment what happens is with a lot of it is that the production company just simply pay a lip service to getting the consultant in, like they did with The Conjuring 2. But the Cliff Notes is a great idea or a documentary, but then clearly with that production, James Wan and the rest of them, they have a conflict of interest, because if they brought in any of the actual investigators that studied the Enfield case, they would blow the Warrens' reputation to smithereens and any factual representation behind the case. So it wouldn't be in their interest to,
Oh, of course not.
to do it, which is a shame. But I mean, I would love that if only that they had that integrity to do it.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's one of the, you and I had a private conversation where we talked about the fact that money can do great things. It can also do a whole lot of damage. Now, some of you have investigated and done, have any of you had personal interaction with any of the spaces, places, things that any of these movies are about?
Not these specifically. I've been to Lizzie Borden.
Okay.
There's so many, but not. I've never been to the Conjuring house. I mean, Andrea Perron was here last year as the special guest for the paranormal track, so she was fascinating to listen to. I visited the Borden house, but no, never visited Amityville because that's now private property.
Yeah.
Haven't stayed at the Conjuring yet.
Not yet, but
No.
it's on you.
Enfield is still a council property. It's still lived in by somebody.
Ah. So there's a possibility in some places that some of these things may be ongoing, just not as
I don't think
spoken
anything's
of.
been reported at Enfield because it was considered poltergeist activity and it faded out after 14 months.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of energy is unsustainable.
Yeah.
Okay. So to flip it a little bit for those of us who are just doing it, who are just purely horror fans, What, if anything, does this subgenre do well? What does it do that you would actually look at it and go, okay, I have to give you that much.
I think it does give people the means to perhaps want to find out more. So it does engage them, but hopefully it engages them in a real way to say, well, let's find out what really happened and let's read. So I would hope that it encourages people to pick up books. But what my PhD research is showing so far is that most ghost hunters don't read.
It's so upsetting.
That's very upsetting.
I actually view horror as an art form.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of movies, they can be horrifying and beautiful. So I think these settings are amazing. The cinematography, the music, I think they do exactly what they're meant to do, which is to scare you or to just make you feel a little creeped out. And I'll give them that. You know, these movies, they're pretty good. They're just not accurate,
Yeah.
which is like my big pet peeve. But I'll watch them.
I think too, like one of, as far as these questions, for me personally, when the movie Ghost Ship came out years ago, I thought that was a great movie. It was very, really kept your attention and, and then, visiting the Queen Mary, it wasn't specific to that ship. However, just because of that movie coming out and then being on something similar, I'm like, I want to learn more about, piracy. Like these things happened. It might not be in the traditional like Blackbeard, but boats and people taking over these ships, and you're just stuck there because you're out in the seas. So I think it really sparks. They go hand in hand of having a movie, and they can be inspiring. They can spark your creativity and want to further your education on subjects you never thought you were going to want to know about.
Okay. Well, on the furthering your education note, what is one research item, not necessarily a book, but a research item that you think someone who's into screenplays or someone who's writing a new book, where should they start with their education from your perspective?
History. Like if it's a real historical event, definitely look into the actual history.
Mm-hmm.
If it was, say, a demon, you're gonna get mad at me for this. I recommend as a primer, The Demonologist by Gerard Brittle. I know it's a book that was written with the Warrens, but it is the easiest way to understand the subject. There are some things in there that I was like, that's a little weird. That doesn't make sense. But for the most part, overall, it's a fairly good book to introduce somebody. It's called like The Devil, Demons, and Fallen Angels, something like that. Who wrote it? I don't know, but the title is something like that. That's also probably a good second book. And then from there, I would recommend my thesis. So.
Okay.
I would say go back to read the books and look at the history of, if it is ghost hunting is your thing, then look into what people have done through the thousands of years of people trying to understand the experience of apparitions and hauntings. But when I speak to a lot of the amateur ghost hunting groups, and I show them, I usually start off with a slide of investigators, and ask if anybody recognizes them. So they don't recognize Harry Price, they don't recognize Peter Underwood or Andrew Green or Frederick Myers or Eleanor Sidgwick, all these people who are incredibly influential. I put up a picture of Zach Bagans and everybody knows who it is. And I think that's incredibly sad.
Yeah.
And then what happens is that the ghost hunters of today don't know the mistakes that the other researchers made 130 years ago when they first started. So yeah, please, pick up books. Please read.
Yeah.
Also, too, one of the best things you can do is last summer I went up to Sleepy Hollow, and everybody loves the Sleepy Hollow movies and all the tales and, all the headless horsemen. And, that's it's a legend, but just like legend and lore, it's looped into the paranormal. And we were walking around the cemetery, Sleepy Hollow Cemetery, to find Washington Irving's grave. And here comes the caretaker of the cemetery to hand us a map. And it was just like, hey, if you get lost. And we had a 3-hour conversation. So just tapping into the people who are in that area, little libraries in these little towns, if you're going to visit, because there's a saloon down the road that, has all this documented paranormal activity. Go in there, talk to people. People love to share their experiences, but so many times they feel uncomfortable bringing it up themselves because they're like, "Ooh, I don't want you to look at me weird." Meanwhile, I'm like, "Tell me."
Yeah.
Tell
It's
me
like,
more.
tell me. As an avid movie watcher and a little bit of a historian, as a tour guide, I basically go to the spaces that people are living in. Go to the spaces and talk to the people. And once you've talked to the people, go to the books and then go back and rewatch what you saw through the lens of the information that you now have. Now, if you choose to, if you do that, you're going to have an entirely different experience. You're going to have a 100% different experience just because all applied knowledge changes your perception. And if you change your perception, guess what that means? You learn something new and then you can apply it. So to bring it back to the movies a little bit. What? Full hard. We've talked about what the genre does well. We've talked about what the genre does not do well, which is basically two sides of the same coin. What if you were going to? I realize this is probably not the best one, but would you recommend any of these movies to people?
Yeah. Ghostbusters. Yeah, no, seriously, I think for me, it was a formative childhood experience. It got me talking to people, asking people what actual experiences they had. And I know 4 or 5 parapsychologists in the UK, and we're all of a similar age, but we all saw that film and we all wanted to have some sort of career in parapsychology. So there's Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, well, our professor. He's at New Bucks University. He was the guest investigator on Most Haunted for a while. You have Steve Parsons, the author of this book, influenced him. Professor Cal Cooper at Northampton University influenced him. My PhD supervisor, Dr. Rachel Ironside, she was influenced by it. And, it brought me to where I am today. And it even got me the chance to film a documentary for the 35th anniversary of Ghostbusters. It's about what parapsychologists really do. So I got to take that to Sony Studios in Los Angeles in 2019. And I got to tell people, got to meet Dan Aykroyd. And he had a real interest as a family. That's what prompted him to write it. So I got to tell people there what we actually do. And from that, I got an invite to the world premiere of Ghostbusters Afterlife in New York. So that was awesome. Fingers crossed I get an invite for the new one, but that's in December. But I would say to look, watch it. There are some interesting things in that. There's little kernels of truth in what goes on. And although I do make a point that a lot of modern ghost hunters are actually copying Ghostbusters these days. They've all got their own uniform. They've got their little logos. Some of them have even got ambulances. I kid you not. So yeah, it's quite influential, but it can be in a positive way. And it makes you, does make you laugh at the subject as well, which I think is important, not to take it too seriously.
To be honest, I don't watch them a ton. I've seen a bunch of these movies, but I would never watch a demon movie with me, first of all, because like I'd be sitting there like, oh my God, it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Oh yeah, that's true. You know, like I can't stop myself from talking during it because I know way too much about what I'm looking at. So I'm just constantly talking. But unfortunately, I guess it depends on what it is that you're interested in. That's what I would say, like, oh, well, if you're interested kind of in like the process of breaking down a person and what that would look like and breaking down a family, I guess like Hereditary or The Conjuring. The first one is, or The Conjuring 2, as far as like if you were looking at oppression, what that looks like. I would say they do a really good job of showing how breakage happens within people, and that some of the phenomena is real. Not everything, but it has been documented to have happened in these narratives. So if somebody came up to me like, oh, do you have a good one about like infestation? I'd probably say one of the Conjuring movies, or Amityville. Are you talking about like the original? That's
Yeah.
your favorite? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Some of it is accurate. I went through the Amityville case to see, I also did the Bell Witch to see whether it sounded demonic to me or not. Amityville did not. It was weird for sure. And it's like something was happening, but we don't know what it was. And I wouldn't say as a professional, no, I don't think it was a demon. But that's what sells. And they knew even then that it was so strange to have that experience. So I think that's really what sold it. So, yeah.
I absolutely would recommend it to you. You just never know what you're going to get from these stories. I mean, naturally, most of us watch horror films and because we want to be scared. You know, we want to, you know, dive into the unknown and be like, ooh, this is really possible. But, you know, another movie that is based on a true story that turned out being like a hopeful miracle was The Haunting in Connecticut. You know, here's this family who moves into an old funeral home and discover all the body parts and, you know, all the evil that happened down in the basement from the old funeral director. And, you know, a son who, you know, has this major cancer and is going through all these treatments and is so ill and on the borderline of death. And, you know, it's a great story that captivates you and it's creepy and you're jumpy. But at the end of the day, you know, parts of it are based on that real story. And at the end of the day, he also ended up being cancer free. So here's a, you know, a movie where you're just, you know, jumping around all over the place and it does have a happy ending in that situation. So they're still inspiring for so many reasons, you know, even though you're watching parts of them through your fingertips.
And Haunting in Connecticut too, which has nothing to do with the story because it takes place in Georgia. Yeah, that was a really great distribution like choice, guys. But it's a really good movie. It goes to Georgia, so I would recommend that one. And I looked into that case, the Snedeker case, but unfortunately it was filtered through the Warrens. But this is the one thing I will say about the Warrens. I think they were describing real phenomena when they were exaggerating cases that they had seen because that phenomena shows up in other cases they were not involved in. So that's like the one thing I'll give them. I think it was like real stuff, just played up quite a bit because In a Dark Place is actually a really creepy story. It's one of the few that actually creeped me out, and that's hard to do.
Okay, I got a question for the audience. Who here knows who the Warrens are?
Okay.
Okay, just making sure because we
Yeah.
referenced
Talk
we
about it.
referenced people and everybody doesn't know who they are. So could you give us a quick primer on who are the Warrens?
Yeah, you want to start with more hatred?
Because all of us, I'm sure all of us in here have probably heard the name before by now, especially if you came to this panel and you have a little bit of a background in based on a true story narratives. But it's just one of those ones where I go, we have referenced these people enough that I think if you don't know who they are, you need to know so that we can continue the conversation.
And I can, if you want, I can soften
No, you,
Well,
you,
that
you,
you're-
you take it away. They,
Somewhere in the middle. It's gonna be
They're all
okay.
fellow country people.
So Ed Warren just, actually, he passed away, oh gosh, maybe like a decade ago now. Lorraine Warren, I'm sorry. Yeah, and then Lorraine just passed away a few years ago. Yeah. And, just a married couple and easily on, I can think of top 5 horror stories that they investigated in real life that were based on true stories. You have your Conjuring movies, you have your Amityville movies, you have your Annabelle movies. Those are all based on real life cases that they were involved in and they investigated.
I think
That was the groundwork.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were known for doing public engagements. They were very good at courting the media. They set up a museum. That stored all their collection of items like Annabelle. Even though if you've seen the film and you've seen what she looks like in real life, they're very much different.
She's a Raggedy Ann.
She's a Raggedy, yeah.
Which is scarier to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I would pick her up, yeah, like.
But I think when you go back to, if you read some of the work by the researchers about what they were involved in, some of them are extremely critical of them. I can't remember off the top of my head the name of the investigator, but basically he said that if Lorraine Warren told me the sun was going to come up tomorrow morning, I would go and double check first. And the Amityville Horror, written by Jay Anson, apparently was just cooked up over a couple of dozen bottles of red wine.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of in the middle about my feelings about the Warrens. I think maybe they had good intentions when they started this work, and maybe money got in the way, or I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think they had a genuine interest in the paranormal. When they started, they, were together and would go, she would was he the painter? I think he was the painter. Yeah. He would paint the house and she would do psychic readings of it because she was a clairvoyant. And they would go talk to the people living inside and see what had happened. And that's kind of where it started. They really brought paranormal investigating to the forefront of media. So in a way, they're not responsible for paranormal investigators existing. They're more responsible for all of us knowing that this is a thing that happens. And that's kind of the issue I have, that it's these are kind of our pioneers in the field, but they're also problematic. They started a field of study. Well, they didn't start it, you know what I mean? They brought it to the forefront, but once you do that, people start weighing in, things start to get murky, and yeah, money just made it much worse. And their books are good. I'll give them that. They're scary. They're everything you would want if you picked up a demon book, but they're not always factual. If you look at Andrea Perron's books, The Conjuring is a slice of the things that happened because they lived in that house for about 10 years. And I used her books for my own research because I was mining them for phenomena, but not history. Because even Andrea doesn't quite understand that Bathsheba Sherman had nothing to do with that. She wasn't a witch. She was Christian. And that Mrs. Arnold never stepped foot on the property. That's a historical issue. So I'd like to believe at least that they had good intentions. And then there is the possibility that Ed Warren had an underage child living in his house as a sex slave. So I don't know if that is true. I did not know him. I never met Lorraine. This was long before I got into research. But if that's true, that's a horrible thing. And I hope he's in hell. But that's me. So hopefully that's not true. But, their research, I think, is important, even if it's just folklore, because I've found a way to use it.
Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
There were at least a couple of movies made about the Amityville War. I mean, I'm only aware of 2 movies. Is one more accurate than the other?
As far as the actual case, probably the first one, from what I remember. Like the one with Jeff Bridges' dad. What was his name?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Steve Bridges.
Yeah.
Where's our phones?
Right. Let's go look.
Google it.
Yeah, like whoever that guy is, they were both insanely handsome. By the way, that's just a personal comment. Like I watched Starman recently. I'm like, your face doesn't look real, dude. But anyway, Amityville is one of those cases that became sensationalized anyway. So we don't have a real look at what the phenomena actually was.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. So, yeah, it's hard to say whether like it's more accurate since, yeah, Jansen has admitted that that was a completely fabricated story. I think parts of it were not fabricated because if you got this house, why would you just leave unless you were seriously scared? So I'm sure they saw things. I'm sure like crazy things happened, but what we get in the actual like book and then the movies just may not be accurate in totality. So I really, yeah, I wouldn't even look at those, unfortunately.
I believe there were some questions about whether or not they could actually afford to have the property.
Really? Oh, that makes sense then.
Yeah, I think there are monetary issues at play. There's a book called, I think it's called American Hauntings by Joe Nichol and another co-author where they pull apart 10 different cases, the Amityville Horror being one of them. So I believe there were some financial issues, should we say.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions from the audience?
I'm just curious as to what value you guys think the tagline at the beginning of these films, based on a true story, actually gives to the film. For example, I could watch The Conjuring or anything like that, just, even if it's complete BS that someone made up and, it's a fun horror story, I think I would still enjoy it. So I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that these guys choose to use this tagline at all? What value does it give?
Real fear.
It's
Right,
scarier.
so it makes it more real? Okay.
Because it's scarier. Really haven't. Yeah, no.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because just movies that I'll watch, and if I see that, and if it's something I haven't heard about or something, I'll be like, ooh, I want to know more.
Right.
I want to know if I can visit that place. I want to know what else I can find. And it does. I think it makes it, more scary. We see, the works of Stephen King because it just came to mind because I'm looking at your T-shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sit there and know that, okay, that's not based on a real story. That isn't something that would actually be able to happen. But then to sit there and think, ooh, this could really happen. I think that's, more fearful and not so much ghosts and spirits and demons, but still paranormal, just a quick, you want to talk about UFOs and aliens. Whew, I watched Fire in the Sky when I was little.
Mm-hmm.
I did not sleep for weeks. I slept with the nightlight and with my mother. So I think things that we can relate to and be like, this is something that can actually happen. It makes it, a little jumpier and a little bit more scary to watch.
Like this could be next door. Like I do
Yeah.
love that idea. And back before I got into this, I was more like, oh, it's a real story. But that made me more excited because then I would go look for the books about it. So that could also be like the connection of trying to sell more books as well. So you mentioned Pennywise. I think the idea of this like parasite underneath this town, like sucking it dry of all the good out of it. What's weird about that is that I'm a geomantic psychic. So I feel the energy of cities and the earth, mostly cities. And I've lived in towns that felt like that there was something underneath taking from it and taking from me.
Is Charlotte one of them?
No.
Okay.
Thankfully.
let me ask.
No, there's a lot of people here though, like in that airport. Who designed that? But no, actually it was a town in Illinois called O'Fallon, Las Vegas is another one of them, but only in certain parts. Weirdly, it's not the Strip. It's like closer to, not exactly downtown, but it's like the kind of seedy area. There's some dark
That's
shit
because
there.
all of those things underneath the strip are drunk. They don't know any better.
And then Logan, Utah, where I went to school at Utah State. There is something under it that you don't feel it at first, but over time it starts to take from you if you're even a little bit psychic. Like it starts to like. So I went on like a meditative walk through the town once, and I saw what it was. It looked like I don't know if you guys have ever seen Constantine with Keanu Reeves, the big bug thing. When the demon was trying to manifest on our plane, it showed up as bugs. That's what it looked like psychic bugs that get in your aura and poke holes in it and make you feel like you're dying pretty much the entire time you're there. It lives because there are tunnels underneath Logan because of like all the, it's like something to do with Mormon history. It travels through there. You can't really get a lock on it, on what it is, but it makes you feel terrible while you're there. You don't notice it at first. For me, it manifested in the form of chaos, bad luck. I would have 6, 7 bad things happen to me a day. It was like it was allergic to me, like it wanted me to leave. And I was like going to grad school for 2 years. I wasn't going to leave. So, yeah.
If I can add to what you just said, I feel similar to that about certain parts of Connecticut where I'm from.
Mm-hmm.
And my family are from Monroe. And I feel like there's something about Monroe that's a little off too.
Interesting. I haven't been there yet.
The Warrens are from.
Right? That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's why, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah. I feel kind of weird though, like I love visiting my family, but I'm glad I don't live there.
Okay, interesting.
Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, just on the sort of based on a true story thing.
Yes.
I mean, they always put it at the front of a film based on historical events, don't they?
Yeah.
So I think the horror movie genre will tie that in as a way of that adding that extra layer of realism to what's going on. So you invest more into it and you engage more, and then perhaps the horror of it will hit you even more. I just think that, and it wasn't a horror, but on Netflix. Anybody seen Inventing Anna? Yeah. Inventing Anna. It's the true story of Anna Sorokin or Anna Delvey, who basically conned millions out of the New York elite.
Right.
But the tagline, something on the lines of based on a true story, even the parts that are made up. And that, because it was based on a lie, what her life was a lie.
Yeah.
But I think perhaps the horror movies could use that one.
Do we have further questions from the audience? We got one from the lady in the hat.
What, if any, movies would you recommend that are very close to being accurate? What is something that you could watch?
Sky in the UK did a 2 or 3 part series on the Enfield haunting. I think it's called the Enfield haunting. There are 1 or 2 bits in there when Guy Playfair gets thrown against the wall that didn't happen, but there are elements in that show, that TV drama, where it follows much more closely to the actual story.
What was the name again?
The Enfield haunting. But Guy Playfair's book, This House is Haunted, is a must read if you want to follow that particular case. I do have a copy of it for sale on the book stand. I only have the one though, but it is a brilliant book.
So I have a series I'm working on that I have been working on for a little bit for hauntjaunts.net. It's evaluating the accuracy of these demon movies. I've looked at the Conjuring movies that are currently out. The Insidious movies will come out next since there's a new one coming out, and I'd like to evaluate that before I submit it. It'll actually be with American Paranormal magazine, their online stuff. Hauntjaunts doesn't take writers anymore. And I've done a couple others that I'm just not thinking of. Weirdly, one of the more accurate ones, and you're not going to believe me, is Paranormal Activity 1. They had a consultant who was helping them write this. Now, not everything in there is accurate, but a large portion of it is, and I was surprised by that when I went back. The Insidious movies are not accurate like almost at all. Conjuring movies, it depends on the movie. First one's pretty accurate. Second one is less by like 75 or 25%, so it's like 75. And then the third one is like accurate in with that first case, and then the rest of it not at all. So if you want to check that out.
Definitely going to go back to the Haunting Connecticut. That was a really good one. That had a lot of good, not super, super scary by any means, but a lot of it was, was pretty accurate. And then also any movie that you can watch, there's a few of them in there and I can't think of any, but of like the Black Forest in Japan. That place freaks me out. And there's multiple movies about it. They're just so suspenseful and dark. And I mean, it is a fact. I mean, people go in there thousands a year to literally, and then they never come out. They're taken over by, dread and end up, killing themselves while they're in there. So I definitely think any movie that involves that place.
Akokihara Forest, if I'm not mistaken. I'm probably butchering that name. But yeah, like people used to, like back in the old days, bring their ill or disabled relatives there and they would leave them to die. And my guess is that it's a place of horrible negative energy. So people go there specifically sometimes to commit suicide. At other times it might be sightseeing and maybe commit suicide when they didn't intend to, which is really sad. But yeah, that would be my guess as to what's going on there. Really sad. Yeah.
When filmmakers depict these documented paranormal activities, what kinds of changes do they tend to make? Like, do they make them more violent? Do they go for some kind of big finish where everything's resolved? Because I would think in actual activities, they're not always resolved. So I'm just curious, is that the kind of thing that they tend to do?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't think of, many of these, stories that we've even talked about or things that have happened where, there's a non-living entity that, slits your throat and blood splatters up against the wall. Yeah, there's tons of documented records of scratches, biting, pushes, and things like that. But as far as that wouldn't be entertaining. So when you do see just like all that gore and just accelerated, you're just like, yeah, that didn't happen.
Yeah. Because often these entities are not necessarily threatening, right? I mean, they might have negative vibes, but they're not necessarily out to kill the inhabitants of the
Oh,
house.
well, I mean, I ghost hunt because it's peaceful.
you
It's
go.
quiet and it's peaceful.
And I think one thing we haven't touched on, because it just hasn't come up really until now, is that the way that the paranormal reality TV shows use the filming and camera techniques and editing in those movies in their TV shows. I mean, and if you look at the visual imagery across Ghost Adventures, there's that, or any ghost show on TV, there's the gothic undertones, there's quick, sharp edits, it's glitchy. Most Haunted, which really started the paranormal TV genre off in the UK, based a lot of their camera shots off the Blair Witch Project. So the turn in the face, to the camera, to the face, and night vision, all that started. And they are responsible for playing up the ante about the element of danger. We've only got a certain amount of time to solve this haunting kind of thing.
What do you think is the most important thing we could learn from actual paranormal documented experiences? I mean, is there something that we can learn about why spirits linger on or our connection with them? I mean, are there positive things we can learn? Because in the films, they're always negative.
I mean, I don't know if ghosts exist. I know people have experiences and people have beliefs. My job is to be critical and try and see what the data is telling us. What we do know is that people have experiences. That's without a doubt. Something is going on, but I just don't know what. I never profess to know what. But the experiences are not anywhere near what the media portray it to be. Most of it is very mundane.
It's
Very mundane and ordinary. More to fear from the living than the dead.
Well, that's the thing, we wouldn't watch it if there wasn't some level of excitement to it. I find that most places in real life during investigations, when there's activity, 9 times out of 10, it's very protective of where you are, very inquisitive, like, who is this in my house? What are you doing here? I mean, they wouldn't really show that kind of stuff on TV. Contact with a loved one that's passed. I mean, it's sweet, but it's not going to hold a 2-hour movie. So I think, maybe these tiny little things that, could potentially happen have just, get blown out of proportion for that entertainment value. But meanwhile, when we're actually, in these places, you do a lot of times feel like I'm not alone. I feel comforted. I'm not scared. People ask all the time, well, aren't you scared being up in that attic of that house all by yourself with no light? No, it's wonderful.
So we call that the sunny supernatural in folklore. Those experiences that guide you or make you feel happy. I have a random story about that. So when I was a little girl, my dad can attest to it. He's over there. I walked down to the park by myself as a toddler. I was like 3. And yeah, naturally they flipped out and were like, where's Vicky? Where'd she go? Da, da, da. And I genuinely, like, there was actual critical thinking happening, but nobody could see that. And I was 3, so I couldn't really communicate this, but I thought it was okay. And the reason I thought it was okay is because I could feel a presence next to me. And the way I would describe it is like sunshine, how you can feel it. I felt very safe. I thought it was okay because it was there with me. And it wasn't like holding my hand in a like physical way, but that's sort of what it felt like. Its protective presence over me. I personally believe it was an angel, or some kind of guardian angel, angelic presence. And it was fine. Like everything was fine. Like they found me within like 5 minutes, thankfully. But yeah, so people have those all the time, and those aren't the ones, that show up in movies as often, sadly, because they're really like affirming. When you have one of these experiences, you're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Life is beautiful. Death maybe like has all these different facets that I've never thought about, because we're all kind of thinking about it, at least a little bit, like what happens when we die. We're not really sure. So to have one of those, I think it's called re-enchantment. Like if you went to Lily Dale, for instance, the community of spiritualists in, is it New York? Is that where it is? I think it's in New York. It's up there. It's up there somewhere. I haven't been yet, unfortunately. Yeah. So if you went there and you had a beautiful experience, maybe you felt something beautiful there. It's supposed to be filled with fairies, and it's an entire community of spiritualists and mediums. So you basically, I'm pretty sure you have to be a medium to live there. So yeah, it's called re-enchantment and reaffirms things about life and death and your fear of it. So
I have a question about haunting. The Sharon Tate's home, the house she lived in when she and her friends were brutally murdered. Eventually was torn down, and a gentleman built what looked like a mansion on property. And he was on one of these ghost TV shows. I can't remember the name.
He was on Ghost Adventures.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And he was claiming that through the Ouija board, he was having conversation with Jay Sebring, one of the victims of that night. And I've seen things in articles about how he's claiming that, that Sharon is there and some of the others. And I wondered if you had any opinions on the authenticity of this claim that he's been making.
I think it's absolutely possible. I think if energy's there, it's still gonna be there regardless. I think that's why, sometimes we'll see, well, I haven't seen myself, but people will say, oh, I saw an apparition walk down the staircase. And then they went to the left and just walked right through the wall. Well, that's because when that house was first built, there wasn't a wall there. It was an entryway into another room, and it's more residual. Or if someone still lingers someplace because a traumatic event happened, it's not going to matter if that house was torn down. Their energy is still held in that place in time, if that's what you believe. So, I mean, it's the same thing with the movie Poltergeist. There was nothing on top, but all of those, all that activity happened because it was, built on that burial ground. So I think it can move. I think houses can be torn down. I think, spirit energy can be revved up when changes are made. But even if you tore it down and built a new one, they would still be there.
I have no opinion on the phenomena itself because I've never investigated it. What I do have an opinion on is the way it's been presented on television and the way Zach Bagans and the TV crew investigate. I wouldn't trust that lot to investigate a water leak. I find them completely unethical. I find them engaging in nothing other than pseudoscientific practices.
They're thrill junkies.
Legend tripping thrill junkies. They've been very successful at it. I'll give them their due for that. They've made a very good business and living out of it. But their methodology does not hold up to any form of peer review. And I just wish they'd find themselves a proper day job and let real people get on with investigating things.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the way I feel about it. I'm not an expert in paranormal. I just hate to think of sharing stuff.
I hope they're not there. I hope they're gone and that this is just a hoax. So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got like 3 minutes left. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to give our panelists a chance to let you know where they're going to be next and if they are shilling anything at this con. So, yes, starting with you.
So I'm going to be briefly down at the Witching Hour, which is just down the hallway. My partner Bridget runs the Witching Hour Ghost Tour in Savannah, and I help her with the parapsychology side of things. We do have this copy for sale. It's called Ghostology. It's by my colleague Steve Parsons. He's doing his PhD in infrasound in haunted locations. He goes through the history of ghost hunting and breaks down all the different kind of equipment. So from electromagnetic fields, radiation, negative ions, all the things that the ghost hunters profess to be able to use. And as a physicist, he can explain what it really means. And along with things like critical thinking and gathering evidence and interviewing, how it can be put into place to actually investigate anomalous phenomena. After this, I will be investigating the spirits in the bar upstairs. But tomorrow morning, I will be doing the panel, I think it's at 10:30, on reading the Bleep manual, the latest in ghost hunting tech and how it works or doesn't work.
I will be at the panel that I can't remember what the subject is, at 10:30 in this room. You're on that one, right?
I'm moderating it, so.
What is it?
It is Walking Through Darkness.
Okay, yeah, so working with dark subject matter, like what that's like. I'll mostly be, because I don't go to these places, we're a little too psychic in my family. We do go to some places, but we have to vet them first. We have to be like, go in there and be like, is this okay? Do we feel really negative energy? I had to do that for Lizzie Borden. So I actually went on 2 tours of Lizzie Borden that day, just to make sure, because I was staying there that night with the Feminine Macabre group. So yeah, like I'll mostly be talking about what it's like to work in demonology, as far as having, there's a weird thing that happens where things start to go wrong the second you start working in demonology. Anybody who's worked in it will tell you, it's almost like they're working against you. And I've had a million things go wrong, but I am sadly not selling anything today because my book will be out next year. It's called The Black Hours. And yeah, you'll be able to find it through Hear Us Scream Press.
All right, so I will be back in here at 6 to do inclusive ghost hunting, and then also at 9 p.m. tonight to talk about one of my favorite things in the whole wide world, which is the Haunted Queen. So ghost stories and paranormal activity here in Charlotte. I will be heading back to the CAPS table, which is down the hallway, where a bunch of our team is there. And then also too, I like to throw out, if you are in the area and you do want to participate in a real paranormal investigation, it's nothing scary, nothing jumps out at you. But we do have lots of equipment and give it out to everybody. We love Historic Rosedale. It's right here in Charlotte. There's over 6 active ghosts that are there, spirits. That many of us have come into contact to at one time or another. And we will be doing a ground floor investigation on the 10th. That starts at 7. And then we do the Stroke of Midnight, which is an even smaller limited group, but we go into the house for a few hours and do an investigation as well. So if you want to know more about that, just go at the table.
I have been your moderator. My name is Alidria Hurt, and my next panel is strategies for ADHD tomorrow morning. So if you are one of our neurodivergent friends, feel free to drop in. This has been based on a true story, really.
Bridget's tour.
Okay.
So she was the ghost tour downtown.
Mhm.
She's a walking tour. She runs the Tiger
Oh.
Ghost tour,
Exactly.
which is about 18 miles outside of Savannah. It was known as Savannah Beach. It's Tiger Island.
So is she like doing something here?
No, she's just and then she's started conjuring.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it and you're like, oh yeah, I mean,
And
if
we've
it's
also
something,
got something
you know,
else
that's
that's
just,
going to be starting in Savannah, but we can't say that yet. But it's going to be
I love it, I love it. That's a great experience, thank you.
Different kinds of ghost
I hope I did a decent job as a moderator.
Did,
doing them in full light,
absolutely.
full darkness, in between, but also looking at methods used at different times. So the breakdown of current academic scientific tools, the TV tools, and the old
Oh, don't want to lose
things
that.
like pendulums, bells and rods. We're not going to use Ouija boards because the property are not keen on that, which is fine, except that we're looking at the more sort of divination kind of methods, and then people get a chance to try all three. And then we give them a breakdown at the end with things like how good a witness are you really? Sort of looking at things like the monkey illusion. I don't know if you've seen the video where you've got 6 people playing basketball passing back and forth to each other, 3 of them wearing white, 3 of them in black. You're told to count the number of times the people in white pass the basketball. Then after 30 seconds, they say, right, the natural number is X. But did you see the gorilla walk through the group?
Yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And then-
I'll have to drop by if I'm ever in Savannah.
Yeah.
I
And then
really want to see that.
looking at things like audio pareidolia and stuff like that. So they get to see things from a different perspective and say, look, it's all about questioning investigative techniques and whether or not they will stand up to scrutiny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Love your t-shirt.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The night's still young, there's still lots of spooky stuff to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm interested in the subject, but I am not psychic, sensitive at all.
Neither am I.
It's okay. You don't need to be in this field.
Exactly.
He's psychic as mud in our family. You're the least.
Yeah.
My daughter has had experiences of seeing things. She didn't get it from me. She didn't get it from her mother.
Sometimes it's generations.
Go this way.
Glad you came.
I know, it's like when you're in the middle of the table, you don't know which direction to
Right,
go.
I know, it's real.
And that way I don't miss you
I like,
again.
yeah, I like to be at the end for that exact reason.
What is that? Perfect, I like good round numbers. There you go. Thank you.
You will enjoy it. There's even a word search at the end.
Ooh,
That's just
that's
a
listen,
sense of humour.
that you should have told me that at the beginning.
Yeah, it's really good.
At certain
I think
times,
when I try and tell people what to
you'll
do,
see what looks like
and
a
it's
shadow.
not, it's a
Like,
bit
look.
We're not very often
Anybody.
and then we'll
First time I thought, I said, okay, well, I must be holding the guitar. I need to use
it's going to pick up on the internal noises
it.
of the machine.
But not other options, they work the same, right?
Record with
And
what
there's
you're
a
also
kitchen.
recording.
Mhm.
So
I've never personally
there's an
experienced
ominous
it.
sound.
It'd be like, you know, they say the ghost.
Yeah, or just like when people use apps.
You got
Yeah.
That drives me.
someone in the
Nuts.
house, like, you do something.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm
You
like,
go inspect this kitchen, this guy's doing this one. They're taking pots and pans and moving them, clanking them together. So I've never seen it, I've never heard it, so it's gonna be like weird. So, the one that, I thought was kind of weird, like I said, the first time I saw it, I was like, I just see
for the
that.
next one.
My
I said,
imagination.
that's more.
But other officers, so, in my experience, no, they're not out to hurt you, they're just seeing, you're seeing something. So that's my perspective.
So, prisons are like breeding grounds for paranormal.
Well, it's this building, early 1900s, and the grounds itself had been used for prison, other things too. There's a certain spot, the hole, you've all heard that, and actually it wasn't on the ground, which now the kitchen's built over. So they say it's that ghost of who, and the place, the original story that I heard was he was placed in a hole, it rained a lot, he ended up drowning because of holes in the water. And he was a very quiet, his personality at times he was very quiet, he didn't bother anybody, but he was a light, he was never gonna go home. And he was the kind of person that if he liked you, he would be nice to you, if he didn't like you, he would let you go. So apparently that moved down to, as the story goes. And as you said, prison seemed to be a lot of ghost stories. I'm not gonna go there.
Actually, demons have been reported at prisons.
What do you use again?
So the best way to know is like, so I have an acronym, EPIN, evil presence, intensity, and madness. All of those things will be valued.
So what you're saying is, for example, I walk inside a room and I feel scared, something just.
Not just scared. You feel like you are terrified. You want to run. And you want to run because you can feel, even if you don't know where it's coming from exactly, you feel that this thing hates you, wants to hurt you, like your evolutionary senses did. If you have phenomena that is like a 20 on a 10-point scale, stuff like that.
So I got a friend of mine, she is from Salt Lake City. And what you described is what she was describing. I thought, okay, well, maybe she owns something. She lives in Hawaii now, and she does a lot of the stuff.
I hope not for her sake.
Well, she does a lot of the stuff you guys do. She's into that stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm off. If I see it, I'll leave it. So I'm her. No, we didn't see that.
You're a skeptic.
Yeah, I'm a skeptic. But also, I also believe it's a possibility that there is something. Yeah, but you got to show it to me. I got to see it for myself. I got to feel it for myself. Another story. When I was a kid, my grandfather, to my mother's dismay, would steal us and take us somewhere. Now there's a castle that the tourists can go see. There's areas they can go, and there's some areas that no one can go into. Well, I got a chance to see a lot of things I thought everybody could see, but didn't. One day I was sitting there and I was looking around and I saw a young girl. I was young myself. I was probably under 10. And I was playing with this young lady. And they would say, no, there was nobody else in there but you. And I'm thinking, no. Now that I'm older, I remember playing with a young girl, about 7 years old I was. But they say, no, that wasn't happening. So when a person who has experienced that, when they get older, do they experience it again?
They can, it really depends. Usually it has to do with how open you are to the experience. Children are much more open to reception.
Because it's a play.
Exactly. They don't really see it as anything strange or something to be afraid of. Adults kind of like, you grow up essentially being told to like sew your mind shut a little bit.
some of the native, I know Hawaiians, they don't believe it. Well, some of them don't believe it's evil or it's good. It's just
Some of them are neutral,
neutral.
like completely neutral. Like gin, for instance, from Islam, like we have like, some of them are good, some of them are bad, some of them are neutral and don't mess with humans in general.
Well, I'm in Iraq, there's a building that I went to. When I slept in that building, I had nightmares.
How it starts.
Yeah, and I did that, okay. But then somebody, my friend, who I was talking about, she was telling me that something bad has to happen. You're getting the vibrations.
It's possible. Sometimes it's because the entity is causing you to have nightmares because you're so near to it while you're sleeping and you're more open. So it could be either one.
Are you guys ready to do the same motion?
We're just kind of hanging out.
Okay, because like I said, she believed it. I'm like, you gotta show me. Which I guess is good for her sake. Sometimes she goes way on the deep end. I'm like, I don't think so.
I mean, it's all about what you believe.
Well, I'm open to, if it's there, great, but you gotta show me, like there's shadows on the wall. Are they shadows, or are they something behind the light plays? And being late at night, I need that, I need to do this, because of lack of caffeine, keep away from it, and actually sing something. But, to say on that, there's been many times I've seen it on the wall. So I got laughed about it, I was like, okay, these guys are back, it's usually, I will put a time on it, it's usually about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, so it's happening like maybe in a repeat.
Yes, yes. Also, most of some of the stories there's a road somewhere in England, supposedly the Romans marched across this old troop of Roman soldiers. And they say that they, every so often, you will see the ghosts of these Roman soldiers marching. I thought it was a pretty cool story. So,
So I do love that though, that we have complete true believers, we have skeptics, we have people in the middle, because I want to make sure that this is happening and not just like in my head somewhere.
you should have handled it. That was my first date, we took my date to. And she had her hand on my stomach, and when that one part where that cat jumps up on the, I got so every time she's like, I'm not taking my date to any scary movies. No.
That's real, I understand. But yeah, Amityville Horror is a great movie.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just,
very cool, but it's,
is it factual? Or
the answer that someone said, what would you rather, movie you would rather see, based on a true story, once upon a time.
yeah.
You know, so the based on a true story is to get the audience into watching the movie. I think that's why they say that, based on a true story. Let's face it, the horror based on a true story. Yeah, but a lot of that stuff you did is not real, it didn't happen. So that's why they bring the audience more closer.
I think that for the paranormal, it really adds to the, oh my gosh, this really happened.
And you're saying, do your homework, there's a lot of times the story they portray on the screen is not even close to what really happened, what actually happened. They with this stuff, what you think is going on.
And Field Poltergeist, I looked into that personally to do for like haunted history as a site. They wanted me to do a guest post. So I was looking at demons in the UK. And it's like, I didn't know whether there was a demon involved in that case. I was guessing no. And I was right. No. But it's because of The Conjuring 2 that I felt it was still investigated.
Why would demons? Why demons?
We have to ask the people who wrote The Conjuring 2.
No, I mean, why demons in general?
For
In MTV, why a demon? Why is it not a demon? Something else?
Oh,
Why is it demons?
so, demon is unfortunately the word that you prove. It's hard to prove what they are. Like when I tell people what a demon is, I say what they can do, not what they are. We don't know. We have ideas about it from religion, from what they can do, what that's telling us. But do we truly know what they are? No. All I know is they are a deep malevolent presence. They're hyper intelligent. They, being around them makes you sick. Like physically, emotionally, spiritually. But angels, know, like angels are thought to be very complex, right? So it's probably not that, right? So it's almost all, even though it's like scary to me, you're like, you know, they're all, be not afraid because I know you're freaking out right now, you know, but it's such a deep level. Are you setting up? Sorry.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and also future.
How's your day been, Dustin?
Busy, good, you know, can't complain too much. How's yours?
Pretty good. Busy.
Who all do we have in this one? I know
With you,
Megan.
Ortelis,
Oh,
and Megan.
tell us.
Y'all having fun? BusyCon?
Catching up with friends I haven't seen in like over 10 years.
Oh, that's
Been an
awesome.
interesting spin.
Yeah. That always makes it good.
Ooh.
So you're in Wilkes?
Yep.
I used to have friends that lived there. I grew up in Statesville, so
Okay, it's not too bad.
yeah.
Not too bad at all.
Mhm. I went to junior high and high school.
Okay.
And what was your book again?
The House on Dead Man's Grave. So it's inspired by personal paranormal experiences that I've had throughout my life and throughout different investigations with APS. And I took them and wrapped a crazy fictional story around it and set it in Statesville. And it's like a team of paranormal investigators investigating this haunted Airbnb, but then it turns into like Ghost Hunters meets Da Vinci Code meets Psycho.
Okay.
So
not too bad.
Yeah.
Because a friend of mine actually recommended your book to me.
Oh, cool.
And I was like, God, why does this book and this guy sound so familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Tim White?
Maybe?
I don't know. Anyway, I was like, oh, yeah. I don't know him yet, but like, I'm going to.
Yeah, we're
So-
friends on Facebook because we commented on different things, but I'm not even sure how that happened. Because honestly, I've just been going through adding random people at this point to try to build networking. So
happens.
Yeah.
Happens a lot.
Mm.
We do not.
5 days. It was somewhere around there. It's within, yes, it's 4 weeks today. Or they can help you with that. So, hey, you know, what I really need is somebody to make sure.
Are these seats taken or just like?
No, they are all available.
All 20
So
of
that
them.
no one has to walk past.
Fair.
There was a brouhaha about this panel on the internet. Who heard? You see the tea?
Oh, I heard. I'm in it. Yes. I was one of the first people that was like, no, absolutely not.
I haven't actually seen it. I have no idea what anybody's said.
I saw the start of it where you chimed in, but I haven't seen anything after that.
Luckily, everything after that went very well. Everyone else was like, no, stop, you're stupid. Not to me, but to the other individual. I'm trying to find it now.
Why is just getting like a cramp in your toes the worst thing that can happen to you as a person?
I think everything with the foot.
I've been trying to hydrate.
Yeah.
It's like make a fist with your toes.
For me, it's because of hydration.
Usually for me, it's like a mineral deficiency. If I take some magnesium or something, it clears up.
I don't do magnesium, but that's okay.
I've been walking around so much.
Absolutely. Who do you talk to in order to get like these old covers?
It really depends on the circumstance. So I'm in the funeral industry, so other funeral homes and funeral home directors and so on that I know in the industry, they know it's something I look for. So when they have something that's been disinterred or they have a rental casket they're retiring, they'll reach out to me. So it's kind of random in that way. They'll let me know they have a piece that needs a home and they think they can make a quick buck off it instead of throwing it in the garbage. And they're right. They're
Fair.
That it's unfortunately a case of just knowing people.
Sure, yeah. It makes sense. So there would be an inside thing.
And I've been in the industry so long that I've garnered this reputation as being the weirdo that'll take your garbage away. Works out.
Chemical industries, I constantly get from people saying, okay, I have this, soiled acetone, can you repurpose it? It's like, no, I can't, but, yeah, I'm trying to repurpose all the time.
What people know I do photography. I have some old cameras that do dark photography. They know that I do jewelry work, so it's like they turn out some weird thing and they think of you.
See, yeah, that's my thing. I need to be able to hear the right way.
What happens when you
I'm like, you changed. You were not wearing that before.
I was not. I decided for my day part 2, I'd be
There you go.
they're crazy as a diner. You see.
I love that.
Made that custom. That's just really killing me. It's just-
Just making sure you know the time, and you're not going to bed before 10.
It's just one hit.
Just the one. But still.
Oh,
It's kind of like I explained to someone.
sober up because that stuff Jeff gave you.
Like, I wasn't going
Or do you want to have another drink?
Actually, I was called skateboarding.
That too.
I would love for somebody else to like that.
I mean, it can go
So
either
now
way.
that I'm in a position where I can, I'm going to. Did I know it was going to end that way? Absolutely. But still, representation matters.
Actually, what if we put pronouns on our signs? Because I've been getting misgendered in panels all day. I should do that. Let's don't. There we go.
This was already on.
We'll give some people just a few more minutes and then we'll get started.
Good call, apparently.
Don't scribble. 18, right? 19.
Spider-Man. Heather.
Hey, Cher, can you close the door for me? Thank you.
Move down just a little bit and sit right up top of you. Okay, yeah.
Hi, everyone. How are y'all?
Overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed. Wow.
Every single time I leave this room, it's like everything overwhelms me. I'm like, no.
Welcome to Con.
Yeah, no. I started going to cons when I was 14, and like, I'm 23 now, and I'm like,
So today we're going to talk about inclusive ghost hunting and what that means to us. We're going to start out with intros. So we'll start with Dustin and work our way down and go from there.
All right, my name is Dustin Crowley. I am the founder of Great State Paranormal in Wilkes County. With my team, we get the privilege of speaking to spirits of a lot of indigenous people. We have an indigenous person on our board of directors, and our team is also composed of like 85% LGBTQIA people. We also have at least one neurodivergent on our team. And then my fiance, he is also a sign language interpreter. And so we've incorporated some of those into our paranormal investigating tactics as well. So, yeah, that's a little bit about me and us.
I'm Mortellus. I'm a third degree high priestess of the Gregorian tradition. I'm non-binary. I'm also intersex. I'm a medical chimera. I do mediumship, so while I'm not part of a group like Dustin, I get called in to hang out and help sometimes. I think that there's so much we don't know about people from the past because they weren't free to express themselves in the way we are today. So I think we should always approach investigating from a position of compassion and knowing that there might be more than meets the eye in any given circumstance.
Hello, my name is Megan. I've been into paranormal investigating and historical research for over 20 years. I am also a member of CAPS, where I'm coming up on almost 2 years. So we're very active here in the Charlotte area. I also travel all the way up from New York down to St. Augustine, Florida. Those are my 3 hot spots, New York, Florida, and here in North Carolina to investigate. And, you know, just like everyone else has said, there's just so many things that we don't know about because people have not been able to, you know, document things, or they never learned to read or write. You know, just didn't have the same respect in life as, you know, and courtesies that other people did. And the more we're going into places and the more we're, you know, researching and looking into, you know, just, you know, almost, you know, get you a little emotional because, you know, you just want life, everyone to be happy, to feel valued, to feel like they mattered. And they do, regardless of anything else. And, you know, we find that too in history and when we're out investigating, that it didn't always end that way.
And I am Jason Roach. I have been investigating for roughly 4 years, since like 2019. I'm a member of the Association of Paranormal Study and also the author of The House on Dead Man's Curve. So let's start out talking about what does inclusive ghost hunting mean to you?
So for me, inclusive ghost hunting is inclusive of the living and the deceased. So creating a space where people of all walks are welcome to participate within the field. And probably most importantly is creating spaces where those on the other side of the veil are comfortable and capable of speaking to us if they have anything to say.
That's tough because I think a lot of the burden lies on the side of inclusivity for the living. It's actually a lot easier to be inclusive for the dead than it is for your fellow investigators.
these are adjustments in language and how we ask questions and interact. But being inclusive for the living means not just making space for people in the LGBTQ community or people of color, but it also means things like access. I have rheumatoid, it's a degenerative disease, and many of these locations are very inaccessible for people, particularly some of the popular locations that really make their income off of ghost hunting. They still haven't done much to improve access. And on top of that, there's this whole other layer that I don't really hear people talk about much, but many groups are run by heteronormative, cis white men. And if you are an AFAB person, it can be really uncomfortable to let's go spend the night alone in this really far-flung place in the woods. So creating situations where people can feel safe, I think, is really important.
And also to add on that too, I think a huge part, that I've come across the way is, we talk about, that includes, accessibility and stuff like that. The financial aspect of it. I mean, there's some places that offer these, paranormal tours or investigations, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I can't pay $600 for one person for 3 hours. It's just too much money. So having groups or locations or fellow investigators or just fellow people who are interested, being like, hey, you want to come do this? This is free. Hey, you want to come do this? There might be a very minimal cost. However, that goes to paranormal preservation. That way, generations to come can enjoy this location.
If you don't mind me back.
No, keep going.
You reminded me of something I meant to say. Sometimes it's not even about money, which is a very real issue. But even if you have money, you might not have access because you're othered. A friend of mine, and it's absolutely name dropping, but my friend Stormy Daniels is a paranormal investigator. She has money, but she was refused the opportunity to investigate at Waverly because the owner thought that she wanted to secretly film pornography there. And they declined.
Well, doesn't everybody know?
They declined her the opportunity. So we're talking about sort of othering sex workers and that sort of thing. So that's this whole other thing.
Yeah, and we were talking about that on another panel earlier too, when we were women in the paranormal. As far as someone not being taken seriously at the location because maybe they are this bombshell of a person, but of course they can't be smart. Where you have somebody who may look a certain way and they're for lack of better terms are just dumb as a rock. So we're stereotyping and different generations look at that differently. Like I'm on that Gen X brand of things. So things that are being discussed today, I'm like, ooh, I'm trying, I'm struggling with, with some things because it's so much about our upbringing. And it's like, you just have to listen. And I think that's whether someone's dead, someone's alive at a location, someone coming to you being like, hey, I really want to be included in this, but this is how I feel about it. And there are so many of these places. There was something on Facebook a couple weeks ago where it said, if you aren't part of a professional, if you haven't been on a paranormal show or have your own paranormal show, you cannot come investigate here. Yes, you saw it. You saw it.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly where it was because it was a place I've never even heard about. However, it's just like, what? Like, who? What?
I think another avenue we can bring up to jumpstart conversation is, there's so much that all of you can do to make the community better as well. Like, look up some events that have paranormal investigation and go over to their speakers, past and present. And you might notice that they all look the same. And you might notice that the only feminine presenting people are one of those man and wife pictures. That happens too much. And you could send an email like, hey, here's some people we'd love to see there. Or like, why don't we see any people like this? Like, if events know that it matters to attendees, it will matter to them.
Could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
You're just talking about a subject that is kind of relevant to something that I do. So I work at a historic site that is we're on the National Register of Land places, and we bring in money to support the preservation. How can we make ourselves more open or more available, more accessible? We sadly just can't change the house. We are not in a position to be able to do things that make it more accessible, for folks who may be in a wheelchair, who may be, not as good mobility issues.
One thing that, for me as a person with rheumatoid,
If I'm having a flare day, sometimes my balance isn't awesome. And if you had a stock of, say, grippy mats that you can put down and take up, sometimes old wooden floors can be very smooth.
Right.
So that's something you could lay down when there's going to be an investigation, but you can take it up later. Like those fatigue mats or something.
Or a place to sit. Or
Yeah,
places to sit.
Yeah, that's
We
a
do
big
try to
one.
provide plenty of places that people can sit,
Yeah.
because there are a lot of stairs.
Or like letting people know if banisters are safe to lean on. Support themselves.
So that actually is perfect and leads right into my next question, which is, what are ways that we can be more inclusive as ghost hunters while we're on an investigation, or even starting the process, out doing research, or whatever we need to get done?
I have one idea that I've had for a while, and you're the perfect person to give it to.
Here you go. You asked for it. No.
You're a historical society, so you need income to upkeep. That's very important.
Yeah.
But you could improve access for low-income people by offering maybe 1 or 2 like scholarships a year to investigate at no cost. They could apply and sort of show, here's why I want to do that, why it would be cool to me, and here's how I can't afford it, and give a select number of people the opportunity to do that. And then maybe you could present that as a fundraising opportunity as like sponsor these scholarships.
That is a good idea. We try and keep the prices reasonable for what we do, and I'm with CAPS as well. We actually partner with this site and provide our services completely for free and help promote it. But yeah, they're actually some of our biggest fundraisers for the preservation. So trying to find that fine balance it's a game. It's a hard game. Thank you. Yes, those are good ideas.
I also think it's really important that, something that I've noticed in places that I've gone to and that do it and that don't do it is when there's either a group coming in that you are doing an investigation, or it's even a historical tour or something, just be more aware of the people that are around you. How are they dressed? Are they wearing a t-shirt that, says something about themselves that they are presenting to you? How do they, address themselves? How, and that's things that you can do without even physically talking to them. You might just overhear something or see something that they're wearing, or, to get to know a little bit about them. But ask those questions in a group, be like, hey, we're going to be together for the next 8 hours. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
I think it's also really cool to like put on your website, hey, we're pagan friendly, we're LGBTQ friendly, because sometimes when you're the person hoping to do something, like you have that question, right? You look at the website, you look at the honors, and you make a gamble with yourself.
Yep.
Is this going to be someone safe to be alone with all night?
Mm-hmm.
So if you state clearly that you're friendly and accepting and you have safety and accessibility, that's going to tell them you care at least.
Yeah, and I think another huge part is ask. Because a lot of times, I know for me, I'm LGBTQ, but I also pass for hetero. And I'm cis and I'm white. Like you're talking about, if you look at the list of the panelists and conventions, my face would be one of the ones that would be in that row. So for me, I do have that privilege, and it's hard for me to kind of recognize sometimes where accommodations might be needed. So what I try to do is just ask, is there anything that you need? Is there anything I can do to make this more open to you? Because it's one thing to try to figure out how can I make this work for Cher. It's another for Cher to tell me how it can work for her. Because you know yourself better than I do. And I think that's just being open to listening and taking that feedback and actioning it in ways that you possibly can.
I thought of something else for you that wouldn't be damaging to the place. Sometimes bathrooms can be horribly inaccessible in old houses and buildings. They'll be cramped or small, toilets can be low, but they make removable bar systems. They sort of look like a walker that sits around the toilet. So you can just pick them up and take them away. Give them handles or something.
We are fortunate that we have a modern visitor center, and that at least is accessible, but there's only so much we can do to the house because the guidelines we're constrained by.
And when you're investigating, if you have an accessibility issue,
you might feel like you're othering yourself even more to like say, I need to stop right now and go out to the thing to use the bathroom because this one's not good for me. So just making it easier.
Good solutions, all thank you.
So, Megan, can you tell us about a time where you were practicing inclusivity while you were on an investigation and received, like, what was that response like? Could you tell a difference from just, I guess, normal communication, and then you were trying to be accepting and include, you know, any
Absolutely.
type of person?
Well, and being on a team and hosting investigations, doing private investigations, I used to be a ghost tour guide for the Amelia Island Historical Society as well. So dealing with people and doing all these things, and seeing the reaction from other people when there is a conversation. Like if somebody says something, they're talking about, oh, I'm here and this is, my husband, and there's, two gentlemen standing in front of you, the other people will be like, when you model accepting behavior and you make it a point to then make those two people feel comfortable because somebody else was disrespectful enough to do something either physically or with a face or a comment, it's just kind of like, shame on you for saying something. Just because you choose to live your life one way doesn't mean somebody else can't do their way. And for you to say something, so I will go above and beyond then to make that person feel not in a disgusting, like, oh, poor baby way, but just so like, if we're asking questions, after that, they might not feel like they can ask a question because they're worried that this other person is going to make a snide remark or be like, oh, well, that's because, and I have before on tours, I can see like, hey, did you have a question? Let's stop. Let's, talk about this, and just making that connection. So they're paying the same amount of money for that ticket. They're having the same experiences. So I have witnessed that in that scenario. And, coming from, just my background that, just a heterosexual female, I don't, I'm kind of like that, just vanilla blank slate. Yeah. Everybody likes it. It's classic. But it's just like, then people look at me like they almost sometimes too, like in older generations, and that's what this was, they expect you to take sides. And then that makes me feel even more rebellious to be like, like challenge accepted. Yes, right? Like, I don't want to make you feel like an ass, but I kind of want to make you feel like an ass in front of this whole group of people. So, yeah.
Oh, me now. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of those things is, I can't find words. Yeah. It's a bad way to be when you're an author. How does my mouth work? Writer's block. Writer's block right out of your mouth. I'm always really conscious of how groups are divided when there are overnight investigations. I've been invited to lots of investigations where I was the only AFAB person there, and you might have 4 or 5 men, and maybe they're gay men like yourself. Maybe. But they're not, advertising that to me up front. And I'm a survivor of sexual assault, so that's always a question in the back of your mind, like, are you okay? So when you're thinking about how you're dividing up groups, if you have a situation like that where the split is real bad, you might think that person might be more comfortable if I added another person or made them more aware that they're safe here and everything's okay for them. And when you split people off to do dual investigations like teams, don't always put your 2 AFAB people together because it feels like we're just doing the girl investigation over here. Making sure we're treating everyone's contributions equally and you're respecting everyone's intelligence, what they have to bring to the table.
And I'll say when I have groups that we lead on investigations, working with the public is working with the public. You're going to get a little bit of all types of people, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I know we were hosting a ghost hunt in a theater a year or two ago. It's a location that we run pretty often, but it was a group of maybe 3 or 4 gentlemen, for lack of a better term, and they were not the nicest guest that we could have. And we also had a married LGBTQ couple, and then they also brought their friend who was lesbian, so 2 men and a woman. And the group had made some snide-ish little side comments, nothing to the point where it's like you need to leave now, but getting kind of close to that. So when we broke them off for the night, we made a point to make sure that this group was separated from the other people to keep them safe. And then we have like on this team that she's almost like a warrior, like a mama bear protector. I made a point to put her with them because I don't know what it is, but like someone who has children, and she has LGBTQ children, mixed race children. I know she has the capacity and the sensibility to be able to stand up for marginalized people because she's so used to doing it. Whereas someone like myself, even though I've gone through it my entire life, I still have sometimes those reservations about speaking up. So, yeah, we just made a point to put her over the people. That way, if someone needed to get involved, I knew it would be someone who would act quickly and decisively, and also like calm and respectfully.
If I can interject a comment to this, I think if I were the person that was getting those snide comments, I would take that to feel like if something happened in the future, that the group couldn't be trusted to remove the aggressor from the situation. Because if it's reaching a point of almost, and it's reaching the point of we should separate these groups, they should have been removed, right? And that can be uncomfortable, and we have to be able to communicate and do the uncomfortable things sometimes, because we're in a position of trust to take care of these people.
Mm-hmm.
We're also demonstrating that to the dead. We're showing them who we are, and that matters to them.
Yeah.
So that actually leads right into my next question is having that inclusive team, how does it help with communication on the other side? And why do you guys think that it helps with communication on the other side?
Well, for me and my team, because we do have people from various backgrounds, one particularly potent time, we were asked to come in and investigate an Indian burial mound. And it was me, my fiance, and another member of our leadership team who is like 90-something% indigenous. And the entire time that we were trying to make contact, we were getting almost nothing. And then me and my fiance walked away. And then as soon as we left, Destiny started getting responses on everything. We came back up from the car after getting a drink, stopped.
That's a really good point. I've seen that happen too, where you have, I mean, people want to talk to people like them. If you wander out in the hall and you think to yourself when you leave this room, I'm going to pick someone out there to say hello to and strike up a conversation. Try that with yourself. Fun little game that costs you nothing. You will pick someone that feels comfortable to you in some kind of way. Just give that a little try. You don't have to talk to them. Just think it to yourself when you leave. You are going to latch on to someone that makes you comfortable, seems like you, looks like someone you share something with. So maybe there's like that old cis white guy, like Civil War ghost, probably didn't want to talk to me. Those have anything in common. They might pick out someone that looks more like them. They might pick someone that sounds more like them. or maybe it's gonna be this feminine person who was othered in life that would be more comfortable talking to an affect person. Like you don't know what their circumstances are, so it is a good point to have a variety of types of people, so that there's, Baskin Robbins, we got all flavors.
All these ice cream references. Love it. And to further on that, if anybody at any time was ever to ask me what's the key to life, which I'm gonna pretend somebody asked me because I'm gonna answer the question, it's connection. Just, I believe that connection leads to joy, leads to happiness, leads to love, leads to just everything. I mean, that's just how I see it. And so I feel like it's the same thing whether we are on this side or we are on the other side. So just like, if you are in a house and there was children and you have children on tour, like you said, there's going to be that connection there because we have something in common. You look like me. You look like you're about the same age as me. We might have the same skin color. We might say something if, it is an intelligent haunting that, the same words are recognized. So I think that because you are trying to make that connection, there will be different ways of different people being able to do that. Just like, the example that Justin gave with Destiny. And like, hey, I don't want to talk to you. We have nothing in common. I can tell you that when I was alive, and I can tell you that now. Someone who had a tragic experience because, they were female and they were, murdered by a man. Chances are, given that situation, they are not going to come out and play if there's a bunch of men in their house. They might if there's, women that are present that they feel because of their lifestyle and their history that there's that connection.
They might drop an iron skillet on them at the right time.
Yeah. Or more.
Make a lot of money that way.
So that kind of brings up or makes me think about an experience that I had with our team. We were on the USS North Carolina, and it was me, our team leader, and another gentleman who is also a gay male. And we were in the sleeping quarters, and we were doing the Estes method, and we literally had a whole entire conversation with someone who, at the time the ship was in use and they were on the ship, it was not appropriate for a gay man to be out and about. And, we sit there and we explained, hey, times have changed and it's okay to be who you are. And that was just a really, by the time the whole experience was done, we were in tears, and we stopped our leader from, listening to the speakers or whatever. And she's like, "What's wrong?" 'Cause it was just a really profound experience. And had we not had that, inclusivity in our team, we probably would have never been able to experience that. So that was really cool. But moving on to the next question, which I think most of us have you guys pretty much already answered. Proper representation in mainstream media, paranormal television. According to what you guys have already said already, I'm going to assume that you agree that it's not there. But what are ways that they need to change?
I for one think it'd be super cool that if when we see ghost hunting programs with people of color, if we could stop portraying them like urban gangsters, 'cause that's pretty garbage.
Yeah.
We would not do that.
Well, and I think too, they just need to try it. You just never know. I think, people, money talks. We were just talking about that in the last panel. These, Hollywood and, social media is so driven, and, the entertainment business. They're like, oh, we're going to keep doing this because this is what has elevated this money. this whole entire time, but they just don't want to, you know, out of greed, basically be like, hey, well, let's go ahead and represent some of these other people, some of these other cultures, some of, you know, just different types of people. And the possibilities could just be endless. It would probably be 10 times better than what it is now. You can turn on, you know, tons of ghost shows. What do you see? White men.
Sorry,
Not so
no.
smart white men.
We're gonna rip on
That's
y'all.
the difference. That's
quite
the difference. Not so
trashy
smart.
white men.
I was saying, not so smart
So
white
sorry.
men, you know, and it's like they watch because it's their entertainment value, but you know, so many times they're running around like Neanderthals doing stupid things.
Shouting into the dark.
Exactly. You know, going into things. I was saying that. I was like, that's why women live longer than men. This is it right here. But we still watch it. You know, we can't sometimes take our eyes off of it. We feel it's wrong. We're like, this is trash. It should be like this. But we're like, man, is he going to break his neck? Like, you know, it's just a curiosity. But, you know, giving these things a try, I mean, now more and more and more, you know, all this stuff, social media is so powerful, you know, and putting this all out there, you know, and, you know, staying on these groups. I love that June 1st, almost all the paranormal groups that I follow all change their themes to a rainbow flag.
That's really cool. But
And it's
like,
something so tiny.
at the end of the day, does it actually equal doing anything?
I think it does.
I mean, it
Yeah.
does, but like, if they're not like actively out there really making a change in themselves, being self-aware of like, we need to do more, it just becomes some pretty colors and like out of the year. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's better than nothing, and I
It
think
starts
it
to
does
feel
make
real
a
cheap,
change.
doesn't it?
Like I didn't change mine last year after Pride Month because I went back and I was like, yeah, well, I guess it's July 1st now, so let's make it red, white, and blue or something. I was like, you know what? These colors don't run. We represent this day in, day out. I do actually probably want to update it to the newer version of like the Pride flag with the brown colors and the gray tones and the trans square, not square, whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But you know, I think when it comes to like popular media representations, one thing I feel like we really need to get far away from in the paranormal community within that is when we do portray your people of color, your LGBTQ, we still use stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a Latina, if you have an African American, if they're not that gangster type, they're going to be portrayed as highly superstitious, highly scared, jumping at everything, almost for comedic effect. And that, I don't know if y'all know the Black and Latino people I know. That is not how they are in life. They are strong. And
it's almost like we're all unique individuals with different
Who would have thought?
That's crazy. And then the show, like the LGBTQ people, they will find the most flamboyant man, the butchest woman. And that's also about it. They don't get into trans people at all. They don't get into non-binary.
Oh, we don't exist.
It's there's so much that's not even seen, and some of the people that fall into almost all the categories that I just talked about at breadth are some of the best and most talented people within our field.
And could we just like add on to that list, like think to yourself for a second, how Christian ghost hunting shows are. Right. It's spiritual. It's, you know, if something bad happens when you say the Lord's Prayer, like show me representation of other faith groups. I have literally been declined to participate in investigations or treated like I was a joke at cons and stuff because I'm a witch, because I'm an out pagan. It's like, LOL at your magical thinking. We're doing serious ghost hunting here. Like, yeah, so show me someone different in that way, right?
I helped consult with local groups in the state if they had questions, and one of them reached out and she was like, hey, I know you're into like more of the spiritual side of things. So someone came to me and they said that they had this book with a star on it come to them, and I think it's a bunch of evil witches that are putting a curse on them. Do you know anything about witches? And I'm like, Honey.
You know they had a copy. They had a copy of Uncle Bucky's Big Blue Book. That's,
Like,
we know it.
You described the most generic version of like a Book of Shadows that you could make in a cartoon, and this whole witches are bad thing. Like, I live in the Appalachians. Like, witches were the healers. Like, you wanted the witch in town because when you got sick, that's who you went to.
Let me tell you what we're dealing with out here. So I was working with a group of people at one point, and another person in the group was also a witch, but they weren't out, and I'm very out. And the third party, you can be the bad guy over here. I'm out of the room, and this person asks the closeted pagan, okay, so Mortellus is a witch. Can they read my mind?
Oh, please, somebody say yes.
Oh, yes. And then they told me that immediately.
Oh my
So
God.
I made suspicious comments forever.
I just want to add to something too. I'm going back a second because of course my brain just flipped that switch.
No, it's nice.
You
No,
know,
it's nice.
there's, you know, and I'll be the first person to admit, like over the past, you know, probably 8 years or so, you know, there's all these changes. And quick fun story. I went to school in Tampa from New York, from upstate New York, and I had a white Toyota Camry. And when I got to Tampa, everybody had rainbow bumper stickers. So I had to go get a rainbow bumper sticker because it looked great on my white car. I had no idea what it meant. I knew nothing, but I went and got one. But you know what? Like that representation is what started teaching me about different communities and different things. Like, I mean, of course I knew there was, you know, different things, but as far as like, you know, a rainbow flag or different religions or this, that. So all those little things, they spark the education that people just don't know because you know it because that's the way you live and that's, you know, how you were born or what you have grown into or studied or however you got to where you are now. That's your way of life. It's your way of thinking. It's concrete. I'm trying to learn it because I have no clue.
I think when people try to be inclusive, there's this instinct to act like you've always been that. So I just want to say it's really cool of you to be really open about your experience as like this is something new that I'm trying to understand. Totally. So thank you.
I'm not a butthead.
Too, like, it's a journey. Even for me, I'm in the LGBTQIA plus community. When I first accepted that I was gay, it was just the LGBT community. And we've added things, and we're trying to be more inclusive and more diverse. And sometimes it's hard for me to understand what other people might need. And that's from someone who has had that experience of, like, where is my safe space? And I think that's something that sometimes is challenging, especially for some of those things that you might need that you don't just instantly see. Like,
and what was this? Sorry to interrupt, but what was a safe place for us back then is not the same safe place for them now.
Oh yeah.
I'm the them, and it's not. You're right.
Like, I think that's key. The safe places constantly change, and depending on the group that we're talking about the safe place for. If we're talking about the spirits that we might communicate with, whether they're the Native American spirits, whether they're former slaves, abused children, their safe spaces are going to always change. Within our communities, my safe space is going to be different than Mortellis's. Hers probably is going to be a lot cooler than mine.
Theirs.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
But just knowing and talking to people and finding out where their safe space is and what they need, I think is really important, because just understanding them and their development and who they are in their journey can tell you a lot, whether they're on this side of the veil or the other.
Listening is a really big part of showing support to these communities. So I'm going to trust you to hear me and I'll teach you a trick. Can I help you out?
Yes.
A very easy way to remember is to pretend that the other person is a flock of crows. Flock of crows. Or some bees, or whatever sticks in your head.
I like
Because if you
crows.
assume that they are a group of something, it'll help you remember the right pronouns.
I love that.
That's how I think of it as well.
I'm a loosely assembled flock of
And I
birds.
also have to ask, I mean, other people might have this question too, but here I am too, totally aloof to things. So when you do express, like, if, we're sitting up here and, there's someone like me that, has no clue, and you can tell that there's good intentions, not, no one's trying to be, because you can tell when people have good intentions and you can tell when people don't, for sure. How does it make you feel when you do say, hey, this is, how I'd like to be addressed? Is it something where you're like, oh, I'm just trying to educate people because they genuinely want to know? And you feel like you're doing your part for not only yourself, but then for other people too? Or are you just like,
Do you want an honest answer
I do.
or a gentle answer?
I do. I mean, because, I think too, it's the same thing. It's the same thing if I was, investigating someplace where, where they were the enslaved. I try to be gentle and I try to say enslaved. Meanwhile, generations, before, there were all different kinds of terminologies that we would never say today because just not right. So I think that, that question, you're someone all of you are someone we can actually ask that question to, and it also applies to all these other things in the past.
So when I asked you how you wanted your answer, I noticed a couple of people in the audience that are in this community cut me a look because they knew where it was going.
See, and I have no idea. So I'm like,
So
crap.
you need to understand, I don't mind educating, but you need to understand that you're putting a lot of emotional labor on that person to expect them to carry for you that education. I'll give you an example. Probably make everybody feel like shit. I'm sorry. Before this weekend, before I did any of these panels, I sat down, took some notes from the website, and I looked up everybody I'd be on panels with on the website. And I wrote down if they were feminine or masculine presenting so I could spot out like Caucasian appearing, masculine, whatever. And I searched through their bios to see if they had any preferred pronouns, and I put them in my notes so that I would know about each person, so I'd know what to say. But nobody did that effort for me, and I've been misgendered in every single panel I've been in. And even though they all go, oh, sorry, it just makes me feel like they didn't care enough to take that little amount of time for me. So there's that.
Well, and that's something, going forward too, because again, like, we might not think like that. So it's like, now that we do, or going into some place where there's children, where there's African Americans, where there's Native Americans, where there's all these things, being like, just to be more thoughtful of that.
Emotional labor is a whole thing, though. When you ask someone in a community to teach you, they're having to carry a lot, and it also feels a little unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they're going to be upset with you or mad that you told them something. They don't feel like they're being a bad person. You don't think they are either. You're just trying to express that they made you feel crummy. So it's a lot of stuff. I could make an example. It might make you feel better. Do we trust each other?
Absolutely.
I think everyone at this table is super cool. This is a helpful exercise, right? And I'm that blunt weirdo. Earlier, I stopped at your booth. We were chatting for a while, and I was looking at your goods. You have cool stuff. First thing you said to me, do you remember what you said?
No.
You said, I'll probably have to explain all these things to you. And my instinct was to think that you didn't think I had the intelligence to absorb them. And I just stopped caring about that thought as soon as it passed through my mind. It was like, it's just a thing. But I think that's one of those things that's kind of baked into society. I'm feminine presenting, and it's like there's a perception about intelligence. But I feel like in here that if I say that to you, you'll think I'm an asshole, or you'll be mad at me. But I feel bad about the comment.
Honestly, hearing that with my
We're
unconscious
super cool.
bias, like
Am
that,
I safe right now?
that totally makes me
You're saying no one's
look at
talking to you.
myself.
You're good.
Because like this is such an introspective panel, hearing about what the research that you did on us, and I didn't. I'm not gonna lie.
I once misgendered someone in a panel and I felt really bad, so I wanted to make sure I never did it again.
Now, I will say, moving forward, I'm gonna do that for every single person because that has left a huge mark on me.
We all have to learn from each other.
Yeah, I you've said it, like, because on an app, you can actually like, see these things that I don't have to think
So I checked, maybe we'll know.
Like, and the amount of effort that stuff like that has taken is so small, but it makes a huge difference.
I could do that from the toilet.
So you're reading about us on the toilet. Listen, I text from the potty all the time.
I probably had a toddler drooling on me. Yeah, but it's really uncomfortable to say those things to people, right?
Yeah.
It makes me feel like I'm gonna hurt your feelings if I say this made me feel crummy, and maybe you'll be mad at me or not want to talk to me, or maybe you want to invite me to your group to do an investigation. So that's the scary space to be in. I just don't mind being moronic.
But isn't not expressing that to you how we've gotten to this point of even talking about these things?
But like, and so to me, being able to just even express that, like, it does make me feel terrible that it happened.
Can I give you a hug?
Fuck yes.
Fuck it out.
But like, that's how we grow, and that's how we learn.
Exactly.
And now I'm gonna, in the back of my mind, like, God, who else have I said this stuff to? You know?
Always assume that the person in front of you, like, we are both at a con, we're both speakers on these panels, so assuming that we have equal knowledge is important.
Totally.
But this is also a good example because a lot of people think when we talk about inclusivity that it's the LGBTQIA plus community against everybody else. And the thing is, it's not, because we fight this within our own community, probably sometimes more than we fight it with the other side.
Right.
And that's really sad.
And like
Yeah.
letting people know that you're safe to say something like that.
Mhm.
You let me know it's safe to say that too, so I know it'll be okay. And you can always give people that space to be comfortable, be honest about their experience, and that's how we make these things better. And we're all gonna remember that, and we're all gonna try not to be jerks. I'll be a jerk 10 minutes from now. And I hope you'll tell me. Or tell us, why did you say that to me?
But you know, I think this also highlights something. In order for us to create an inclusive space, sometimes feelings have to get hurt.
They do.
Like, as a cisgender, heteronormative, like I am, Jesus, I was even a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon. I was a Protestant minister. Southern Baptist even.
You've got a lot of major stuff.
Do you know how much like preconditioning I've had to overcome as a former Southern Baptist?
It's a terrible casserole.
It's so bad. But
Just sharing real talk, I grew up with violently conservative evangelicals who practiced quiverful movements. That was the ideology I grew up with. They all participated in the KKK. Ha 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 ha. That's my life. My grandmother was black, and they didn't have any pictures of her and her family. I didn't know that till I was an adult because they all told me they didn't have pictures because she was an Muslim. She was crazy, so that's why we don't have pictures. I had to learn that in my 30s. Wow. Yeah. So I also have one project.
like, but if we're not willing, especially people that look and talk like me, to get humble and to acknowledge that I don't know it all. Because I don't. Like, I know I'm on this side of the table. I don't know it all.
I mean, I do.
That's from the
Like, we're on the know-it-all side.
But because, like, people like me have been in those positions of power. And so many times they think that if you make a space open and accepting to others, it takes away from their chunk. But it's not so much of like a pie, like you have to divvy up this much for this group and this much for this group. But just making stuff open and accessible really just benefits and lifts everyone up.
You want to know something funny?
Yes.
Fun fact to the audience. My watch warned me when I was having that exchange with you that my heart rate jumped 30 beats per minute. It made me that nervous to say that. And that's just the reality, the physiology of that kind of fear. Because you don't know if it would be okay. And when we're talking about inclusivity, it's just remembering that that space is really scary for people. Even though it seems so easy and mundane and like easy to just be mad and all over stuff. That's not helpful. We don't learn from that. So you gotta eat that fear breakfast.
So we've got about.
Back down now. It was just a moment. I thought it might tickle you to know. It's one of those little symbols of what that can feel like, even when it's a small thing.
And to highlight, that is in probably one of the safest spaces that you could have shared it in.
Right, I had a room full of witnesses. We weren't
Imagine-
doing an overnighter at Waverly.
Like if this was in a place where it was just me and like 3 or 4 other like dudes, and it's like midnight, like the terror.
And I have room to win and I can't run.
Like, I mean, I've had terrors with just me and my fiance where we go somewhere and we don't know anyone else there, and like, do we say we're fiancés? Do we take our rings off? Did we dress too much like each other?
Is your body language going to give something away?
Like,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, 'cause I mean,
Especially now, like as the political climate is changing,
Oh.
and I don't know where everyone else is from, but North Carolina is trying to take a few steps back into the 1990s, where
1800s.
well, that too.
They're doing that like a lot in a lot of states.
In a lot of states, and it's getting to a point where our community is starting to have to fear for their life again.
Yeah, we're pretty high risk.
Yeah.
I think, well, one, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that we're a bunch of white people talking about inclusivity. That's garbage to begin with. But
my team pointed that out too. by
who
the
else
way.
could we have put on this panel? But we're having this interesting day. Like we're leaving you out a lot, but it's also a women's issue. I mean, a lot of what I'm talking about are women's problems. And I'm non-binary, I'm intersex, but my life's experience is you have titties, you're a woman. That's what people see when they look at me. So you're sharing a lot of these experiences. You know what this is.
No, absolutely.
People that talk down to your experience and the way that there's this divide between like men are the tech guys and the women need to do like this emotional stuff.
Or they're the
You're
sidekick.
the sidekick or the psychic. One of those.
Definitely not the
And
same.
it's weirdly gendered in that way.
I've never thought about that until now.
But the thing though,
But
right?
it's true.
Think about shows you've seen.
It's totally
The feminine
true.
person is the medium probably. And the guys have the equipment.
But if there is a medium that's a guy, gay.
Yep.
Also true. Yeah, you're right.
Derek Cora.
You are right. Or coffee.
I was about to say Chip.
Yep.
So we got about 8 minutes left. Let's let's open it up for you guys. You guys got 8 minutes. Go.
We answered all your questions before you left.
We did a bunch up here.
But yeah, do you guys have any questions?
I actually do, and it goes back to the accessibility and not just handicap, but the site that we work at, I'll come out and say it was a former plantation. And there
Tough.
were, yes, it is tough. And we are definitely trying to reach out and let the Black community, the African American community know that, yes, please, you are welcome here. We want to share the stories of those that were here before you.
I will preempt the question you've got there
Yeah,
by
yes.
saying we can't answer it for you. We are not the people to ask that question.
I know, and I'm not either, but.
Ask that community how to deal
The
with
thing is,
them.
and luckily we have many descendants of the enslaved that were on that property who work with us. But the thing is, it's trying to reach out to them. They don't want to talk to us.
I am I'm going to ask you the
Yeah,
awkwardest
absolutely.
question because I'm so curious.
Yeah.
What is it like as a white person to be the boss of people that are descendants of those enslaved people?
Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not the boss. None of us are. They are on equal footing with us as colleagues, as co-workers, as consultants. And, we're fortunate that our entire staff, there are only 5 of us for this huge thing. We're all we want to make this an inclusive thing. and we're trying to work towards that. But it sometimes feels like an uphill battle.
That's still gonna feel like some weird emotional labor for them.
Well, I think it's weird emotional labor overall.
They're probably definitely not telling you a lot of how uncomfortable that must be.
Well, and I'm absolutely sure. And actually we were just talking, and Megan is too, we do have a Black investigator on our team. And he has had some very interesting experiences in the house that none of us have had, probably because of that. And so, and I guess what my question boils down to is, how can those of us who are not in a particular community make those who are in a community, tell them we are trying to make them feel welcome.
So when you first said you were a historical society, I didn't realize you were a plantation, but going back to my scholarship idea, I would definitely make investigations free for those communities. That seems that seems equitable. Let's make sure they have access.
No, and that's good. Well, and then this leads to my next question, because you're talking about the representation on TV shows, and I totally agree with you on all of that. I personally, as a woman, get very frustrated. I'm like, I know just as much about a lot of this tech as you guys do, so I can appreciate that. But do you think, and I don't know if it's just because of the representation we get, do you think this is something that appeals to that community? Like the Black community, the LGBTQA community, does that?
I'll answer since you're looking right at me. I think that it would be a real answer. I think it's actually kind of a silly question, because of course it does. It's like saying, does ice cream appeal to people of color? Well, of course it does. There are going to be people who like and are interested in everything. So it's weird to ask a question centered that way, I guess.
Well, I only asked that question because it's not that way in the museum community.
I'll use an example that's awkward for everyone. Do you know that we did not make an anatomical map of the clitoris until 2005? It wasn't even included in Grey's Anatomy.
Wow. Think about it.
In 1953, a masculine presenting doctor did a study to determine how they could save money in gynecology. I promise I have a point. I'm coming back to this. And they wanted to see if they could save money in gynecology, and their idea was that they would cut out the cost of anesthetic and pain reliever. So this doctor set out to prove that FF people couldn't feel anything in their genitals. Oh, hear this. What I'm getting there. So step one, they did a lot of let's go with exams, where they were touching all the surfaces lightly with a smooth-ended glass rod. You've probably seen those in chemistry sets. And they went, well, they could never tell us when we were touching their skin or their cervix or whatever. Of course they could. This is something you barely perceive when you're touching your hand with looking at it. And then they took a sharp object and went stabbing around in there, and they felt it every time. Yeah. So even though his own study disagreed with him, they only cited the first half. And that is why AFAB people today are subjected to gynecological torture, in which you might receive exams such as, we're just going to cut a chunk out of your cervix because you can't feel it. I recently had an exam, and something was so painful I screamed, and instead of someone running into the room to see if I was okay, 2 people ran in and held me down. They're used to this. Just because we don't see something as an interest in a group doesn't mean the interest isn't there. You have to be clear about who's portraying that interest to you. If how you're seeing it looks away, stop and think, who's giving me that information? Where am I getting that information from? If everyone's saying you can't feel anything in your clitoris or whatever is like an old white guy from 1953, maybe ask someone else. So we know there's interest. We're just not getting that information given to us well because there's a representation problem. Did my point sell? Did I come back around? I don't know.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we kind of ran around all the bases, but the home run was good.
Yeah.
It was an infield home run.
Yeah.
Question the sources of your information.
Sustained.
And I would say too, question the funding behind the sources of your information. If you can't find out who paid for it,
Extra steps.
then you can't find out who, like there's always motive.
Right.
I guess that was the roundabout.
Thank you. Fun facts about anatomy there. You can take those home for free. If you want more free facts, I also learned that elephants have prehensile penises that they can scratch with. My genital facts. I'm 41 and I didn't know that. Did you know that?
35, and
You
I
did
just
about the
learned.
raccoons?
I'm the oldest one on here, and I didn't know that.
All right, y'all. We gotta
That's what
wrap
we're all
it
gonna
up.
go
But if you guys have any other questions, feel free to come up and talk to everyone once we get this rolling out. But let's tell everyone where you can be found for the rest of the con and where you're at.
So I will be back in here at 9 o'clock to talk about one of my all-time favorite things in the whole wide world, and that's the Haunted Queen. So lore and ghost stories of the Queen City here in Charlotte. And then tomorrow morning at 10:30, I will be back in here to talk about what the bleep ghost hunting equipment that we use during investigations and what they're meant to do and what they actually do and how we use them. And let's see, so I will be going back to the caps table, which is down that way. In front, thank you. I'm all turned around from here. It definitely is. So I will be over there. I also always, we get a lot of questions all the time for caps. For people who always want to join us on investigations. So I am definitely shamelessly plugging that on June 10th. We are hosting an investigation on the grounds. And then we are going into the house. There's still tickets available with an even smaller group at Historic Rosedale, which is right here in Charlotte. We know of at least 5 active spirits in the home. And we only go into the house with a group of people 3 times a year. So it's actually coming up this weekend, and there's a few tickets for the inside still available. And then we still have a little bit of availability for the grounds and the surrounding buildings as well.
Like probably if you just listen for a gross or weird fact no one asked for in the hall, you'll find me. Look for the crow, black on white in the dealer room. And I have a table, lots of stuff I make myself, most of it weird and neat and deathy and yummy smelling candles because I enjoy making them, so come check them out. I have a book you can find online called Do I Have to Wear Black, which is about the rituals, customs, and etiquette of pagan death rites and rituals. And I will be back here at 10:30? 10:30. Yeah. Well, that's a late one. Bring your cocktails. Yeah. We'll both be here, right?
We will.
Yep. Warding off darkness tonight? Or walking through darkness?
Walking
They're
tomorrow.
similar. Yeah, warding tomorrow. They're so similar.
Warning, walking.
Well, for me, 10:30 tonight, walking through darkness. Then I've got another panel tomorrow at 1:30, which is warding off darkness. See how they're kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't look at them.
I'm in that one too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll buddy team up again.
So outside of the panels, I have a booth table thing in front of the dealer room, which I just heard is what it's called. I've got some really cool little candles, some based on haunted locations, some based on tarot cards. You can come and meet me, and I've got one of my apprentices there and her boyfriend, and yeah, we'd love to meet you.
And I will be right here in this spot all the way until 10:30 when we turn it over to you guys. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So then tomorrow morning, I'm with Megan on the paranormal equipment. And then I love you all, but I'm going home. So, but anyway, thank you guys for coming. I'm gonna be honest, this is the best turnout of a panel that I've been on this whole time. So this is really good. Thank you all for coming. It means a lot to us.
Applause to y'all for caring.
Yes.
You're like the classroom teacher.
I just grabbed lunch, that was it.
That was your only break.
This is gonna be a late one. Thank you. Y'all
I
enjoyed
can
it.
say this has been like my favorite panel that I've done like
The only
ever.
reason I leave this
Enjoyed this one.
I mean, the topic, the connections I've
Sorry for you to give it as
I am. I didn't even recognize that.
Yeah.
So, like,
I would say that it's
like, that's how I grew up. If I didn't know, which I didn't, but now that I do, now I can focus on it.
I knew so much the moment that you didn't even think about it that way that I just let it go and instantly I just didn't think about it anymore. Like it seemed important to that was one of the examples I was talking about. There's an opportunity to present an example of both listening and like
And that's me. So like, imagine if you hadn't told me, and I didn't think about that, and I focused on that. I could turn people off from like your normal community and art.
it's true.
And I do my best to represent my group as an open and inclusive team. And right there in that moment, I could just turn someone off. And a huge message of what I try to do is to get that out. So,
Let's think about what we did. We did something really cool there because all at once we demonstrated to a group of people that one, we say stuff that's uncomfortable. Two, we can listen and learn. But we also showed them people up here as authorities, right? And we showed them that we can be humble and be here.
There are a couple there.
Yes, and no one, you could tell, like, there was no, like, tension, like, you know, like aggressiveness, I want to say, that it's, you have to talk about those uncomfortable things to move forward, and that's what a lot of times doesn't happen. People that, you know, instead of being like, okay, well, let me listen to what you have to say, they immediately get angry.
I was a little nervous that you might be defensive. I was a little nervous. But we
I used
demonstrated.
to be that way. But I
could have gone the other way.
I have done so
I
much
bet you there
work
were some
with
people that were like,
myself to not
let
be
me get
defensive. Like, me 5 years ago, I would
You demonstrated to these people that even someone considered an authority can be humble, listen, change. And I demonstrated that even someone considered an authority can still feel. So those
and
Well, it's important for me too, because it's the thing, like, I don't, well, no one walks in and gets just who she was first of all. But coming from someone who doesn't understand it because I don't live it, and wanting to, one, I mean, I don't want to say not offend, because it goes past being offended, just, we're all human, we're all here, we all have something to offer. You know, and just trying to keep, you know, keep progressing and going in that direction of, listen, like when you came in, you're like, hey, why don't we put, you know, I never would have thought of something like that. But all it takes is that one little suggestion.
But by showing your pronouns, you demonstrate to people in the community that you care about.
Oh, that's exactly it.
well, and you know why I put my pronouns on? Yeah, accidentally together.
It's happened to me a lot.
And I know how much that can hurt you. So
It's a
upset
little
that-
disparate.
But I'm not gonna lie, that whole that the talk of crows thing,
It helps.
like that is
Pretend they're
that's
nervous.
gonna be really helpful.
You're a loose assortment of objects. Let me ask, I'm gonna ask you a question for your benefit. If you'll play.
Okay. I like playing games.
You might feel defensive about what I'm gonna say, but trust me, it's there. Your comments to me out there, even though you didn't even think about it, I didn't hold it inside. You were sort of preempting mansplaining.
you were suggesting that you might have to tell me.
Yeah, it was very.
Have you ever been really? Has a masculine presenting person ever explained something to you that you definitely
Oh, of course.
happens all the time, even in circumstances where you're the authority, right?
Yeah. Well, I think too, it, you know, it happens in that. It also happens in someone who's older than me. Age.
There's,
You know, oh, she can't know what she's talking about because she's, you know, young.
I often
Well,
tell
this wasn't new. Obviously, I'm not saying that.
I get on
Meditation.
and I always say, "Oh, you will not lie."
I'm like, it was just,
So,
it was really kind of.
There's an interesting study, I'll send it if you want it, but it's about gender perceptions at work.
And I don't think.
And there is this instinctive societal belief, and it is absolutely just patriarchal programming, right? Just crap that we don't need. The belief is that men are not only more legitimate, honest, trustworthy, they are more reliable and knowledgeable. And people just believe that, and apparently people believe that. So you meet someone else, and you might be excited to share about your thing, but you just immediately assume that they're less than you if they're feminine. And that feels great shit around the
Thank you.
right?
That was a good one.
I was once giving a lecture at a mortuary college about the death rates of pagan favors. And afterward, a man came up to me and suggested to me, you really need to go read this particular book so you'll actually know what you're talking about instead of just running your mouth. And they suggested me
No. Be like, I mean, how do you?
I was wearing a name tag. I was introduced before the lecture.
No.
I talked about my book. It was in a slide.
Did you remind them?
Please tell me you called them out.
Or smack them across the face with it.
I
Either one.
said, knowing that their professor, an alpha person, was about an inch behind them and had heard this and their face was already turning red. I said, thank you for that suggestion. And I walked away and started pouring myself a beverage. And then I listened to them get dressed down by someone else.
I'm just like, I'm gonna let somebody else handle
It was
this.
very extremely funny. But check that instinct. If you're in a shared experience with a person, if there is any reasonable assumption that you might have equivalent knowledge, you should just assume they have the same knowledge as you. Always. Always.
And part of that too, for me, again, coming back to some of that preconditioning, my past as a minister.
That makes it there.
Like, as like a 20-year-old minister, which by the way is the only time like older people look to me for advice.
I get it.
And but then having to
Come hover.
and
I'm
also
like, there's a
like-
full of a chair.
Thank you. Are you feeling better? I felt really selfish asking you, but I was in a lot of pain. I was having a hard time managing it. I saw you. I started having a flare and my joints were really aching so deeply that I was like tensing my whole
Are you
body.
having it like through your hips? Because I was catching some pain earlier and when you.
It was an ADHD.
Oh, that's where that came from.
All that water. Heather's an empath and a dear family friend, and I took advantage by giving them some of that.
Well, I told you that I would. I told you that I'd help you out.
I'll take it back if you want. Huh? I'll take it back if you
No,
want.
I'd rather do that. Because that's what a skilled empath does.
Empath I am not.
You don't keep it, you put it somewhere else.
Rheumatoid's fun because your bones are eating
Yeah, I'm
themselves.
hoping to start playing with you guys.
Okay. Again, you see.
Well,
I
it
know,
was not
like,
a hard
for me,
pass. I worked with Tina and I worked with another.
I wrestled for 13 years.
And I got kicked out.
So
Oh.
my body
Because I
is
wasn't having it.
Europe.
Well, listen.
Beverage.
Welcome aboard. We're all mouthy bitches.
I
It was a group where.
I'm sitting here and talking for 4 hours.
Do you have another panel in here? You want to go get something to drink?
No, I have to stay here till 10. But thank you both for coming and contributing so much.
Sorry for having my mouth so.
No, don't be sorry, because I think everybody learned a lot from it.
Across the top of us,
I mean, if no one else is out
and
there,
it's like, oh, look.
and
Oh, I did.
I'm fine with that.
I did.
Small stuff like that.
Wow, that's really
change
neat.
a little bit every day. It
Right.
does suck though. It's
Yeah,
truly
it
uncomfortable
was
to
just,
just.
you know, people that could make a
It is,
separation
but you know, if I can be
Their
uncomfortable for someone else to grow.
perceptions that weren't
Even
means
if,
nothing happened.
even if that someone else is you.
and
And it was. And
approaching hunting from a
my
scientific
Chris's
point of
Gabby
view.
lives in here.
Because I may be
So-
an
So she gets
That
to see it.
is probably the first time because she's also an actress with the theater and I'm the vice president. So almost every time that she's ever seen me, this might really hard to do because I've always had to be that authority figure because people constantly look to me as like, what do we do? But this is kind of the first time she's been able to see me learn and grow and be just and it kind of feels really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I haven't had a chance to have an experience like this. Probably since pre-COVID, mainly because of COVID. Still,
I'm glad we could check.
And I was like,
Weird and soaking in those.
that's
Go for it. Have fun.
You know, it's just, thank you so much, like, you know, having questions. Jason, enjoy your business. Are you leaving? Oh, you got another one?
Yeah, in 15 minutes.
Oh, geez. Sorry, we ate away your break. Yeah, well, I think that's huge, you know, I mean, we.
I think I actually took something. Hi.
Hello. The chair, any chair. We have the entire room to ourselves.
Hello.
Oh, no. What? Ooh, how'd you do that? Nines? That chocolate with nines? Yeah, it doesn't look like it's very deep. This shirt is irreplaceable. So, unless I were to go to grad school at UC again. Yeah, I know. You men might have different shirts. Plus, I could reach out to Sam and Chad and be like, hey, we get a shirt. Mine got ruined. So I gotta get a new one. Yeah, or get one custom made. Here's $20. Oh, it wouldn't be Sam, it'd be Chad. Here's $20. But I'm in contact with Chad.
So, I'm Jason. I don't think we've ever actually officially met.
I'm Michael.
Nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you. I just woke up from a nap.
I don't
so-
blame you. I tried to take one before the last panel. It did not happen.
I'm almost totally incoherent. But it's gonna be okay.
And you don't know who you are. I'm just like, Ben has no interest in this. It's very obvious, but your mouth is It's just the way leather gets when it gets sweaty. I used to wear a leather loose. And so, first or second semester of college, after college, where I was
How you holding up, Tina?
Well, our food just got here. Alex and I ordered at the same time.
I know,
So
right?
I
I
don't
was
know if
like,
we're
my
gonna
food
eat
just
or
got here.
talk and then eat. I guess we're talking and then eat.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
I don't see why y'all
I
can't
am
snack while we
fabulous. How
talk.
are you?
That's all right.
Thank you so much for the gift bag and the very kind.
But I can
comments.
also eat it when I'm done.
I really appreciate it.
Possibly cold.
Do you want to share it between you or care?
I have no preference.
Okay, you know what? There we go. Otherwise the seats could be very close either way. So.
Yeah. It's the whole like,
Myself in here?
there's never enough room at the table, etc. That's why I just awoke from managing to take a nap.
Martellus is not on. Okay.
So.
Mm-mm. It's me, you,
Okay,
him,
so I'm
and
gonna
him.
erase.
Yeah.
I think we're it.
All right.
I'm sorry that the food timing did not work out.
Dude, my food timing for my lunch was awful as well. It took 45 minutes and I ordered from Noodles and Company, which was right across the road.
Wow. Yeah. Well, apparently that dude was stuck in traffic or something because it took him forever. Cameron was watching. It took forever to get down 85.
Oh gosh. What's my name? Oh yeah.
I definitely have had some moments like that just today.
It's like, what's my name? How do I spell it?
Oh my God. It's just like, wow, my brain.
Right. Bada bing, bada boom.
Dare I even ask what that could, is it just like Kool-Aid or?
It's 6 different types, 6 different flavors of rum with white cranberry juice.
Oh, I bet it's great.
It is very good.
It's like, it's a vivid shade.
It's a very, yeah, Jeff made it.
I like that it matches his shirt.
This does match your shirt.
I need little gummy cats to put in it.
Actually, that would make us even better, yeah. Ooh. I'm game.
There's been a lot of elevator hell today, also with panels, so I might hold for like a couple of minutes just to give people time to get in here. Yeah, no doubt about it. It was wild.
That's, yeah, well, right. It wasn't like this, well, yesterday wasn't as crowded, but. Yeah.
We waited to go up through
Yeah.
a decent sized group only to find out that the place we were trying to find was on this floor.
Oh, no.
So.
I really
We got the
appreciated your
second
email
elevator,
about the
so-
escalator, by the way, because that saved me a lot of parking.
I figured I might as well just communicate the hell out of
Yeah,
everything
for
with
real.
y'all, so.
Yeah, gosh.
So you're like little easier
Yeah.
or less.
All right, Jason, you have to pass the gay test.
Okay.
You have to pass the gay
Those sides were
test.
broken on Thursday night.
You
and I
have
was like,
to. Has to be loud.
Oh God, I've never been able to do this. Okay.
Has to be loud.
I met Cher. Does that count? All right. Let's see. Well, you go.
I'm gonna
That's good. That was
I'll
a
try
good.
it.
That was
Yeah,
a good
okay.
tip.
I'm gonna give folks a couple of extra minutes to get in here, by the way.
Jason, Tina.
I'm gonna give folks a couple extra minutes to get in.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you, like,
Complain.
5 minutes after we started, like a whole bunch of people walked in, so it's probably waiting.
We were playing while we were waiting.
Oh, no problem with there. Have a ball.
All right, I give up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're just opening up the
We're,
fan.
we're trying to pass the gay test. The gay test. So you have to be able to. You have to be able to get it out of the way and make the loud as you can. I passed.
Yeah, there you go. It's basically gay vuvuzela.
All right.
Put the black torch in there.
Like that?
Yeah.
So this is like this is.
Oh. Okay. I'm also part Asian, so this is like shameful for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's even more cred there, you know. With my
My grandfather's rolling in the mausoleum right now.
And hold it a little bit further down, because I think your thumb is
Oh, okay. So
keeping it from, get it as far at the bottom as you can.
like that?
Yeah. Just hold on. It's better, that's better. See,
Something's
coming
getting in
out.
the way. Wait, no.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, it went the other way.
But you made some noise
It
there.
went backwards, if that's not my journey in queer life. In a nutshell. So that is a it just reflected my
It
whole
just
journey.
called you out.
There you go. See, it's an all-knowing,
It really is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Michael, would you like to try?
I'll pass.
Okay.
There's parts of our journey we don't really want to inadvertently reveal.
You know, it would feel very weird for me if I failed the gay test in front of people. Normally, I'm really good at passing any gay test in front of a crowd. It does not matter.
No pressure.
I failed, but in my eyes, I still have my card because I've met Cher.
Oh yeah,
No,
that's,
you're cool.
that's a permanent.
Yeah.
So that's a permanent gay card.
Okay. Oop. Oh, okay. I'm gonna not.
Got a little wiggle wiggle going on.
Sorry, I'm gonna not lean on that table.
Yeah, it wiggles.
Okay.
All right. So let's get started. Are you closing that door because you're the hero of the panel?
Because what?
Because you're the hero of the panel? Because that is, thank you. That is greatly appreciated. I love it when somebody closes the door at the start of the panel. There you go. So, welcome to Queer Hauntings. I am your moderator. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Michael G. Williams. I write queer sci-fi, horror, and urban fantasy. And I co-host a podcast called our ConCarolinas about the strange and unexplained in the Carolinas. And also moderating this panel is activating all of my imposter syndrome because I am not a paranormal investigator. And I don't really know anything about actual paranormal investigation as a person who does it seriously. So, but I'm really super queer. So I'm like hoping, I'm hoping that I'm queer enough that I'm making up for my lack of professional knowledge. And with that self-deprecating admission, there we go.
Okay.
I'm going to pass the baton.
Hello, my name is Alex Matsuo. I go by she, they pronouns. I'm having more they days lately though. I am a paranormal investigator, paranormal researcher. I founded and currently direct the team, the Association of Paranormal Study. Our team is actually 3/4 queer. Just
Yeah.
realized that we're 3/4 queer because 3 out of 4 of us are queer. And I've done a lot of research on the queer history of some really famous haunted places. And this is not my book. This is a book that my friend Ken wrote. It's all about haunted places with queer history all over the country. It's a really good one.
I read that book in preparation for this panel.
Ken will be very happy. So I've always had a fascination with that because I believe that our ghost stories, the tropes around ghost stories, they dig a lot deeper than what we realize. So I guess that's, well, I put myself on the panel, I guess, because I was like, ooh, okay. But yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. And I've been investigating for a long time. And really trying to better understand, in an attempt to better understand like us as humans and history and injustices that have been committed, and the hauntings that have resulted because of that. So.
And I'm Tina McSwain. I'm the founder and director of the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. I've been investigating, researching the paranormal for over 30 years. And our team is probably 50 to 60% queer, gay.
My name is Jason, and I am 1/3 of the APS Queerness. And I am the author of The House on Dead Man's Curve, which was an award-winning finalist in LGBTQ fiction. And I've been investigating for probably what 4 years now. Is it 2019? I think. Yeah.
2019, yeah, close. Yeah, because you joined right before the pandemic.
Yeah. But always had an interest in the paranormal ever since I can remember. So that's me in a nutshell.
So part of what interested me about this panel is that in the course of our ConCarolinas, we do a lot of like relating ghost stories. We don't go out and do investigations, but we do a lot of like research into the history of places that are reported to be haunted and talk about things like that. And so part of what really interested me about it is that so often ghost stories and hauntings seem to revolve around the concept of unfinished business. And there are very few people I can think of who have more unfinished business than queer people, especially queer people who passed in a less liberated era. And so what are some of y'all's favorite ghost stories or haunted sites that are somehow connected to the queer experience?
Oh, that's a good one.
I have an answer, but I'm going to hold mine until the end.
Let's see. I've investigated a few different places in North Carolina, and one of the most prominent ones was this home in Holly Springs, North Carolina, and the gentleman who lived there was a gay man who had a partner but could not be out with their partner and whatnot. And I had two investigators with me at this investigation. They were interracial gay couple. They were married, and the gentleman, the queer man who was haunting this location, he was one of many spirits there. And this ghost hunt had about 15 people there. But he was very hyper focused on our married gay couple, and to the point where he actually requested one of them by name. And he said, I would like to talk to Mike. And Mike is also gay and Hispanic. So he was basically, they were just talking about, Mike was sharing his story because Mike was very new to this, and Mike's like, what do I say? I'm like, just tell him your story. That's where we want to go with this. Go tell him your story. And it's and this isn't the only experience that I've had, but I'll let someone else tell that story. Where gay men from a certain period of time, and in this case with this house, it was 1920s, 1930s, that he would have been alive and in his prime. But it was just really interesting to engage or to watch that interaction of trying to understand, like, wait, you're married. Wait, you can be you out in public. So I think that one may have been one of my favorites. And then when we started doing subsequent investigations at this place, it was like Mike and Jean would just like go off into their own room and they would just start talking. So it just turned into like this nice little visit every time of like, tell me, like literally Jean, the ghost, would say like, tell me what's going on. Well, tell me what's happening for us, for our community today. I know, right? It's like, tell me all the wonderful things that are happening for us now. Yeah, so it's beautiful. It's beautiful to observe.
I'll let you go.
Let's say since, yeah.
It kind of plays into what she said, so I'll let you tell your side of that.
Yeah, and for anyone that was in the previous panel, I apologize. You get to hear all this again. So mine is the USS North Carolina. Is that right? USS?
Mm-hmm. Battleship North Carolina.
Battleship North Carolina. Mm-hmm. We were on an investigation, and it was me and Alex and our other team member, and we were in the
enlisted quarters. Yeah.
Where all the beds and stuff are. We're like tucked way in the back. And we were doing the Estes method. Alex was listening to the speakers, and Ted and I were talking and asking the questions. And we started communicating with someone kind of along the same lines that Alex's experience was having. And the more we talked, the more we kind of started picking up on this person may have had a queer past. And they were starting to ask questions of, well, you're married, sin, and this is what's coming across to us. And as we started to explain things, Ted is in an interracial marriage. I'm married to a drag queen. So we started explaining how the times had changed and things got different and things were more acceptable until this year. And it was just so moving. And you could hear the acceptance, coming, and the relief coming from even Alex's tone as she was, saying these things that were coming out of the speaker that she was hearing. And like by the end, like both of us felt like a tap on our shoulders, kind of how like Army men would do, or people on the ship, they just kind of tap on the shoulder. And by the time it was done, Ted and I were in tears, and we stopped Alex, and Alex was like, "Oh my God, what's wrong? What happened?"
So, are you all familiar with the Estes method? How that?
I was going to ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Estes method is essentially, do we know, like the spirit box, that device that goes the radio sweep? So the Estes method, how that works, and depending on who you talk to, it could be different. But the Estes method is there's the receiver wears headphones, noise canceling headphones, and has a blindfold on. So I'm not hearing or seeing anything that they're doing. Some people theorize that you go into a trance with the Estes method. Now, for me, I could hear what was coming through, and I still rue that day that I wasn't recording the output of the box, the spirit box, but this was what I was hearing. And when I do Estes method, I also try to mimic the tone that I'm hearing as well, because I do believe that makes a difference if you could hear tone and intention. So I was basically just mirroring. Wow. Okay.
Have some more.
I was mimicking not mimicking in a bad way, but I was basically emulating what I was hearing. So when they tap me on the shoulder and I'm taking off the headphones and the blindfold, I'm seeing that they're a mess, and I'm like, oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Like literally, I'm like, oh, what happened? How'd that go? But I couldn't hear what they were saying. I was just spouting off words. So that's fairly significant and what I was hearing from my perspective, it seemed like word salad. I couldn't make sense of I'm like, sin, like me, weird, interesting. I'm like, I don't see anything. Like, I don't know what the context is.
And on our end, we're having a whole conversation.
Yeah. And of course, then I hear the audio, and then I hear the audio recording of the conversation, and then I'm crying at the end of it. Yeah. So.
Tina.
And I really do not have a story to tell in that regard. Really do not.
I mean, obviously, I am not an investigator, so I have not experienced this firsthand. But one of my favorites that I have read is that Lizzie Borden, after she had moved, and she and her sister had set up in a really nice house, and she had tried to break into high society, that she had what was probably a love affair with an actress who was very prominent at the time. And this became kind of a public scandal, and she was rejected from high society. And it was sufficiently scandalous that she had this relationship that her own sister was driven to sort of part with her socially. And so she ended up very isolated in the end of her life. And from what I have read, nobody really associates hauntings with the place where her parents were killed.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a ton of haunting reports from the place where she spent the last years of her life alone. And that, to me, just screams queer unfinished business. Hello.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that I think too, Lizzie changed her name to Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, it's Elizabeth. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. So that's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So something that you've talked about touches on one of my questions, which is, what do you do in the course of an investigation, or how do you attempt to explain in the course of an investigation current queer identities and experiences and terminology when you're potentially speaking to someone who has absolutely no familiarity with them and no frame of reference for them, but might have personally experienced them?
I would always start with maybe somewhat of, if you can figure out what time frame they're in, go from that time frame forward and just give some highlights of how things have changed, how, things are today, how people in a lot of states, not necessarily this one here lately, but are more accepting of queer and gay people than they were before. Would be, and then give some examples of, well, now, women can be married, men can be married. Just give some examples and try to explain that, and I'm sure prepare for a lot of questions.
In part, I ask because I recently watched a YouTube show that I went into, frankly, like prepared to be a little skeptical of, and then I really enjoyed it. And it's called Queer Ghost Hunters. And they're like very first investigation. They're in what used to be a nunnery and is now an LGBTQ center in Toledo. And they encounter some spirits who are very hostile to them being there because they're busting up in the nunnery and being like, hey, we're queer people. We met a bunch of y'all were too, and there are some spirits there who are like really not happy with having that pointed out. And I feel like there is potentially, I believe in this stuff, so I say this as a believer. Like, if you believe that ghosts are real, then there's a potential danger there that you are affronting them. I was curious, like, what do you do to prepare for that?
Both locations that I've investigated, well, all the locations I've investigated so far that have had a queer spirit pop up, like, hello, that's always been a surprise, so it's hard to prepare for that. But then, thankfully I have a very diverse team. And I have a very diverse group with me. So usually I'm like, Jason, like if it's a gay man that pops up wanting to talk, I'm like, okay, Jason, Ted, hey. And not saying that I couldn't talk to them, but my experience as a gender fluid pansexual, it's a little bit different than in the 2000s. Wow.
I need some science fiction.
Right.
That's science fiction, and I do know that part. I'm really good with 22,000s.
Right. But I try to at least have somebody who has like maybe can relate to that experience, speak to that person. And if I don't have them, then I'm very transparent. I'm like, I don't know what you've been through, but I am here to listen to you.
Okay, I really like that.
It's like I can't say that I've had firsthand experience with this, but I'm here to listen, and I'm here with an open heart to receive your story. So
yeah, I would agree with you. She's like a positive, just totally positive attitude and outlook, and let things come. I don't try to put any of my personal thoughts or the way I may see something. Just let them talk, let them come, and let them know I'm there to listen. If you need help, I'll see what I can do to help.
This kind of bounces back to the panel that we had this morning about being a professional ghost hunter. And I think in your example, we would approach it in a different way. We would be a lot more respectful, because to me, what you've said in your example sounds like they were outing these people.
And that's not really what they were doing at all. They were trying to approach them very openly. But anyway, sorry, I exaggerated for the purposes of humor.
Okay. But even still, that's not something we would want to do. We don't want to be out. We didn't want to be outed when we were, younger, or till we came to terms with ourselves. So it's all about how you approach. Respect is the main thing. Is always have respect. And present the truth.
It kind of sounds like the best way to do this is to approach them the same way you would approach a living person.
Yes.
Who might need to tell you something.
Well,
really
in
important.
essence, they are or were a living person, and that's how we talk to them.
So that's my next question, and this isn't specific to queer hauntings, but I'm always curious to ask this question, and there is no right or wrong answer in my opinion, because I don't know the answer to this. when you encounter a spirit, are they alive and that they're like a dynamic entity that is around and active and changing and learning? Or are they more of a recording, in your opinion or experience?
Oh, you are diving into the rabbit hole.
I'm really sorry, but because I don't do this, I will never get the chance to ask a team of paranormal investigators that question again. You know?
So there's a lot of theories. Now I'm only speaking from based on my terminology, and Tina and Jason feel free, and Caps, feel free to jump in and correct me. But I tend to label them as residual hauntings, the recordings, being more residual, like a broken record, just stagnant energy that just kind of replays over and over again. That's not aware. And then we have intellectual hauntings, where they are aware of their surroundings, and there seems to be a mix of both out there in the field.
I love the term intellectual haunting. I'm just going to note that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, so some people will call them like conscious hauntings, intellectual hauntings, intellectual spirits, where they are aware of what they're doing. And I've talked to spirits, and by the way, I'm a skeptical believer, but I'm going under the premise that we can all agree that ghosts are real. If you catch me on a skeptical believer panel, I will have very different things to say. But if we go off the premise that a spirit, a ghost, is a intellectual spirit who understands and notices their surroundings, they tend to be aware of changing times. I've heard theories that they have short-term memory loss, so that they may forget an interaction that that they still think it's like 1955.
But to counter that,
yeah,
just the perfect example. One of the places that our team frequents a lot is the Trebek Clinic, and Alex has gone multiple times, way more than all of us, because she wrote the book on it. If you don't have it, go get it. And she's had responses to where they walk in, or she walks into a room and the recorder picks up, "Hi, Alex." I was there 2 months ago with a completely different group of people. And we're down in the basement doing EVP sessions and talking to all the many different spirits that are down there. And I get a "Hi, Jason." So there is the thought that they could have short-term memory. And then there's some that can remember you.
Right. I mean, when I went to St. Albans and we were in the boiler room, we were doing a spirit box session, not Estes, just running the spirit box. And we were talking to a gentleman that's believed to haunt the boiler room. And my team member asked, "Who's the president?" And he heard Clinton. So, or I know, Tina, sometimes you'll ask, "Who's the president?"
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll do that to try to get not only a time frame. If they can tell me, if they would say Lincoln, well, then it's a Civil War time frame. If they say Roosevelt, then it's more like,
Or if they say Jefferson, you're like, "Oh, we're in a different part of the South."
Yeah, but I mean, going to your point, we have a place that we've gone before, and I was in another room or whatever, and we've actually gotten on the spirits box, "Where's Tina?" So Tina's coming. Where's Tina? But yeah, I agree. I think that and especially we do a lot at historic Rosedale, which is a home here in Charlotte built in 1815. And we think that, we've been going over so many years, we've been going to Rosedale over 10 years. And we've done so many different types of investigations, Estes method, FLIR thermal imaging cameras, SLS cameras. We've done so many different things. And we've even, kind of backed up. We've done dowsing rods, pendulums. And we get so much from there. We think that they're used to us. They know us. They recognize us. So they're like, "Hey, they're back. Let's talk to them."
It's interesting you bring that up, because I've noticed different tools that we bring. Sometimes the spirits are drawn to one thing versus another, and I feel like if there are spirits who were alive during the spiritualism movement, 19th century, they may be more drawn to pendulums and spirit boards and dowsing rods. I mean, I've interacted with a spirit who passed in 2012, and he was rocking the spirit box, full out conversation. I'm like, "Oh, that makes sense. You would know better about how the technology works." But that's a good question.
So I asked in part because I have only ever personally experienced a haunting once, and it was pretty vivid. It's a long story. I'll skip it. I quit the job over it though because I did not want to work in that building anymore because I don't want to do this because I get scared. Like in the course of that, I had a very strong impression that it was sort of stuck in a rut, but it understood that it was stuck in a rut. And so there was like kind of a liminal space thing there between like it was just a recording, but it also had some ability to understand that it was recording. So I've always been curious.
Yeah.
To draw on that a little bit, though, in the case of queer hauntings, do you think that there's a similar potential for affinity? You know, you talked about how a spirit from an older era might respond to an older technology, a spirit from a newer era might respond to a newer technology. Do you think that it is likelier that queer ghost hunters will encounter queer spirits because of some sort of affinity? That whether those spirits are aware or not, they will be drawn to you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think, yeah, because I think also, at least, and you saw Queer Ghost Hunters, you know, they share, so how they open up their investigations is they share their story of like where they came from, and then whoever comes forward comes forward. I definitely think it happens very similarly. Because I mean, at the Battleship North Carolina, I mean, out of all the ghosts there, you know, we get, you and Ted got the one who may have a queer background.
Or that was scared for his life while he was there and maybe suffered abuse from fellow Navy people and was scared to discuss anything, but felt comfortable enough to be drawn to us to at least start asking questions.
And you all didn't even start that session with, "Hey, I'm gay." You know, it was just like, "Hey, let's put Alex under, and then let's just see who comes forward." So, I mean, y'all didn't even announce yourselves, but it's like your energy, that affinity, your energy, like may have attracted.
Yeah. And this bounces back to the panel that we just had on inclusivity. Having a variety of different people on your team opens up the ability for other spirits to feel more comfortable coming through.
You're literally stealing my next question. But it's beautiful and I love it. As a moderator, that's the dream. Go for it.
Because what you're doing is you're creating a safe space for them. It may not be, and I'm just using Alex as an example because she's in here, but me and Alex might be someplace and the spirit may not feel comfortable coming forward. But if we separate, it may either feel drawn to her and communicate, or it may feel drawn to me. Either way, we've created a safe space because we have a certain type of person that it feels comfortable coming to.
And in our team, same thing. We separate. You know, we have gay men, we have gay women, we have how many? 1, 2, 3 mothers who are straight but have gay sons. So we've got all kind of dynamics going on, in
Oh my
CAPS.
gosh, it's like paranormal free hugs.
It is.
Right. That's so crazy you say that because Sean just told me to put that on my t-shirts.
So do you, in your experience of speaking to spirits who did identify themselves as having queer identities or queer experiences, did their queerness play into their desire to come through or communicate, or however you want to phrase it, manifest?
I think it depends on right now it's any time period, but there may be a spirit that looks at Jason like, "Hey, okay, I think we might be alike.
Right.
I'm going to go explore this a little bit more."
Yeah, and then it just continues to grow. The conversation would continue to grow after that. Yeah.
I mean, it's all about being receptive to whatever comes, and being, willing to take the time to try and help and listen, almost like a, unconditional positive regard for, that entity that's trying to reach out to you.
a lot of people, a lot of queer people today and historically are living with, have lived with, will probably live with trauma of some sort. And do you find that queer spirits that you interact with want to, or seem to be like anchored to? Again, I don't really know the terminology to use, but is like that trauma a driving force in their whatever they are-ness?
Oh, I have a whole thing about trauma and the paranormal.
Oh, feel free to dive in.
Yeah,
It's a whole book. Wait till next year; it'll be out.
Oh yeah. Actually, literally, I've been working extensively, and Victoria follows a lot of my content and knows I talk about this a lot. I know for me, I don't necessarily use a trauma-based approach with investigating. Now, if the spirit does bring up their trauma, then yes. But there are a lot of haunted spaces that are rooted in trauma, especially queer trauma. One of them is Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. Up until 1968, don't quote me on that, queer men were in prison at Trans-Allegheny for sodomy.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was up until the 60s,
Yeah.
maybe even 70s.
That's like living memory.
There are men who are still alive today who were at Trans-Allegheny, but when people go to Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, it's like, oh, we're going to talk to mentally unstable spirits and not marginalized, or
We're going to get those fun Victorian people.
right. And
Yeah.
it's like, no, you're going to have, queer men, it was men, traumatized queer men probably coming through, and you're going to mistake them as, hey, everything's a demon. That's a whole other rabbit hole we can dive
Right.
into also.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so I know for me, like the last thing I want to talk about in the afterlife is my trauma, but it may come out if it's somebody that's present that I think would be receptive. I do believe I have engaged with a non-binary spirit, mostly by accident at Gatsby's Tavern in Alexandria, Virginia. I kind of snuck in a little ghost hunt in there with my equipment. Usually I don't recommend that, but I was feeling it in. I was feeling it in. I'm like, I should explore this more. And it kind of turned into because I'm working on my own abilities right now, but it kind of turned into this spiritual trauma dumping. I was getting a whole story on my spirit box, on my K2, and what I was feeling. And I didn't ask for it, but I was also very much non-binary presenting when I was there as well, because I was having a day. So I think between the way I was presenting and how I looked, it was almost like, hey, go. The fact that I personally believe if you are open to talking to spirits, you're open to the paranormal, you kind of have a sign over your head saying, hey, come chat, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, come talk. And I feel like that was what happened, but I couldn't pick up any sort of gender identity at all. And I'm like, hey, is it possible that you could be feeling this? Yes. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. So the trauma and the paranormal, and I feel like the paranormal, at least I'm only speaking for me, but the paranormal kind of became a safe haven for me, as an investigator and as someone that I can identify the way that is right within me. And it's a safe space. And I mean, I've yet to be told by a ghost that how I'm living is wrong. Other people may have different experiences with that, but I felt very much like an at-home scenario within the paranormal, investigating with spirits. Now, the community is a different story. Community is a different story. But I don't know. It's an interesting question, but there is a relationship between trauma and the paranormal that's very strong. It's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's bonded in super glue.
Mm-hmm.
It's bonded in super glue. Because we could theorize that we cope with our trauma through ghost stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm in a really skeptical mood, then that's kind of where I go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, well, we're just processing our own stuff. But I don't say that in a way that makes that bad. At least it's getting processed. At least there's something being done to try to handle it. But 99% of the time, I'm a true believer I want to believe so badly that I become skeptical of my own willingness to believe. I become distrustful of my own willingness. Do you feel that trauma tends to motivate the spirits, and especially queer spirits that you've encountered?
Well, I mean, there is trauma out there, but there can be gladness too. I mean, there can be somebody that's happy with their lives. And I have sensitivity. I see dead people. So a lot of times I can see what they look like and kind of get an idea of, what they look like, where they're coming from, what's their issue, because, they can tell me. But honestly, just have not had any issues where the trauma has come through so strong that that's the first thing I felt.
Interesting.
So when we were on this battleship, it was a big group of us, and we had an investigator who had abilities, and she was walking through the same area because after that area was with the restrooms, and then it went into the sick bay. As she was going through the restrooms, she saw a young man curled up in a ball in the shower. An hour later, we have this experience. She was also part of the community. So it could be that trauma was coming forward, showing her, and then expressed out through communicating with us.
Mm-hmm. And at the same time, I feel like, Tina, you kind of touched on my next question, my follow-up to that, which again, as moderator, it's kind of the dream. Is there a way in which you are able to bring joy to these spirits as well? Because as a queer person, I write books to process my queer trauma. There's nothing wrong with that. It's important work, but it's also really important to me as a queer person and as a queer creator of things, as a queer writer, to talk also about queer joy and to talk about the fact that queer lives are more joyful than they are painful. And so my hope is that in all of this also there are moments of really sincere queer joy, both for the spirits and for the investigators. Has that been your experience? I mean, you've had the moment of the shoulder touch, but I don't, again, if I'm saying something that's wrong, then please feel free to correct me because I am ignorant. But basically, do you ever feel like they maybe just need to be told that they're okay and they can move on?
I mean, I try to help them move on. And one of the things I say is it doesn't matter what you did in your past life, because I believe that there's a way, depending on your religion, that you can atone for that and be forgiven for that. So if you think your sin is being gay, well, then we can deal with that and we can show you that that's not a sin, and if that's what you think is keeping you from moving on to that next plane of existence, well, that doesn't need to be that barrier anymore. And I will fully explain that, no matter what that barrier might be, whether it be, did you murder somebody, were you a prostitute, and had to do that to feed yourself and your children or whatever, or you're gay and you're afraid that any of that is going to keep you out of that, heaven or realm, that next realm that you're going to, that can be in a conversation proven that, hey, doesn't matter, you can go. Here's how you go. And here's what you need to do. You can be redeemed and, and here's your mindset. It's open, doors open, go.
I would be honest, I'm a very agnostic person. So I would have a very hard time explaining something like that. But that's why we have Ted, because Ted is the flip side of me. And in that situation, Ted went through and explained, Tina was talking about, his religious aspect of it and what their belief was.
And Ted's husband's also a pastor. So.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. So, but one thing that we try to do as a team is we don't try to move them on unless we know that they want to. So
Okay.
Yeah, I have to be asked. I mean, it's not
Yeah.
something, that,
So you're not here to eject them.
I mean, if you come to me and say, hey, I need help, or, then I'll see what I can do to help you.
I'm just checking my notes. Are there any questions for any of the folks up here? I don't want to spend the entire time talking and asking questions if there are questions from the audience. Okay. Are there things that you, as investigators, feel that queer people should be aware of, if, regardless, like either as somebody who's going to go into investigating, or as people who might simply encounter spirits in their life? Because I do think that a lot of people experience ghosts, a lot of people experience hauntings, just in day-to-day life. They don't have to go looking for it. Even in my most skeptical moments, I look at it as ghosts are one of those phenomena that exist across every culture. And that's a pretty validating statistic.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you're looking for a statistical validation, there it is. So is there something that people should keep in mind about what to do when they encounter these phenomena? Or these spirits or people, or however you want to frame them?
Stay calm.
Yeah. Dude, run.
Yeah.
No.
Right. Going with an open heart and curiosity
Mhm.
with it, and also being very cognizant of not projecting your own trauma onto them either.
Mhm.
That's, I mean, there's a difference between empathy and then, not one-upping, but pulling focus from that spirit and what they need with your own trauma.
Mhm.
And I mean, even, cishet investigators do this too. So it's like, yeah, go and, have a curious mind, open heart, and stay calm is my advice about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Open mind. I mean, I tend to use meditation and grounding.
That's where I was
before.
going next.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go for it.
I use meditation and grounding. I'm a very grounded individual anyway, so I always be sure that my head is clear. My thought processes are where they need to be for that investigation, and I am grounded, so I am stable and ready to go. We don't take any there's no alcohol or drugs or anything like that. And even if you're taking over-the-counter Benadryl or something for a cold, that can affect you. So we don't want to do anything like that would taint your innate abilities and that person that is you in any way when you go out there to deal with the others.
So piggybacking off of that, and then throwing it a little on the flip side, for a queer investigator, they have to remember that, like Trans-Allegheny, for instance, you're not only possibly going to encounter the queer spirit, you're going to encounter what tormented the queer spirit. And that's where you need to do the grounding and the protection to keep yourself from being affected, because that can put oppression and an attachment or anything could come home with you.
And I would imagine, given that there are real differences of culture and language and experience and perspective and attitude intergenerationally between living queer people, that you potentially runs the risk, if they walk into a space as an investigator who is queer and making assumptions that they will understand whatever it is these queer spirits went through. That it is possible to walk in really setting oneself up for failure in that regard.
But I would rather talk to a dead queer person than a live queer person every day.
The horror novelist in me is going to try really hard not to steal that as a line for a book.
Wait, can I copyright real quick?
Yeah. Everybody heard you say it, so you can't get away with that. Are there particular resources or like sources of research material or anything like that that you recommend?
I got a few. So
Please.
Queer,
I'm going to
so
take notes while you do so.
Queer Ghost Hunters, as Michael mentioned on YouTube. The show's no longer running, but it's great. The two of the stars from that started their own podcast called The Q Files. And they really dive into like queer history with a lot of the stories. Like they went into Elizabeth Borden quite a bit.
I'm literally subscribing right now.
Yeah, the Q Files is really good. It's Shane McClellan and Lori. I want to say Lori Gums. Really good resource. Believe it or not, and I swear to God, I'm not trying to plug in my next book, but I'm working on a book right now about women in the paranormal, and I ran into quite a few queer women. And I learned, book idea, copywriting, and no one steal it, about writing about how the Society of Psychical Research was a safe haven for marginalized communities. But the Society of Psychical Research, specifically, I found a lesbian couple that investigated for SPR, Radcliffe Hall and Una Trowbridge. Now, Radcliffe Hall is a very prolific author for the lesbian community. If Radcliffe Hall had been alive today, they may or may not have been a trans man, but they went by she, her pronouns. The whole story of how they got into psychical research is very, there's a lot of tea with it. Like the sweetest Southern tea you can think of, but it's British, so British tea. They have a lot of really interesting resources and research with, if you want to look at like psychical research through the queer perspective, that's a really good, there are Una Trowbridge and Radcliffe Hall is a good resource.
I'm going to jump in just for a second to say the point you made about Radcliffe Hall and the question of what pronouns would that person use now versus then is kind of exactly what I was getting at with that idea of like the differences in terminology and identity and the fact that a spirit might just not understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean Radcliffe Hall was also called John, like, and that was from their group, like, oh, we're gonna call you John, and Radcliffe Hall wore men's clothing, and it's like I had a whole disclaimer before their chapter of like, today we probably would say this, but back then Radcliffe was she, her. But yeah, that's a great point.
It's like Anne Lister, that they called Gentleman Jack in Britain.
Yeah.
Was a lesbian who donned men's clothing, and and the society did not take too kind to her.
No. I mean, also Queer Hauntings by Ken Summers. Ken Summers did a lot of really good work with this book, and he still does a lot of research into more modern queer spaces, especially through like the lens of paranormal media. I forgot which episode it was, but there was an episode of Ghost Hunters where they went to, I think, was it a gym or something? But it was actually a gay bathhouse. And,
I was thinking about a completely different one because there's the one where they went to the bar where the fire took place.
Upstairs.
The upstairs lounge.
Yeah, and then they completely erased half the history of it.
It's like,
and they had a gay investigator there.
Yeah.
Like that show pisses me off so much.
And that same gay investigator was there when they were at this like gym, and I was like, oh, it was a gay bathhouse. It's like, oh no, it was a gym.
The thing I'm about to say is going to sound like a joke, and it is in no way a joke. It is 100% true. So the upstairs lounge was the scene of a really horrific arson case against a gay bar. Over 40 people died. It was until the Pulse nightclub shooting, the largest single event of violence against queer people. And there is a musical about it called The View from Upstairs, which is actually a very tender and heartbreaking musical and also a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it is a stunningly effective telling of that story.
Did you see the production at Interact?
Yes, I did.
My
So
friends who
good.
directed it.
Well, that was a phenomenal production.
I'll let him know. They'll appreciate it.
It was really, really good.
I didn't know that. Is there a recording of it?
Yeah,
anywhere?
it's on Spotify.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a fantastic show.
Okay.
The play is so tragic and beautiful and also uplifting and joyful. And it's like 98% uplifting and joy until the last 2 minutes. And then it's like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ken Summers even, he covered it in the book towards the end, and he actually goes into more of the history of it, but then hits you in the gut with the last part of it, with like the activity that's there now. This is what he says, if you don't mind me reading.
No, go for it.
Visitors can still catch pungent wafts of smoke in the spot the blaze began. Blood-curdling screams and terrifying moans echo on the second floor. Intense heat from unseen flames drift along the steps. Explorers report feelings of panic and sense the empty area holds the spirits of the many fatalities nearly 3 decades ago. Long after the unfortunate fire in the upstairs lounge, the site is still haunted by the ghosts of the victims caught in an eternal struggle for their lives.
And so, like, when talking about queer trauma and how it intersects with hauntings, like, as a queer person who doesn't want only trauma stories, I get really concerned that it's going to be easy to get caught up in only ever knowing the trauma stories.
Yeah.
And part of what I love about Queer Hauntings is that he does not get caught up only in the trauma stories.
It's just one paragraph of,
Yeah.
this is the activity. That's it.
And like so many of the locations in that are not like the greatest hits Wikipedia level knowledge of haunted sites. It gets really deep into, here's a gay bar that was owned by a couple who were women, and they, like, in the 60s became a couple openly, and their motto for years was, before Stonewall there was our bar, you know. And like, it's a really powerful story of joy, and the fact that it's not haunted because their lives were terrible, it's haunted because they loved it so much there.
Yeah.
You know, and like, there's so much of that in that book, and it's really powerful to hear.
It's another reason why I think theaters are so haunted too.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, come on.
Theaters,
Yeah,
come on.
no, I was a theater nerd in high school, and if I had been forced to choose where to spend eternity in high school, it probably would have been backstage.
Yeah.
Sorry. Resources that y'all want to recommend.
She's the main one to ask for that.
And then I was going to use the same book that she just used, so.
All right.
You know,
I mean, this is one of the only.
yeah, it's really.
I think it's the only.
The only
book,
one out there, but it's well done.
Yeah, and I'm actually, because I found several queer women in the book I'm working on. I'm like, oh, maybe it's time to have a queer people of the paranormal book. So we'll see.
In that Queer Ghost Hunters episode, in the very first investigation they do, where they go to the former nunnery, one of the things they talk about is, at the time, a convent was a place for queer women to go and live lives where they could meet each other, kind of be out of the spotlight, be a little truer to themselves, even in a religious context. And I feel like the spiritualist movement and the Society for Psychical Research, and that sort of, like, the other side of that coin, the other side of the supernatural coin, was in the same way, a place where you could live a little bit outside the spotlight and be a little more authentically oneself. And I feel like today that's still the case. And I feel like that's part of why queer people are so fascinated by things like this so often, because we look at hauntings and we see something that is awfully similar to regular life, but not exactly the same, and a little bit mysterious. And I think that all queer people go through a period of viewing queerness the same way.
Yeah, and there was still marginalization there too. One of the women I found, Ada Goodrich Freer, who, to be fair, it was discovered that she may have fabricated a lot. Like what Harry Price's Borley Rectory was, it was Ballingen House for Ada Goodrich Freer. So she may have made up some things, but one of the historians I found, Trevor Hall, he basically paints Ada Goodrich Freer as like this horrible monster who seduced SPR because she was in a BDSM relationship with another woman. And it was like this evil lesbian. Like, it was just like, rawr. And I was like, half the book is hyper focused on this. I'm like, what does this have to do with her fabricating a haunting?
Gee, I wonder what he was into.
Right? I was like, Trevor Hall, you are telling me a lot about what you like.
It's that whole every accusation is an admission thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
I'll just send you the PDF of the book, because man, half of it I was just like, what the?
Yeah, somebody's whole deal is the evil lesbians have ruined the place or
Oh,
whatever.
there's
I'm
a-
not interested in giving the person money.
Oh man, there's a paragraph in there that like had me howling, and I put it in the book because it was so ridiculous. I'm like, so we have to keep in consideration of how Ada Goodrich is perceived, and here's an example. Like it was so obnoxious. Yeah, so good times. The strange story or the strange case of Ada Goodrich by Trevor Hall. Yeah.
So in our last 3 minutes, where can people find y'all next?
Go ahead.
I'm not moving. I will be here for the next panel that is haunted Queens.
Charlotte.
Yeah, haunted Charlotte. With Tina and Jason back in the back, and then tomorrow I am here again at 10:30 for read the manual. So that will be discussing paranormal technology and things like that.
And like he says,
And you're
I
with
will
me
be
there.
here.
Yep.
I'm with him, and we'll be with him shortly. And we do have a table out beside Alex, out in the hallway. Come see us. If you do want to try your hand at paranormal investigation, we do have an event coming up next weekend. If you're local to Charlotte, or if you don't mind to drive, if you're not too far away, we are doing that Rosedale, historic Rosedale, and it's a public investigation, and we will let you play with our toys and run around and see if you can meet some of our spirit friends.
Like Tina said, I'm in the hallway. I have books. I write books on paranormal nonfiction, like how to ghost hunt, haunted history, personal paranormal experiences, haunted locations. I have one more thing tomorrow morning. I will be interviewing our paranormal guest, special guest, Mortellus. That'll be at 9 a.m. So if you're not too hungover, or if you're a little hungover and you want to talk to a really cool, and hear a really cool human being talk about their experiences in like necromancy and mortuary sciences and all that good stuff, definitely come see me chat with Mortellus. And yeah, come say hi. I'd love to hear, your stories and your experiences and all that good stuff.
Also, let's step that back a little bit. If you are interested, and I may be biased, but purchasing a really good copy of an LGBTQ plus finalist, I have copies up here. So it is a mystery thriller. It involves paranormal investigators, and it turns into Ghost Hunters meets Da Vinci Code with a psycho twist. And it's inspired by personal paranormal experiences that I've had throughout my life. So everything that the investigators encounter is something I've encountered.
And I do queer sci-fi, horror, and urban fantasy. So if you want weird, gay, curmudgeonly vampires, or washed-up private eyes who used to be street hustlers, or modern-day queer witches in San Francisco fighting demons of real estate, then I'm your dude. And there's a table out there with my books on them. And at 12:30 tomorrow, I'll be doing a live recording of our ConCarolinas, where we're apparently going to talk about cryptids in some way.
Oh, fun. Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a description you sent me, but cool.
Because it's a Charlie episode, then I don't really know what we're talking about. Because our method is one of us does all the research and one of us comes in totally ignorant and ready to learn. And so that's our method. I did all the research for Friday. He did all the research for Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks for being here, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
That was a great moderating job. Wow.
I was very nervous about it because I feel very unqualified to talk about paranormal investigation.
Oh, I
No, you did
like,
great.
Yeah, I was like, Mike was perfect at moderating this, so.
All right. Well, thank you very much. That makes me feel a lot better. I said to Charlie, I was like, I'm terrified about this panel.
Oh yeah, no, you were fantastic.
Can I borrow that whiteboard?
Yes.
Yeah, just that whiteboard thing.
This is actually a really good idea. Like,
That is a super good idea. Yeah.
reduces paper too.
Yeah.
Do-
I have like a million
Did you
feet of
put
old folding assignments
my,
with my name
my
on.
lunch at the table, or is at the table? Okay. Because I mean, I gotta be in here in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to
Bring
write this, like,
bring my little blue
encyclopedia
bag
for your
too, my
uncle
little
here.
blue cooler bag.
Not like,
I think that would be magnificent.
yeah. was like, you know what? The whole Ada Goodrich murder though, that like had me howling. I was like laughing so hard I was crying. Well, and then he goes into like, but she also may have had an affair with Frederick Myers. And I'm like, okay, make a decision. But it was just so funny. I'm like, is she an evil lesbian or is she?
Well, I got 30 minutes,
Like,
so,
make your
you know,
make
to
a
eat.
decision. Or is she both? She could be. You know what? She could be. She could be.
Oh, God, no, I'm separately. At the author table, it was so hot all day.
No, he shouldn't eat any kind of food. Just, I mean, because I gave him. You might want to pick up his food bowl that's over there by the kitchen, and just, you know, like what I do is like, here's the food bowl. Put my hand over the food, you know, kind of dump out the water, give him new fresh water. Just give him fresh water, let him out, and when he comes back from doing his business, give him. He gets, you know, one and then another, because he'll run right back out and then he'll run right back in. I know. He gets dude, all I have to do is breathe on myself and I will get bruised because I'm on blood thinners now. But yeah, just, you know, eventually give him 2 milk bones, but don't give him no more now. Okay? And just lock everything up, and I thank you very much. I forgot I had this 9 o'clock panel. I had planned to go home and let my dog out.
I forgot about the 3 o'clock panel I had.
I mean, I
didn't
I was like, well, I got the queer panel, and then I got the 10:30 panel.
Mhm.
I totally spaced out the 9 o'clock panel.
But I don't know why I'm on the 9 o'clock panel. Or wait, this was no, that
The-
yeah,
the
because
Charlotte panel,
yeah, I don't know why I'm on it because I don't live in Charlotte. I'll be the surrounding areas because you know how they're always like Charlotte and
Yeah.
surrounding areas.
Yeah,
That's
we are.
me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we go everywhere, so that Charlotte area paranormal, so because we
Yeah.
go to different areas. But I mean, I was like, I had planned to, you know, run, go let the dog out, and you know, and I knew I was like, well, I get out at 8. You know, this is an 8:30 panel. Get out at 8:30. Got 2 hours. So I got to be back by 10:30. Totally forgot about this one. And you know, my poor dog cannot wait. I mean, he
Yeah.
went out at 9. The last time was 9:30 this morning.
Are they gonna run by and let them out?
Yeah, they're going to my house and let them out. I just live 10 minutes from here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason Sean didn't stay the whole time, just so we didn't have to pay somebody to take care of the animals,
Yeah.
and at least he
Well,
was
see, I
home and they could go in and out.
I had a partner this time last year, but I ain't got a partner now.
Yeah.
I ain't got a babysitter. So it is what it is. This is him.
Oh, he's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like
He's miniature Australian Shepherd.
his face looks like the artwork that came out for our dog that
Mhm.
I'm using on my t-shirts.
Mm. He's so sweet. He's so happy all the time. Oh yeah, yeah.
Almost similar.
Uh-huh. Because they, you know, and somebody told me, well, those are Australians. They smile all the time. Yeah, they do.
Did this thing stay on this time?
Mhm.
That thing's been. I just realized at the last panel that it's been cutting off on me. So it's like everybody's been looking at a blank screen the whole time. I had to turn the screensaver off.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's working now.
He's so expressive. I came home. I came home yesterday, and I'd gotten him treats and a toy, and he knows it. You know, he knows it.
Oh, Layla knows it. Yeah, we walk in the door with the groceries, and she's on us like white on rice.
Yep.
She knows it. She can sniff it out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And just, be careful getting in the house. He'll get, he's excited because people, and he'll jump straight up. Just don't let him run out. You do whatever you do, knock him backwards if you have to.
We'll make sure that we tell them to keep masks.
Yeah. Tell him mommy will get him if he misbehaves. This is probably cold as shit. But
Substance.
it is. Because I can't leave here until 11:30. Damn.
Okay.
Yeah. Went down the wrong way. Much Now, are you living in Winston or
Yeah,
Raleigh?
Winston. I've been there since 2010.
Are you from this area?
Statesville.
Yeah.
And then I lived down here for 2 years over by the airport.
Okay. Well, then you should know some Charlotte ghost stories. Me no boy. My brother lives in Statesville. Well, Trouton, actually.
Okay. Again. I've been in here so long, I've gotten numb to it.
I know. I brought a jacket, but with you, I don't need it because I've been in here. Walking in the door last night, it was so cold in here, I had to put the jacket on.
Well, I've been here since 6 o'clock, so had plenty of time to warm up and adjust.
Got 18 minutes. I need 18 minutes.
All right, go for it. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick before we get stuck in here again.
Would you bring me back some paper towels? And then I
Yes.
can use them as a napkin.
Yes.
Oh my God, the hard magic system.
Thank you, Jason.
Hey, hey.
Hello.
It is for a reason.
Yes.
We literally just had that discussion.
I'm used to it because I've been in here, but
Yeah.
my jacket is at my table, which, when I leave out of here, to come back, I may have to go get
That's why I
that.
was so shocked when I saw Michael before with his tank top on.
Yeah.
How are your panels today, Tina?
Good. Very
Good
good.
turnout, or?
Good turnout.
Good.
My supper came, unfortunately, about 10 minutes before my last round. So
Of
now
course.
I'm trying to hurry up and eat. Fries are cold, but the burger is still lukewarm, so that's a plus.
Take what you can get.
Exactly.
Yes.
I mean, it may come up tonight, but a friend of mine at work had asked me, and I couldn't believe this, but his daughter had gone over to the Dunhill.
Okay.
And, was doing something over there. They were having I think they were having a bridal dinner there or something, and actually got taken up to the room and actually found someone who would actually talk to her about haunting.
Yeah.
So my friend at work comes and goes, "Tell me about the Dunhill." Yeah, I understand it's haunted. And I'm like, "Yes, it is." I said, "But they don't want to have nothing to do with it."
So that's not entirely true.
But they
keep
canceled,
going.
but they canceled that.
That was on me because
See, I thought-
we canceled it because the curfew for COVID happened.
Right.
It was like no nightlife after 11.
Right.
And then I just never rescheduled because this happened. COVID didn't seem like it was ever gonna end.
Well, I thought that it was because, maybe they,
No, they were all for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, before they never wanted to talk about it. They wouldn't tell you what room it was or anything.
Yeah.
And what was the room? Because I couldn't remember the room.
906.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thought it was 706. I was wrong.
No, that was definitely not my experience.
Okay.
Because we've gone a bunch of my wife and I. We've gone a few times. We've only stayed there once. And that
I remember
was,
you telling me about that.
Yeah.
It was for your honeymoon, right?
It was like the weekends of our wedding.
Okay.
So like a mini honeymoon, but we got too drunk, so nothing, no investigating took place that we remember. But we've gone back a few times and just had a drink at a bar whenever we went in Uptown. And they always tell us stuff whenever we go. So yeah, they're never gonna put this stuff on like the website.
No,
but
of course not.
I honestly, I think if you were to reach out to organize an investigation, they'd be all for it.
Okay.
Depending on their schedule, it was easier during COVID when they had nothing
Right.
booked. Now it's
Yeah,
a fancy hotel uptown. So.
Exactly.
Did he say that they learned anything, or he was just asking?
He was just asking.
Yeah. Megan's here today, right?
Yeah. I don't know where she is, but I mean, we got time. Yeah. She's here
Was
somewhere.
there, and is that it, or was there more?
You don't always know when he's joking.
I think it's.
I think it's just the four of us.
Yeah. That's good.
Like, that's my baseline.
That is good.
Sometimes I'll like,
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Have you been here all day?
I have.
Yeah. See anything cool?
Yes. Many cool things.
Good.
Yeah. I did paranormal panel this morning and it went really well. I was very happy.
Nice.
How many people did you have?
We had 42.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
awesome.
Wow. Yeah.
This room was pretty full.
Good.
Awesome.
Good.
The last two I've been on have been pretty full.
It's pretty nice.
What was that one on this one?
That was the pagan perspective of the paranormal.
Mhm.
That was really good.
Good.
I know. I wanted to go to that and forgot about it. So.
Yeah. Same. I just came for the evening, so we have the baby at home, so it was tough. And last night was such a long night.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy that the 10:30 had more people than the 6 o'clock.
See, I have another 10:39.
Hello.
Hello.
That's why I had to send someone
I want an
to
instant
rescue my
selfie.
dog.
Okay,
Scooch back.
I will plunk wherever I plunk, right? Just ran across the boardwalk.
Could you not find a parking spot?
Oh, no, we were at the Mexican restaurant over there.
Oh, nice.
This is close.
Yeah, with your friend.
Josh and Tamara?
Yes.
Yeah. They said they were over there.
I know, he's like, oh, he's already warm. I'm like, of course he is.
Take your time. I'm trying to finish this that came
Oh,
there
that's-
before my first panel.
Yeah, it didn't take me as long as I thought, like.
How are your other hands today?
Good.
Good, they went well?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Good turnout?
Yeah. So what's that I did? The inclusive ghost hunting.
Mhm.
That was based on a true story. And then women in the carnival.
Nice.
I think there's one other one in there. I think I did 5 today. Can't remember this one.
Long day, I imagine.
Yeah, it's kind of at that moment where you're like, huh. Well, what's my name for? What is happening? Well, I'm gonna write down my alter ego right here.
Yes, that's what you gotta do.
You just need to come up
You
with
gotta
one
own it.
first. You know, every time I write my name, my little ghost gets a little better.
Hmm.
Doesn't look as Pac-Man-ish. Still does.
Tina, what's the one at 10:30?
Walking through darkness.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to like Dustin's on there. Mortalis is on there.
And I am.
You're on there.
I think she says, it says 3. I think.
Yeah, I think it might be as well. So, yeah, I'm like, I can stay until 10:30. I can hang. I don't know. After this, I'm gonna have my first beverage, so.
I just had a drink with the Arcane Carolinas guys,
Yeah.
so it hasn't kicked in yet.
If you want some more, have some of that.
Oh, thanks.
I've been just carrying my own today.
I never drink anymore, so now when I do, it's like I do no longer have that college tolerance.
You know, I was just in Tampa, a few of my friends.
Say no
went out
more.
to- Yeah, these are people I drank with all throughout my 20s. We're like, we're
Yeah.
gonna go to a classy place, and we did.
Did you end up
I had
going?
2 drinks, that was it.
Yeah. Did you end up going out last night, like you were saying? You're gonna go
No,
into
I was
town.
gonna do that tonight.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
whole tonight.
Gotcha.
So that's my plan.
I know that's tough. We're not
But-
near uptown. You could take the light rail actually. That's a cool spot.
Yeah. Oh, no,
That'll bring you
it's-
straight
I'm
there.
like, okay, well, you know, I am as close, but it's not like I can't just drive down there on
Yeah.
a regular night. Well, not a regular night, but it's not like this is out of town.
On a school night.
You know, speaking of that, my kids start kindergarten this August.
How's that make you feel?
Oh my gosh, just, you know, they tell you, just like I'm sure you've heard 1,000 times, it goes fast.
Yeah.
And it's like I just blinked.
I don't remember most of the beginning of the year.
See?
Complete blackout.
I feel like I was there. I know I was there.
If I wasn't, I probably would remember.
I heard about it. You're like, I'm eating it.
Well, the fries are cold, but the burger was lukewarm, so take what I can get.
Okay. Well, at first we went upstairs and it was just so loud.
Mhm.
Yeah, it gets loud up there.
Yeah, it definitely was super, super loud. And then there was 7 of us. So we're like, you know, unless it's those 2 big bar
Yeah, there's nowhere to.
areas, yeah, there just wasn't. So we're like, oh, okay, we'll just go with this. That worked out. But the only thing I could think of while I was walking over that bridge was, why would people want to jump in here? Why do they have to have no swing signs?
Because at 3:30 and 4 o'clock in the morning, and you're that drunk,
People
it's
get
that fun.
stupid. People are like, ooh, a turtle, let me get it.
I'm like, no.
Or I dare you to jump in there. Okay.
So what you're saying is at 3:30 in the morning, especially on a full moon, I need to set my alarm so I can go out there and just watch.
Yeah. Set the video.
Have they had the dance party yet?
I think it's right at 9.
Is it tonight?
Yeah, it's right at 9.
Okay, yeah.
I have a water view, so I look over. So maybe I'll just look down.
Yeah, there you go.
Enjoy it.
No, there was one
Exactly.
infamous year where it was like 3:30 in the morning, and there were people in the pond, and they did have to call the police. So, just saying.
Oh, goodness gracious. I'd rather cry.
What's the name of this one again? Haunted Queens, or that's the thing. I'm like, I know what I'm talking about, but what's the official name?
He's probably at the table.
Queens.
Oh, I did, what is a professional? Yeah, what is a professional?
How'd that go?
investigator person this morning. That's good. I mean, I think that all conversations are really good because, you know, you have to dive into like, well, what's a professional?
Yeah. Dylan was on it, right?
Yeah, yeah, I was there
love
too.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dylan makes you think.
Yeah.
He does.
Well, but that's the good part.
Yeah, oh,
you
yeah,
know? Because
definitely.
You don't want to be discussing things where everyone says the same thing. you know,
Exactly.
The same view.
It definitely gives a different perspective on everything.
Yeah, he was on 3 of them, I think, with him today.
Mhm.
So. Definitely. Eight, and be like, all right, wake up.
Yeah. All right. Good evening, everyone. Are these mics on?
No,
I don't think
I
so.
don't think
Okay,
they've been
but
working the whole time.
That's fine. That one works. Hello, everyone. It is 9 o'clock, so we're going to be starting in a few moments. I hope if I talk long enough, some more people come in. But good evening and welcome. We are going to be talking about Charlotte-based ghost stories tonight. The panel is called The Haunted Queen, in quotation, City. Charlotte is known as the Queen City, not only because it is named after Queen Charlotte, but also a Queen City is a city where it has a bigger population than the state capital, which is a fun fact. But once again, welcome to the Haunted Queen City, where we're going to be talking about Charlotte-based ghost stories tonight. Very excited. My name is Jason Tapp. I run a Instagram account and website called Spooky CLT, where I do just that. I talk about Charlotte-based ghost stories, as well as anything that falls underneath that spooky umbrella. So true crime, haunted history, just anything that is spooky. So I am very excited with the panel tonight, and we have some excellent people here who also know about Charlotte ghosts. I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. Megan, if you want to go ahead and start.
Sure. Hi, my name is Megan. I have been involved with paranormal investigating for over 20 years. I like to consider myself somewhat of an amateur, very amateur historian, really get into that. And I am also a member for almost a few years now with the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society with our founder, Tina. So we love hanging out and investigating the Queen City. So I'm super excited about this one.
And I'm Tina McSwain. I'm the founder and director of the Charlotte Area Paranormal Society. Founded CAPS in 2005, but have been involved in paranormal research and investigation for 30 plus years now.
My name is Jason Roach, and I am a member of the Association of Paranormal Study. We cover North Carolina and Virginia, and I am here to represent the surrounding areas. But yeah, so I've been investigating for about 4 years now, and always had an interest in the paranormal.
Yes, and they are all being very modest. Megan does a lot of great work on social media, talking about ghost stories, not only with Charlotte and the surrounding area. Tina, everything I'm doing now is just trying to catch up with what you already know. And Jason, I'm very excited to hear your input on these Charlotte-based ghost stories. But before we start going into those stories tonight, I just want to see a raise of hands. Who here is actually from Charlotte? Who lives in Charlotte? Fantastic. That's good. Who here believes in ghosts? Okay, that makes it even easier. And then lastly, who has experienced a ghost in Charlotte? This is going to be easy. All right, so this evening, I want to talk about a few things, but with my Instagram account, SpookyCLT, one of the things that I am trying to accomplish is that because Charlotte is a new and growing city, a lot of people that live there have only lived there for a few years. I myself have only been there for about 8 now, but whenever I meet someone out in public, I feel like it's always like 3 or 4. And because of that, there's a lot of people going around saying that Charlotte has no history. All the old buildings have been replaced by shiny new apartments. And then that Charlotte has no culture because it's always new people recycling in and out. And I don't think that's true either. So with that being said, what I want to discuss tonight is what paranormal experiences have y'all experienced in Charlotte, and what time frame where do you believe those spirits were from? And the reason I ask that is because Charlotte does have a very rich history. It started in the city that we know today, started around the 1700s towards the end. The reason that we are the city of Charlotte is because we are trying to bribe the Queen Charlotte into paying for a courthouse, so we named the city after her. She was actually the queen of King George, who we declared independence from in the Revolutionary War. So it's funny that we bribed this queen and we named our city after her, but a few years later we said in the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence that we wanted nothing to do with them. So history is fun like that. Before that, there was obviously natives in the area. There were the Catawba tribe, Waxhaw, and Cherokee all around that area. And then since then, Charlotte has slowly grown from being a crossroads and a trading route to being the big banking city that it is today. So that's the first history lesson. With that being said, hope you had some time to think about your answer. Megan, what paranormal instances have you encountered in Charlotte, and what time frame do you think that they were coming from?
So I can probably keep you here for the next 4 hours talking about that. However, definitely tone it down. There's quite a few haunted locations that we all enjoy going to here in Charlotte. Just to name a few, I'm not going to take all of them, where we have experienced spirits. You figure we have Historic Rosedale is, one of the biggest ones that we're very familiar with and that we go to often. But then you have, places in downtown, haunted bars, haunted hotels, haunted houses, the McMinch house, all these little pockets of houses that are in the different wards that have been, I don't want to say, preserved, but they're still older, and they're not the bright, shiny new buildings that we typically see in downtown, that all seem to have some sort of story, lore, or haunting that's going on there. And if I had to pick somewhat of a time frame of what I feel that one I'm the most interested in, so I recognize it the most, and what I feel like is going to be right around that Revolutionary War into the colonial time period, between those two.
I think in my experience, I've run the gamut of all time frames. Like there's a house and store called Hugh Torrance House and Store. It was built in 1790. We've done a lot of extensive work in there, and we've gotten several EVP from there. So we know that we've dealt with spirits that are somewhere between probably 1790 to say 1810. And then another one of our, famous, wonderful locations is Rosedale, historic Rosedale, which was built in 1815, but was, someone lived, used primarily two families, the Caldwells or the Davidsons lived in that home from 1815 up until it was sold in the late 1990s. And we've run into spirits there, but those spirits seem to be, in my opinion, more from the Civil War era. But there is one gentleman from the 1920s that we have run into. So I can go from 1790 to at least 1920 right there.
So I'm going to drive us up 77 a little bit to Statesville, where I was born and raised. And in my mid-20s, I lived in this house that was extremely haunted. At the time, I was not into paranormal investigating, so I really can't say that I've gotten EVPs or anything like that. But what I can tell you is we had to nail the windows shut because they kept opening. Don't nail windows shut in a rental house. It's not a good thing. But yeah, we had to do that. That was where I saw my first full-bodied apparition that walked into my bedroom and stood there for about 10 minutes and just stared at me. Then turned around and walked out. I thought it was my roommate at the time. An hour went by. I went in there and like, why'd you come in my room? What'd you want? He was wearing completely different clothing. And there's no way he could have changed and me not know it. The house was like that tiny. So yeah, that's my adjacent Charlotte haunting experience.
That's great. So we have Revolutionary War, Civil War in the early 1900s. The most recent one that I can think of that comes to mind is in Uptown Charlotte. There is the Dunhill Hotel. Has anyone stayed there before? I asked because I knew.
No.
And the building is just coming up on being 100 years old. It was finished in the 1930s during the Great Depression. It was originally condos and a hotel. Changed ownership over the course of the next 100 years, but for a brief decade from the 80s, it was completely abandoned. So during that time, it became a place that homeless people in town found shelter in. And then in the 90s, when they were doing renovations to get it to look like what it does today, they actually found an intact skeleton at the bottom of the elevator shaft. And since then, now current staff, at least current staff, when I talked to them last time, have been experiencing paranormal activity. They do believe that the hotel is haunted by a spirit that they call Dusty, the Dunhill ghost. He's more of a practical joker spirit, but they do believe that the connection is to the man that they found at the bottom of that elevator shaft, which means that spirit would have had to have been in the past. It's weird to say 50 years, but yeah. So that would be the most current ghost that I can think of in the Dunhill Hotel. So not only do I want to talk about ghosts of the Queen City, but I also just want to talk about Charlotte's rich history in general. So is there anything in particular about Charlotte's history that if you were talking to someone from out of town or maybe someone who is new to the area or hasn't done a lot of research, what thing about Charlotte history do you want to make sure that they absolutely were aware of?
I've got 3.
Great.
Because I can't help myself. So one, a lot of people don't realize, and I know you've talked about it before, is there's 2 tunnel systems underneath the city of Charlotte. And so there's one tunnel system that you can actually go down into. I don't know if they still offer tours, but they used to. And then below that, there's even another one because this is a huge area for gold mining. That's, like if you're at Trade and Tryon right smack in the middle of downtown, you have huge statues of men with, cans of gold right outside of Charlotte. So the second one would be Reed's Gold Mine. That was the first place that found a 14-pound nugget of gold. That would even happen that they found it prior to the California Gold Rush. So we were actually the first state here to find gold. and it's also a haunted location as well. And then third to that too is that, you know, a lot of people don't realize how deep in history Charlotte is for multiple wars. You know, Revolutionary War, parts of the Civil War. You know, we're just in such an area where, you know, we are a connection from the North and the South, a little bit of the East and the West, you know, coming from the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains. So, you know, we're just this, you know, and that's where we got our logo from, the hornet's nest. You know, we're just a melting pot of, you know, everyone's coming together, all the naughtiness that happened to get here, and just that's where we are today. So some things don't change.
Yeah, and to add on to that, there were over 70 active gold mines in Charlotte at the peak of what you were talking about, the Charlotte Gold Rush. And when they did work to build the Bank of America Stadium, they found one of the gold mines. When they did the Barings building, which is next to Latta Arcade uptown, they lost equipment because it actually fell straight through into one of the gold mines, and it's still down there. And then even as recent as a few years ago, there have been houses that have found sinkholes that lead directly into the shafts of the houses. So it's still a thing that we're dealing with today. And then also we're a banking city, and that's not random. It's because the Charlotte Mint was created because of that connection that we have with gold. So we very much have our roots to that gold rush, even to this day. And UNCC, the 49ers, that's not a random thing. It's the miners that are being represented from our history.
And don't we have the Federal Reserve as well here in Charlotte?
Do we?
Yeah, we do. My aunt and uncle used to work there.
Yeah, I mean, the
Yeah.
Federal Reserve is right here in Charlotte.
And the U.S. Mint was built in 1798, I do believe, and because of all the gold.
Yep.
So we had to build a mint to be able to mint coin from the gold that we were finding, and that was in 1798. So I would say the same thing. You know, that it's a gold city that has, you know, come into a banking city. We were also very involved in the Revolutionary War. There was a Battle of Charlotte. We little bit of the Civil War, like Megan said, not a lot.
Where the epicenter currently is, or whatever the new name is, with the new owners, that was a Confederate naval yard. I don't understand the thought process behind building ships so far away from water, but that's what the sign says.
Well, and wasn't, what is it, Camp North, what's that one?
Camp North End.
Yes,
yeah,
that was a whole, yeah.
That was a whole area, but that was like World War
II.
War II or One? Two.
So camp, it doesn't stand for like a base camp. It's Charlotte Area Missile Plant. And that's because at Camp North End, which is now housing a lot of local businesses, and they're about to build housing there, which is cool.
Yeah.
It's where they built the Hercules missiles. And one thing so a fun fact about me, my day job is property management. So I work for the company that manages that property. And there is a secret morgue that is on property. And then also we found in history that when it was a missile plant, they actually used the railroad to take in all of the soldiers that had passed during World War II by train, and they would sort them out and send them out by train to wherever they were going to be buried. So during its history, they would have these giant warehouses just filled with fallen soldiers with their caskets ready to be sorted. So that's definitely a place that I hope we get to investigate in the future, and that's actually going to be one of my questions in the future. I know. Sorry, I got off topic with that.
And there's also, like, in the east side of Charlotte, probably near like Shamrock Drive area where the Museum of History is, they have recently, homeowners have started to find Civil War cannonballs. So that they believe that there was a munitions, you know, either plant or storage facility in that area of Charlotte, because several neighbors, it's been recent in the news that they've found these cannonballs, and the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Bomb Squad has had to come out and get them, because there was one guy, he didn't realize what it was, and he just thought it was like this strange shaped rock, so he just kind of threw it, you know, office property over into like a creek area, and the damn thing exploded. So that's when they decided, you know what, we better call the police and figure out what these things are, because he posted it on the Nextdoor app. And he's like,
Look what
I
I
don't
found.
think this is, I mean, this is before anything happened. He's like, what is this? I don't think it's a mushroom. It doesn't look, da, 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 da. And a lot of people are going, that looks like a cannonball. Best better leave it alone and call the bomb squad, because we've already had somebody blow one up.
Now, the area that you mentioned has the Charlotte Museum of History at the Hezekiah Alexander House. Have you investigated it before?
We have not, but it does have a ghost story.
Mhm.
A lot of the staff have reported that they could hear almost like a body is being drugged, on the second floor. If you're on the first floor of the home, it sounds like a body is being just pulled slowly across the top. But that Hezekiah Exile home was used, it was almost like a hiding point in the Revolution from the British regulars. They stored munitions and all kind of supplies in the bottom of the home, as a just a secret storage place. But it was from, I think it Hezekiah is from 1774.
It's the oldest house.
Yes, the
that's
oldest house is still standing.
Mhm. So if for those locals out there, if you're looking for a way to feel connected to Charlotte history, you can still visit the oldest house in town, which is pretty stinking cool.
Mhm. The one that's standing now, there is one that's older. It's called the Robinson Rock House, and it's basically over in Reedy Creek Park. But it's just
the platform, right?
It's just ruins. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a couple of there's like a little bit of a chimney left and some rocks.
It does. It kind of looks like Stonehenge with a bottom.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you'd have to hike at least a half mile into
Oh
it.
yeah, it's
and back, but it's beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
There's
there's a
YouTube
story
videos.
there of hearing wagons, wagons coming toward the house, and different sounds of horses and wagons.
The only sounds I heard out there was me cursing because it was really muddy.
Jason, anything that comes to mind with North Carolina history? Any comments on the hauntings that we just heard?
I would definitely love to experience them. The wagon
Yeah.
thing sounds very interesting. I love old houses.
Mhm.
So that sounds like a lot of fun. Investigating a missile plant would be extremely interesting. But yeah, that's really all I have. Guys, I'm so sorry. Like, I really don't know.
Oh, you're good. And then for my addition to North Carolina history, if you look at the state flag, you'll see the date May 20th, 1775. We just had that day a week and a half ago. And that date does represent the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence Day, where some local Charlottean citizens came together and wrote, which we believe was a precursor to the Declaration of Independence, where we are stating that we are independent from the rule of England. It is interesting that it's on the state flag because it is heavily disputed whether or not it's BS or not. The originals were claimed to be burnt in a fire, so no one can see the originals, but we have an idea of what it said and who signed it. And then all of the stories about it actually came out several years after, when the Declaration of Independence has already been written, and Thomas Jefferson himself refuses to acknowledge that it's real. To the point where he was calling people liars about it. I think he felt that it attacked him personally. So a little bit of Charlotte history. I do want to ask if anyone has any questions or comments or anything to add about your interests. Yes.
So it's a little bit south of Charlotte, it's in Rock Hill.
Mhm.
It's something I did research on recently, actually. I don't know if there's anything paranormal going on around it, but I'm very curious about it because of what happened. It's called the Carhartt Mansion, and the owner, it's like the big company for Carhartt, like pants and bags and stuff like that for travel and working. But the husband and wife that owned the company died in a car accident that was very tragic. But then the house was set on fire somehow, like right after.
Interesting.
So I thought that was interesting too.
I don't step foot in South Carolina, so I can't comment on that.
I'm not familiar with the house.
Yeah, that's
Either.
interesting.
That's interesing.
Yeah,
We're all gonna have to like write a note on
I know,
Yeah,
right?
check that out.
Yeah, I did a whole project for school on it and Carhartt. Yes.
Oh, the clothing. There we go.
Yeah, Carhartt clothing. And I actually got in contact, I think with great grandson or grandson.
Okay.
He emailed me an original picture of it when it was
What-
in ruins.
When was the fire?
I think it was 1970 or 1980.
Okay. So semi recently, when we're talking about ghosts, that is very interesting. Thank you for sharing. So my next question is going to be open ended, where there are so many places in Charlotte that do have unique history. Is there anywhere, or what's your favorite place to investigate? And then also, where is somewhere that's kind of like the dream, like if there's no strings attached, like where else would you investigate?
In Charlotte? Or
In Charlotte.
in
No, we're
Charlotte?
talking about the Queen City.
I want to get into the gold tunnels myself. The ones that, you're not supposed to be able to get into.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ones I want to go to.
Okay.
That would be my, epitome of getting into somewhere in Charlotte. Because just about anywhere else, more or less, I can get there if I want to.
Okay, Tina.
She's got connections.
I have a good, I have connections and I have a good way of, I wouldn't say manipulating people, but I can talk our way into a lot of things and we're a well-respected group. We do a lot of fundraising, public investigations for historic properties.
Mm-hmm.
And through that, you meet other directors of historic properties. And then you meet people that are on the Mecklenburg, Historical Commission.
Mhm.
And then you meet certain, commissioners and folks like that who are interested in the paranormal.
Mm-hmm.
So, you use those, you network, and then you can get into other places.
So with that being said, what are some of the more interesting places that you've been to before that others have not been able to?
Well, we've been to Rosedale. Rosedale, does not let any other teams come in. They trust us. We've been partners with them for over 10 years. Because of that relationship, we now have a relationship with Hugh Torrance, House and Store from 1790.
Can you go over the history of Rosedale a little bit, as well as where it is?
Okay. Rosedale, believe it or not, is just outside of NODA in downtown Charlotte. It's on Tryon Street. It was built in 1815 by a gentleman called Archibald Frew. He was a postmaster, and he eventually became the tax collector for Mecklenburg County. Built the home in 1815. It was this large 3-story colonial style home, painted white with yellow trim windows. The townspeople ended up calling it Frew's Folly. We don't really know why, other than they thought that it would be his downfall because it was so opulent. If you lived in Charlotte at that time, you would have lived in a log cabin, or if you did paint your home, it would have been painted red because red was the only color that you could have gotten, like barn red, like a farmer's barn red would have been the only color you could have purchased. Frew, however, brought his white paint and his yellow, Parisian yellow, across the pond and used it to build Rosedale. In 1815, he ended up losing the house. He was the tax collector, and the way it worked back then was if you would go out and fleece your neighbors for their tax money, if you got more than you were supposed to collect, then you got to keep it. If you couldn't collect what was owed, then you had to make up the difference. That ended up happening to Frew in 1819, and he ended up going into bankruptcy because he couldn't pay his own house taxes. Luckily for him, his wife was kin to the Davidsons of Davidson College, and they were basically bailed out by Senator Davidson, who purchased the home and then allowed Frew and his wife to live there. Frew died in 1823 on April 15th by some strange, which is our tax day today. He died then, and once he left and his wife left, moved to, I think, down to Rock Hill or somewhere, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Then for about 10 years, the house was a rental property rented by Senator Davidson until Dr. David Caldwell and his family moved in 1833. They lived there for over 20 years. After the Caldwells moved out, then it was left in the hands of several Davidson descendants until the last two Davidson sisters lived in it, and it was sold in, I do believe, 1997 to be a historical property. So it's got quite the rich history, and it's got quite the rich history of ghosts too.
Yeah, so I've also been there. I've been on the tours, and on one of the tours, my wife and I, we stuck behind in the basement when everyone was going upstairs. And along one of the walls are these a row of hanging herbs. And we had heard this before, but some of the lore is that you can ask a question to those herbs, and you can get a response from a gentleman you refer to as the Conjure Man, right? And we had done that, and by the way, even though it's underground and there's no airflow, those herbs did move when we asked that question, which was really interesting for us. But what were some of the other experience that you've had there? Because you have a very long log of documented experiences. So what are some of the things that you see?
I've seen Dr. Caldwell. One night I was looking like this way, and I was watching people move in and out of some rooms, and there were these two couples, and one of the the lady came out, her husband followed her, and then the next lady, Janet, she came out, and and I was thinking, oh, her husband's going to be out any minute. Well, then the gentleman walked up beside me and just kind of stood beside me about where Jason is right here, and I'm like, oh, that's Susan's husband, and and I'm continuing to look, and no, her husband is right behind her in the room, and all of a sudden I kind of do this and look up. It was Dr. Caldwell. I could see him as he was in a suit from the 1830s, 40s, tall man. He's tall for the time. He's about 6 feet tall.
6'4".
Yeah. And so tall gentleman from the time, and and just the clothing. And I got to right about his ear level, and then poof, he went away. But I was like, oh man, Dr. Caldwell was standing there. He's done that before. He's come and stood by me before, which I think if you've been in on some of the other panels that we've discussed, I think if you continue to go to a spot, you get a familiarity. So they start to come out and hang out with you a little bit more. One of the coolest things that happened was we were in the little girls' room, and it was myself and another investigator, and we had 2 cameras set up in the room. I was wearing a recorder, and so was she. And I was talking to the little girls, and I said something to the effect of, now this is a Victorian era. So back then you had school marms, and you had kids that would listen to the teachers and do exactly what they said, and children did not speak unless they were spoken to, kind of thing. So I said to the little girls, I said, my name's Tina, and I want to talk to you, and I want to know your name. What is it? And I said, when an adult speaks to you, you're required to answer. And the next thing I hear is, and I heard it with my own ears. And I looked at Amanda and I said, did you hear that? She's like, no, I didn't hear anything. And I was like, well, I just heard laughter when I asked that question. So when we went back and reviewed our tapes, both cameras got it on audio. Both of our audio recorders picked it up. So 4 devices actually picked up that laugh that I heard. So that's pretty good when you have 4 different sets of equipment that's picking up the same thing that I heard by, with my ears. So I've heard that. We've got an excellent FLIR thermal image that we took one night at like 1 o'clock in the morning. We had all left the house. The alarm was set. There was no one in there. We're standing outside, looking up at the back of the house, and we've got a FLIR thermal imaging gun. A FLIR gun it's used in energy audits in your home to see if you've got leaking insulation used around, windows, to see if you might need new windows. It's very prevalent in the heating and air industry, but it takes pictures, and these pictures are gradiated in colors that correspond to temperature. Okay, so it's a pretty foolproof, shot, and it's a very high dollar. I mean, the one we had is like $4,500. It's a high dollar piece of equipment. That it's not just your something that you get at Walmart. It's a very integral piece of equipment, and it picked up a series of 6 pictures, which shows a spirit who we believe is one of the Davidson sisters moving back and forth in front of these windows, and this outline is perfect of a lady, and it's picked up on this FLIR thermal imager. So that's probably my favorite piece of evidence that we've gotten out of the home so far.
And CAPS does tours and investigations pretty often. Has anyone in the crowd been on any of those tours or investigations? Nice. Yeah, right on. So Megan, I'm about to ask you the same question about like where you've investigated and where you wish you would. But before I do, I want to add something on the area of Noda. Who has gone there, drank there, and partied there? Great. So on that strip, there are 2 businesses. There's Mac Tabby Cat Cafe and Curio Crafted Conjure. And to get to there is this old rickety wooden stairwell. And the ladies in Curio and Crafts and Conjure believe that the stairwell is actually haunted, where if you were to walk up and down, you can hear a set of footsteps behind you. And they believe that it is the spirit of the store and that it's a masculine spirit looking over females. But talking with some of the people at Rosedale and Share, they think that it's connected to the Rosedale. Can you elaborate on that, Tina? Do you know? Or
Yeah, there was a gentleman by the name of Albert Shands. He's your conjure man. And he was a caretaker for Rosedale. He was the only person at Rosedale that had a key to the home other than family members. So he was a well-trusted caretaker. He was there, I know, in the 1920s. And I know that Cher and I actually had an instance where we saw him. It was during the pandemic, and Cher had to go check on Rosedale. Cher's one of the docents there, and just with everything being closed, they still wanted the staff members to go check and be sure no trees had fallen or no pipes had burst or whatever. The site looked okay, and she came by and picked me up, and so we went up to Rosedale, and we were walking around and checking everything out, and then we come by the end of the house and we start looking at this tree that's over there, and Cher goes, "Tina, do you see that guy?" And I looked and I'm like, "Yeah." And for half a second, we thought it was someone that had somehow gotten on the property and they really shouldn't have been. But then we realized that he was not dressed in today's modern clothing, but we both saw him. And here we are, 2 females, and we're by ourselves. We're walking around Rosedale in the middle of the day, and we just got the feeling that he was there watching over us, just to be sure everything was okay. He was very respectful. He actually, he took his hat off, he was holding his hat because Cher's like, my grandpa used to wear one of those hats, So she recognized the hat. He put his hat back on, tipped his hat to us, and then disappeared. But his name is Albert Shands, and that's who the ladies at the Conjure Craft and
Curio Crafts and
Conjure think that might be who that is. Because Rosedale, yes, it's right now at basically where 36th Street goes into Tryon Street. If you're a local and know where that is, that is only 7 acres there of 900. So Rosedale's property actually reached almost to the plaza, and so yes, their store would have been on what used to be Rosedale property. So it's possible.
Yeah. So if you're looking for something spooky to do in Noda, I definitely recommend checking out that stairwell, not only because it's haunted, but because at the top is the Cat Cafe, where you can like reserve a time and hang out in a room full of adoptable cats and, grab a coffee or a beer and possibly adopt a cat or just give them some attention. And then on the other side is Curio Craft and Conjure, a magic shop So definitely something to check out. And in October, the NODA neighborhood group, they do a haunted tour of multiple locations. I don't think the stairwell's on them. So it'll be all new information for you. Megan, I've given you a bunch of time. I can't.
I know, I'm gonna keep you guys here all night. What was the question again? So places around here that I've either gone to or had some experiences at, and then
Where you
my
want to,
bucket
but you
list.
haven't, yeah.
My Charlotte bucket list. I'm gonna start with my Charlotte bucket list.
Mhm.
I've been there. I have not investigated. I want to investigate the Duke Mansion so bad.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely up on the top of my list. It definitely has its ghost stories attached to it. They're very romantic in nature. However, that would be at the top, one of the top of my list. The Lattle Plantation is another one. So that is also a federal style house. It's been closed for a little bit. Hopefully, we hear rumors it's going to be reopening. So I've definitely visited there quite a few times, but never actually investigated there. So that's also on my list. But places around Charlotte that I have been to that I'm definitely, I'm like, whoa, is again, Reedy Creek Gold Mine. That I feel is a very active location when you're actually down in the mine, because you can do a self-guided tour and you're down and you look up and I think you're like 50 feet below ground. So you're definitely far, you're far down there. And if you're claustrophobic, don't go down there. I'm not far away. But like the McNinch House in downtown, that's another somewhat active location. It's a restaurant, and the woman who owns it lives upstairs. And so she used to be on the holiday home tour for Fourth Ward. And so of course when I would go into there, I'd be like, so what's going on in your house? You know, you see anything? So she would always say how she would see figures out of the corner of her eye and things would move around in the house. So that's another great place.
That house is actually mentioned yesterday on our panel about the importance of historical research in the paranormal. There is a book out there, I believe it's called Haunted Charlotte, Stories of the Queen City by a guy named Roy Herzberg or something. I don't recommend the book. It's full of malarkey.
Agreed.
Yeah. A lot of the pictures don't match up with the locations they're talking about, and it's definitely more just fun little ghost stories that are trying to convince you that they take place in Charlotte. But the McNinch Mansion is one of them, and his story was that he encountered a dead person when he went there for dinner. But what are some of the other tales of that place that makes it haunted?
So that was actually talking to the woman who lived upstairs, the
Okay.
owner of the restaurant. She was saying she saw people out of the corner of her eye when she was the only one home, because during this home tour, there was like 7 houses on it, the Fourth Ward holiday home tour. And so because she lives upstairs, you just go into the restaurant, you can view the restaurant a little bit, but then you actually got to tour her upstairs house. And of course, I always get somebody's ear and I'm like, so, you know, what's the history of this? So she definitely believed that there was some kind of activity going on there, not knowing what it was. But I would definitely love to get in there as well, and find out more. But then too, I mean, I'm not a believer that cemeteries equal spirits. I definitely am on the line of, you know, they are not there. That is just where their final resting place, where their body is. However, you know, we've been at, you know, some cemeteries where there have been things that we've caught. The one down off of First Presbyterian,
Old Settlers?
down by, no, I'm down off of Providence. Like
Oh,
down that
Steel
way.
Creek?
Providence Presbyterian Church.
There we go. I was
Okay.
like, I know it's, you know, going into, you know, you walk into this really nice cemetery, but that's not the part that's, I don't want to call it creepy, but just unsettling, because then there's a slave graveyard behind it, and they just have the old crosses where they're just like a piece of wood, and it's just, you know, painted white and it's rusting, and they're just stuck in the ground. You know, that was someplace that we had gone, and there was activity there. There is old Settler Cemetery, which is right smack in the middle of downtown. That's actually where Dr. Caldwell's buried. So I haven't had anything happen there. But then you have Hopewell Presbyterian, which is right across the street from the Lattle Plantation, where General Davidson is seeing, you know, the anniversary of his death in battle, riding down the road on his horse, going to his final resting place. He was killed in the battlefield further down the road, but once nightfall came, his wife and some other soldiers were like, we can't leave his body there. So they carried him back up to where Hopewell was. and buried him. And on the anniversary of his death, which I think is about February 2nd, February 1st or February 2nd, February 1st, that he could be seen, going down, and people have said, oh, there's, a mist going across the street, or, just hearing noises or getting feelings. So there's, quite a few of those places where I don't put them hand in hand, because I definitely think they're two totally different things. However, there has been some activity there. Another place, which is a little further away, but I just have to mention it because it is such a place that, a lot of us have been to or heard about it. It is about 45 minutes north of here, so not exactly in the same city, but the Trivet Clinic, which is another huge place where there's just a ton of paranormal activity that, the public has access to go and experience it. And I can't think of anybody who has been there who has not had some sort of experience, whether it's seeing something, feeling something.
Jason, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, he's been there.
Yeah.
I've been there multiple
Let's
times.
let's hear it.
Yeah.
To the point
How'd it go?
that, I finally have something I can talk about.
See, I knew I brought it up for a reason.
It's to the point that I walk in there, we get EVPs that say, "Hey, Jason."
Oh, that's cool.
Alex, the same. They've done the same to her. Alex actually wrote a book about it. So if you haven't seen that, stop by her table, pick it up. It's awesome. But this place is phenomenal. It used to be a medical facility, and then it changed to a supper club in the basement, and what was above it? The supper club and the stomach pump clinic or something.
Gastro type doctor office or something like that.
And then after that, it turned into a private residence, and then it's sat empty since 70s almost. Yeah. And the guys that own it now are wonderful. They've been doing renovations to keep it up. There's never a time in there that I don't have any kind of activity.
It's kind of like you can't guarantee going someplace that something's going
That's
to
a
happen.
guarantee. It's a guarantee.
But if you were going to, that would be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had same thing. I've seen things. I've had a rocking chair just start rocking, like I'm over here and it's way at the end of the room and it's rocking, And then we actually chased something around in the bushes one night. There was something going in and out of the bushes.
Oh,
and
wow.
we were outside and we're having stuff outside happen. So
Yeah.
that's an active place.
My mom and I were upstairs at the last bedroom to the right. And I can't remember if it was Victoria's bedroom or I can't remember what the name was, but there was a curio cabinet in there.
Emily,
thank you. I was way off on that one. But everyone was like, oh, don't go in there, don't go in there. And I thought it was because, there's a lot of stuff in that room, even though it's small. And then if you kind of peek your head in, there's this creepy old Santa that will give you nightmares.
So currently,
It scares my kids so bad.
It does.
Right
Well,
now.
and it's wearing a Jason mask.
yes, I was going to say currently it's wearing the Jason mask.
It's a Jason mask, but when you're an idiot like me, and then you go and lift up the Jason mask, it's even worse. It's like this old vintage, just take my word for it. It will give you nightmares. But, my mom and I were standing because we're very respectful of, what we're told. We don't want to get kicked out of any place. When they say, don't go in there, we don't go in there. And the cabinet was open a little bit. And my mom and I were just standing there. And we're like, oh, hey, Emily. And that thing just slammed shut. And my mom and I both saw it. There was no one else around. We were trying to step on floorboards. We were doing a little Irish dance outside the room to see if we can get something to happen.
And to back her thing up, that cabinet leans forward. So every time we go in, we close the door and make sure that it is sealed tight and watch it. We put a camera on it all night to see if it opens. It never opens. So for it to close automatically when it leans forward is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because I would have taken some force to do that.
She's one of my favorite ghost hunting buddies because I call her a little ghost magnet because that happened with her. She caught a great picture of one of the Davidson sisters on the front. It actually wasn't even a picture. It was a video that she was taking in front of Rosedale one evening. And then you're just watching this video and all of a sudden this just mist in the form of, a person just appears and then it just goes down. So it wasn't even like a bug, you know, or something, or a light deflecting. You can literally see the mist go. Gives me goosebumps just talking about it. You know, so screenshotting the video, she got an awesome.
And she's
Photos, yeah.
captured a lot of good photos.
She
you know.
does.
Very lucky.
Awesome. So we have this room full of people who are interested in Charlotte ghost stories. What resources would you recommend to people who want to learn more, or where have you learned from that you want to tell them about?
One of my favorite books is by Stephanie Burt Williams. She used to be a professor out at UNCC, but had moved to Charleston to do like a food magazine. But you know, she wrote a book. Can't think of the title. You probably know the title. Charlotte Hauntings, or Hauntings in Charlotte Mecklenburg, or something like that.
All the buzzwords.
Yeah, something like that. I mean,
It's
I think it has
available on
everything, all
Amazon.
three of those words, Charlotte Mecklenburg Haunting, something like that. But it's Stephanie Burt, B-U-R-T Williams, and I enjoyed her book. And she probably has 35 maybe stories in the book of haunted locations in Charlotte, which when I owned the book, I decided I was going to go kind of like Megan, check number 1, number 2's checked off, number 3's checked off, number 4's checked off. But yeah, that was one of my resources.
So I'm a big fan of that book too. There's only really 2 Charlotte ghost story books, and Tina and I will not recommend the other one. But when I first read that one, it was really interesting. Megan, you were talking before about the Hopewell Presbyterian Church in General Davidson, who's been seen. Well, I live close to that area, and when my wife and I when we were first dating, she was driving home one night down Beatty's Ford, and when she got home, she texted me saying that she saw something like a mist going across the road on Beatty's Ford, where there's this turn right before Hopewell. And she's sensitive, so I was like, okay, cool, you know, ghosts happens all the time, that's nice. But when I was reading that book, the first chapter is about the ghost rider of Hopewell. And when they were describing people who lived across the street, looking into the cemetery, seeing, you know, a misty figure on horseback walking on the street, I'm like, oh shit, that's exactly where you said that you saw that spirit. We don't think that it was in February when the battle took place. We just thought it was another winter evening, but it was awesome for a story that she told me to connect to something like that. So we're convinced that it was General Davidson.
And you're right. We went out there for, I'm telling you, probably 10 years running, February 1, and we never saw anything. But I did end up meeting and interviewing a mother and daughter who lived across the street, who actually saw probably something similar to what your wife saw, but they saw it in, she said it was either September or October that she saw it, not February, you know, which is the anniversary of his death.
And I want to share. So probably just about 2 months ago, the last time I was there, and I think I've only skipped one. As an adult, it was the first time I ever saw a ghost on an investigation. I mean, I've been to all these places all up and down the coast, and you know, I'm always searching for that moment, and I had it, and it was at the Hugh Torrance house, which is in Huntersville. And yeah, I was like, I saw a ghost. I finally saw a ghost. You know, after all this time, and everyone's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you know, it's not something that happens every day. Like, this is what you wait for. And so I was standing outside. Julie and I, another cast member, were wrapping up the night. And typically we like to stand in like a half circle, you know, just talk about what happened, any experiences that everyone's had. And Hugh Torrance sits kind of close to the street, but not really. I know it's not the best. It's not far off the street, and there is a big street light that is out on the road. So you can see halfway into the parking lot. And so the house where you drive into it is kind of like an L shape. And so we were sitting in that L, facing almost kind of the road, but into like where cars were parked along the side. And so I was just talking to some of the guests that were part of our investigation that night, you know, everything. And so you can see the street light, and then it just gets darker, 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 and then it goes down a wood line, and it just is pitch black. So once it gets to this dark, you could see if somebody was walking. And it just so happened there was a lot of white, like, or light cars that were right there. And I saw this shadow with a hat, like a brimmed hat, not baseball cap, but all the way around, just kind of walk in front of those cars, right behind the line of people, from like here to where you're sitting, just kind of walk right by. And I thought to myself, I did not just see somebody walk from the street, because I could see somebody coming in. And I thought, oh, that's my friend Nathan. He's wearing all black. He's wearing a baseball cap. You know, he's probably out doing his own thing, you know, in the dark while we're just wrapping up. And as soon as I thought that, it was probably like a second, he comes walking out of the house. And there was nobody over there. So I was like, that was my first. And the month before that, there was something out there on the wood line that was setting off car alarms. And Julie ran downstairs, you know, to try to see something, because she saw a shadow as well.
Yes, I would say Julie saw something too.
Yeah, so even though we've heard things in the house and we've seen things, you know, it was outside that she physically saw somebody walking that was not there, almost translucent, you know, not super solid, but you know, you can definitely see that shape. And then I saw it for the first time 2 months ago.
Spooky. Resources.
Oh, sorry, totally.
So the question.
What was the question again? No. So you guys mentioned both are really great books. So what I always recommend, like when I'm traveling, I'm going anywhere, just Google Historical Society or the library. Huntersville has the Old Huntersville Historical Society. Charlotte has, you know, multiple museums and historical societies. They are definitely the gatekeepers, I feel, to places that are going to have a historical value that, you know, a lot of times are linked with paranormal activity, and it's a great starting point.
And I don't know about other municipalities, and maybe, you know, if Winston or Statesville does, but Charlotte had a special collection in the downtown main library of ghost stories, and a special file that you could go to in their Carolina room. And, you know, do you know if there's something like that in your town or Statesville or
I know
Winston?
Statesville used to have something like that. They kind of kept it under like a tight seal. Like you had to give your child and kidney and everything else to get to it. But because a lot of Statesville's places, they don't want you to go to. Like Fort Dobbs, they don't want you in Fort Dobbs. The train, they definitely don't want you near the train, and it's not safe to be near that train.
Bosnian Bridge
Yeah.
train,
The Vance Hotel. The last I heard, they were trying to bury that one. Like,
I want in there.
Yeah. That's an interesting situation there. Yeah, so when I was there, they did try to keep it under wraps, but they had one. Library in Winston, I honestly don't know where one is, and that's sad because I'm a writer.
So for resources for finding about Charlotte ghost stories, I will say I've done a lot of legwork on this. If you're on Instagram, you could go to Spooky CLT. I post damn near daily, and I post a lot of small tidbits about like historical places and the ghost stories affiliated with them. I try to make it really easy to read and grab your attention. I make TikToks about local ghost stories as well. Tina and I, we've been on local news quite a few times. Not most recent, but one of the recent times was a small reoccurring segment called a Supernatural CLT, where we've talked about local ghost stories as well as North Carolina legends and lore as well. Those are available on YouTube. A few Halloweens ago, I wrote an article for Queen City Nerve, which is a local publication, which is 10 haunted locations in Uptown. So if you ever find yourself in the city and you want to do a little walking tour, I've made that easy for you. If you Google Spooky CLT, you'll find a few articles that I've written or been featured on for local news, where I always try to tell different stories instead of the same ones over and over again. And then lastly, my wife and I have a podcast called the Old North State Podcast, where we do talk about North Carolina histories in general, but we have definitely zeroed in on a lot of Charlotte local legends as well. We're not doing it currently because we have a baby at home. We'll see if we ever start that up again. But there are I can definitely say it is easy to find Charlotte ghost stories out there because I made sure that it is. So with that being said, we have a few minutes left. Does anyone have any questions? Charlie.
Less of a question than backing up what you just said. I have used Spooky CLT as a resource, as a jumping off point for research, and I appreciate all of you and your view of that one book that you mentioned, saying, like, oh yeah, they're fun stories, but it's not really.
It's full of crap. Yeah.
It's not a good jumping off point for accurate history. So he's not paying me to say that Spooky CLT is a great jumping off point for Charlotte legends and lore. You sent me to the Dunhill Hotel, where I got to walk around. The staff was super welcoming. I did not have a room there. I could go up to the top floor and look at the haunted room and talk to everybody. And I was just some dude that walked in off the street. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Charlie.
That's no question, more of an endorsement.
Anyone else have high praise of me? Currently accepting
Bring
that.
it on.
Yes, Tamara, thank you.
Trebet.
Trivette.
Not like Alec.
Okay.
And it's in
What? Yeah, what
Hamptonville.
town?
Hamptonville, North Carolina.
Yep.
Basically go straight up 77, take exit 65, take a right, take the first left, and it's down there on the right.
Write that down.
Well,
Don't confuse it with the nursery that's sitting right there.
Yeah. And then Alex Matsuo, she wrote a book on it. She's one of the coordinators here, and you probably have seen her speak today. But she is selling that book. So if you're interested on it, she has done all of the legwork for you. Now all you have to do is show up.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal book, and you can find her in the center hallway.
Yeah. Other questions? Has anyone had an experience in Charlotte? We had some hands raised before. Please, someone just tell me something. Yes.
So my salon's haunted that I go to.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spelled out salon over Monroe Road.
Yep.
And that would be investigating if it hadn't been done.
Yeah.
It's so cool. But
Yeah.
I know the only thing that we kind of, of course, no one's investigated it, so this is just based on impressions. There's an old dude upstairs, he's kind of cranky. But they've taken to leaving him a little bit of whiskey every now and then, he's cool enough.
That's all it takes.
And there seems to be two little children that run in that back door a bit. But that's all I can figure out so far.
Yeah, so some of the staff have told me about that they won't stay after 9 o'clock. They are terrified to be in that house alone. And then the owner, Sarah, I believe, she was living there for a while. And then during the renovations, things were getting tossed around. They did not feel welcome in that home. The gentleman that she was with, I think that he didn't make it very long staying in there. He just wouldn't do it. So yeah, we definitely have to get over there. My wife got her hair done there. She loved the place and the staff. So if you're looking for somewhere spooky to get your hair done or whatever services they provide, it's Spellbound Salon is what it was called.
And they're also with it because it's witchy, so.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we got those.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did I see a hand raised over in this area? Yes.
Settlers and Elmwood are both. Settlers not so much. Settlers, it's really historical and it's pretty. There's a lot to learn from some of these, but Elmwood, there's just a lot in Elmwood. Some I don't like, some I do like. Some are mischievous.
Yeah, I've heard of shadow figures being seen in Elmwood, and Megan, you had talked about this earlier, where cemeteries don't necessarily have to be haunted because it's just the final resting place. However, people have died in Elmwood. One interesting story is called the Mausoleum Murder, where a woman named Foy Cooper would visit her mother's grave every Sunday or so. And one of those Sundays, she was murdered by a man, and he stuffed her body in a mausoleum nearby. She was found by some local kids. She is now buried in Elmwood near her mother, so that's her final resting place and the place that she was murdered. But it's interesting because the person they arrested for the murder was like an escaped convict. And even though he confessed to it and he was put on death row, he later said that, no, the only reason I said I did it is because they wouldn't feed me. So they starved him out to get a confession. And after that, he said, tooth and nail, I did not murder that woman. And they they let him off of death row because of that. Interesting story. Foy Cooper mausoleum murder, if you're interested in it.
Well, isn't going back to Settlers Cemetery, if I remember this correctly, it's actually multi-level. There's graves buried upon graves because of not having enough real estate. Didn't we hear that on one of the, it might even have been Artie's walking tour.
Well, I think a lot of cemeteries are like that just in general due to age. Too, or they do like mass graves.
Yeah.
Well, there's
As
there's a
well.
mass grave at
Yeah.
Settlers. You know, back in the back corner, there's a mass grave at Settlers.
Yeah, so definitely more people buried there than there are headstones for sure.
Yeah.
I do know that they did intentionally close it and opened up Elmwood because they ran out of space. But I wouldn't be surprised at all if they got creative with how they used the land.
Yeah, I want to say there's like at least 3 levels to it.
It is raised. If you're walking next to it, it's stone all around, and the stone is high, or the ground is higher than the street level. So that does check out.
Like, you remember when we had the picnic, like all those little ditches and stuff? Is that like the area that would be the?
Well, we had our picnic in Elmwood, right? Is that what you're talking about, or did
Okay,
you?
was it the Elmwood Park then? Where did you say the mass was? Settlers.
Settlers, which is the
Okay.
uptown one.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, because there was like that area that's like empty but not.
Yeah, on the Pinewood side of Elmwood,
Okay.
which was the segregated side. So a lot of people were buried there without headstones. All right, it is past 10 o'clock. So before we let y'all leave, where can people find you? Where are you going to be next? Anything to promote?
So next I'll be in bed. No, just kidding. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, I will be doing a panel on paranormal equipment. I can't remember the exact name.
Read
of
the
it.
manual,
Read the
right?
manual. Yes, thank you. So that'll be in here at 10:30 tomorrow. I'll also be at the CAPS table with the other CAPS team members. And then also the shameless plug that I keep talking about.
That's why we're here,
is-
Megan.
Right? It's just, so all the time we talk about Rosedale, we talk about historic Rosedale, that we love it for so many reasons. And actually, next weekend, we are going to be hosting an investigation there. So we do 2 different investigations. One is the paranormal grounds, which covers the garden area, the smithy, and also grounds around there, and the kitchen area underneath the house. And that is one portion. And then there's another portion that we only do 3 times a year. We call it the stroke of midnight, when we take a smaller group into the house and do all other 3 levels of the house and do a paranormal investigation. So that is actually happening next weekend, and there's still a few tickets left for it.
Where do we buy these tickets?
It's www.historicrosedale.org. So historicrosedale.org.
And the CAPS Facebook group also has
Yeah.
links, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So follow
Yeah.
CAPS on Facebook. That's CAPS.
And then I will be in here at 10:30 talking about walking through darkness
Yeah.
tonight in about 29 minutes.
Yep.
And we also have a table too. Caps table come by, we've got candy and,
Not following.
we got freebies. So. Jason?
I am done for the night. You can find me at the Con Bar. And then in the morning, I am with Megan and Tina and another colleague of ours, Dylan, with the Read the Manual. And that's it. After that, I'll be heading home.
Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I'll be talking about Carolina cryptids. I think it's in this room. And then you can find me at SpookyCLT on Instagram or .com or on TikTok. And then lastly, I am currently hosting a fundraiser because in Elmwood Cemetery in Charlotte, there is a headstone of a man, his Charlie Hawk, and he was killed by a lion. And that's what his headstone says. It is currently broken into pieces, so I am raising money to have it fixed. So that way, when you all visit Elmwood Cemetery, you can see a headstone that says Charlie Hawk killed by a lion. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. This was awesome. You guys were so insightful, and we hope to see you around. Stay spooky. Good job, everyone.
Good
Do you mind if I get a selfie of all of us?
Sure.
You know what, I was talking with somebody earlier, have you ever heard, she's, oh, sorry.
Yeah, smile. Great.
I can't remember what she said, it was like OCC, and she said it was a creature that lives over by the Tennessee-Georgia borderline, like a pre.
That's out of my jurisdiction,
I
sorry.
know, but it's good for your cryptids, because I've never heard of it, and she said it supposedly wears like some sort of cloak with like holes in it, and has green eyes and a mouth full of teeth.
Interesting.
Was it the lady that had the ghost in the jar? Because she was talking about cryptids.
No, this is